everybody, and welcome to CNET's live coverage of the 2015 International Consumer Electronics Show. I'm Brian Cooley. This is Donald Bell. And we're here in the South Hall of the Las Vegas Convention Center yet again. It's our 9th straight year, and we are at the start of a very eventful day and week this year.
Yes, we are.
Yes.
CES, the trade show, officially opens here tomorrow at the Convention Center. Today is press day, when many of the major manufacturers give a preview of what they will be showing off in the coming days and hopefully bring to market in the coming year.
Now, to get things going in just a few minutes, at the top of the hour, LG is going to kick things off across town. They have a press event at the Mandalay Bay Resort, and we're going to bring that to you live at the top of the hour, so we're just about 5 minutes away, or maybe a little bit more. But LG is not the last word in press conferences today by any stretch. They are one of nearly 10 press conferences we're going to bring you today, in fact.
It's a big lineup that includes Sharp, Panasonic, Dish, Qualcomm this morning, and later today we're going to see Toyota, Samsung, Volkswagen, ZTE, and then we're going to land on Sony. Yeah, and we'll be here throughout the day to provide analysis of today's news and product announcements.
And as always, Brian Tong will join us live from the show floor. And his first live shot will be from across town at the Sands Expo Center, which this week is known as Tech West. The Tech West name, it means that it's an extension of CES, of the main show floor here at the Las Vegas Convention Center, but it's all focused on emerging tech over at Tech West. Now, this year for the first time, CNET actually has a second stage over there at Tech West to cover all that emerging tech news. If you're going to be at that building and you're here in town, look for us there as well.
Yeah. And looking ahead to what's going on for the rest of the week, on CNET you'll find coverage of all the major keynote addresses from Samsung, Mercedes, Intel, loads of live product demos and interviews with a few big names, including actor and producer Nick Cannon, musical artist and actor The RZA, and rap artist 50 Cent.
And Brian Tong will not let us cut in on the action of interviewing those gentlemen.
No, all his.
All his. And do not miss the Next Big Thing Super Session either. That's coming up tomorrow, Tuesday at 3:30 p.m. Pacific time. Our topic this year, and I'm giving you a sneak peek here, is the new realities. We're going to take an in-depth look at virtual reality and augmented reality, which we think both are finally set to catch on. So make sure you catch that presentation with Tim Stevens, Brian Tong, and myself, and a bunch of great minds from Oculus VR, Technical Illusions, Razorfish, and Jaunt VR tomorrow.
Yes. Also tomorrow, I put together my brain trust of 3D printing, so we'll have a panel on new ways that 3D printers are being used. We've also have our smart home guru, Rich Brown, with an exclusive announcement to be revealed right here with iDevices. Both of those panels happen tomorrow. So we'll also have a jam-packed day.
Every
tomorrow.
day.
Every day.
Every damn day.
And we'll cover all of those announcements and all the news with Inside Scoop in the morning, and we'll wrap up the day at CES with CES In Depth.
Now, I probably don't have to tell you, but CNET is the place to be for the most extensive and exhaustive coverage of CES every year, including this 2015 edition. So sit back, relax, and stay informed. Now, as we wait for LG's press conference, just a few minutes away at top of the hour, let's talk about some of the trends, starting with what we expect from LG.
Yeah.
One of the major bets is that they're going to show, not that we're even up on 4K TV yet as a population,
right,
but they're going to bring out an 8K set.
I thought maybe the reason people aren't getting so excited about 4K is because there's not enough Ks involved.
Right. And why would you tease the market that, oh, there's something better coming even after the current better that's coming? Doesn't that make people hold off a little longer and say, well, I'm going to wait and buy the next thing?
Well, we have to trust they know what they're doing, right?
That's right. They'll tell you that. So the 8K television, of course, would be twice the resolution of a 4K. A 4K is 4 times the resolution of your current 1080p TV, which up until last year was considered a premium set. But now the buzz around our TV labs in New York, where David Katzmeyer and his crew are really obsessive on this stuff, is that 1080p TVs, which were so great, now become bargain models. That's kind of like what you buy when you need a bedroom television.
But their advice also for the past few years has been like 4K is only really useful in sizes of like 65 inches or above.
Yeah.
Like a 70-inch TV is like the point where you actually can see 4K paying off. Yeah. I can't imagine what 8K is going to be projected on the entire side of your home.
Building.
Yeah.
Well, that's for some of those 110-inch TVs I always bring to this show that we always scratch our head about. It's one of the biggest nuclear arms races at CES is who can bring the biggest television to the show every year. And that's where a 4K resolution will really fill it. But of course, that's not a mainstream product.
Yeah, and that's when we're out of a job because no one wants to see our faces at above life size on the side of their house.
I don't want to see it in this webcast either, but I'm not going to dwell on that. So LG with 8K and a bigger push in 4K as well. That'll be the thrust of their announcement. But 8K will kind of be the little icing on top to make something really sort of newsworthy there. So that should be coming up. If you're really into television technology, this should be a good way to kick things off. Now, let's talk a little bit about phones. You know, normally we would talk about a lot of sort of well-known names. We'd say, you know, Apple, which is never here. And we would talk about Windows Phone, which is always here, but never in anybody's pocket, it ever seems. But we have such an interesting new array
This webcast brought to you by Microsoft.
Right.
Yeah, continue.
Or by Apple. It now looks like we have a whole new array of names that are coming that most people are not familiar with. I mean, Huawei, Lenovo, ZTE.
They're big in the global market, right? And that's what they've got the money just to come over here and really start trying to take some share away from Samsung, LG, you know, and any of the other Android device makers. And you know, Sony's still trying to chip away at getting into. They started in this game trying to get the American market, and they're still having trouble.
I'll give Sony an award. You know, the most stubborn,
tenacious.
They just keep on coming.
Yeah.
Bless them. Bless their little souls.
I mean, the phones that come out at CES are never the real star phones. Like Jessica Dolcourt and I always joke out, this is when we're going to see all the waterproof phones. Like the quirky phones.
Waterproof, drop-proof.
The first 8K phone might be here at CES. You know,
but orange
none
model.
of the phones you're really going to buy in 2015,
yeah.
from what I've seen.
And then we do see them in early March at the Mobile World Congress at Barcelona. All right, let's go live now to the LG press conference, coming to you here from CNET's live coverage of CES 2015.
CES 2015 by sharing LG's vision for the year ahead. Innovation for a better life. This is what LG Electronics is always striving for. And what is a better life? We define it as a life that is newer, more beautiful, and more convenient than that of yesterday. Here this morning and at CES this week, we plan to show you what that looks like. I'd like to talk about one key ingredient in making innovation for a better life. That is Internet of Things, or IoT. But what really is IoT? It's not about just some devices and apps that control them. IoT is what connects together everything we value, and it goes beyond our homes. We live our lives at home, at work, outside in the open, even inside our cars. The true value of IoT lies in the innovation that are centered around our lives. So, at LG, we are taking an open approach to maximize the value our customers get from IoT. And we are doing this through platforms, connectivities, and ecosystems. First, let's look at platform we are developing for IoT. We started on a path to make WebOS a strong IoT platform, and last year we successfully implemented WebOS into TVs. And this year, we are proud to release an upgraded platform for TV, WebOS 2.0. This new version offers an even simpler UX. It's more than twice as fast as first version, and it also supports 4K streaming. The WebOS platform has also been expanded to LG's signage and hotel TVs, allowing consumers to experience the true value of IoT outside of their homes. We'll continue to further extend this great experience to more IoT devices. Next, we are working on a platform that cares for your wellness. Instead of just tracking it, we have developed biosignal analysis technology that can track sleeping habit, heart rate, movement, and other wellness-related data. But instead of just showing you nice-looking graph, our wellness platform can make your living environment better by actively controlling appliances like lightings and air conditioners. Next, let me touch upon how we plan to connect things together. Just like our phones, cars are getting much smarter. And we are seeing an increasing need to connect our smart devices to cars. LG has developed a solution that can not only connect multiple kinds of devices like Android and iOS, but it is also highly customizable. During CES, we will be showcasing to consumers all the various technologies LG is preparing for smart cars. To connect all the things around consumers, we are embracing open standards. We are working with all scene alliances to adopt the all-join open connectivity technology, and we are also heavily involved in 1M2M, which is the global standard for IoT services. Through these initiatives, LG product will work flawlessly with any device from any brand. Lastly, let's talk about ecosystem. In order to realize the true value of IoT, we need a strong ecosystem of like-minded partners who share our vision. We are working closely with leading smart home service providers and iControl open home ecosystem members to ensure that our huge portfolio of products integrated seamlessly with smart home services. Last year, we introduced HomeChat, a platform that allows you to use everyday language to control and monitor home appliances. Now, you can even talk with your own voice through your smartwatch. We are working to establish HomeChat as a familiar way for customers to access the vast IoT ecosystem. Here is an example of how HomeChat works with Nest. When you leave your home, Nest is set to away mode, and HomeChat will turn off your appliances or put them in power saving mode, and it will send message right to your wrist. HomeChat also connects to cars. Before leaving your home, you simply say where you want to go. Your destination will automatically be added to your car's navigation in order to safely guide you on your journey. We'll add even more use cases to make HomeChat an essential part of overall IoT ecosystem. LG's IoT strategy based on openness will make consumers' life much more convenient than ever before. As a wrap-up, I'd like to give you a preview of what we will be presenting to you today. We'll grab your attention with this year's most beautiful OLED TVs. We'll blow your mind with a never-before-seen home appliances concept with the extremely convenient twin wash system. And we'll show you yet another new stunning mobile devices. In a minute, you will hear more details on how 2015 LG product will make innovation for a better life a reality for consumers around the world. Thank you, and please enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you very much.
Next up is the head of new product development for LG Electronics USA Home Entertainment, Tim Alessi.
Good morning. Thank you all for coming today, especially at an hour when a lot of people in Las Vegas are just going to bed. I'd like to start out in one of the most action-packed arenas in home entertainment, television. The last 20 years have seen TV technology evolve significantly but steadily. The 4x3 cathode ray tube in a big box went the way of the 8-track tape, was replaced by flat panel plasma and LCD screens. Resolution improved, LED backlighting emerged. You all know the history as well as I do. But this past year, we've seen a revolution in the development of TV technology, the advent of OLED TV, which you saw us introduce right here at CES. OLED is now widely recognized as the pinnacle of current TV hardware and the future of television, and we have it right now. LG was the first company out of the gate with OLED available in premium TVs designed for the early adopter videophile. But we were also the first to introduce more affordable models that put OLED within reach of a vastly larger audience. Now, before I tell you how we plan to put OLED into the hands of millions more households worldwide, I first want to tell you why we believe in it so strongly. As this quote from Joel Silver points out, what really distinguishes a television's ability to create a jaw-dropping picture isn't just its ability to generate billions of colors or microscopic levels of detail. While those certainly factor into the equation, it's the screen's ability to generate black that determines the power of its picture. And when it comes to perfect black and perfect color, LG OLED TV delivers. This has been one of the main challenges that TV engineers have been trying to solve for years. For all their virtues, the structure of a traditional LED TV makes it pretty much impossible to generate total black. With an LED TV, there's always measurable light on the screen, even when using techniques like local dimming. OLED is different. It uses an emissive layer to generate its own light. Each individual pixel has the ability to turn on and off, meaning the screen can create actual, literal black, which is proven to be immeasurable during testing. Since our OLED TVs already provide the highest contrast ratio ever realized with perfect color, they're ideally suited to enable next-generation high dynamic range content to come to life. We've already been actively working with major movie studios and content distributors like Netflix as HDR standards are being developed, and we'll continue to build on these efforts with our state-of-the-art OLED technology. With their unmatched contrast levels, their ability to generate a vast color spectrum, and their perfect viewing angle from just about anywhere in the room, LG's OLED displays are the first to embody all attributes of great picture quality. Not to mention their amazingly slim profile, which makes them as physically beautiful as they are functionally superior. If it sounds like I'm a little bit enthusiastic about the potential of OLED, well, I confess I am. But it's not just because the power of the technology itself. What really has me energized today is LG's commitment to the further development of OLED TV. Our sister company, LG Display, has made a $600 million investment in expanding OLED production, effectively quadrupling production capacity all over the world. We expect the OLED market to surpass 1 million units sold by 2016 in a market driven primarily by LG. As our first indication of our commitment to OLED, LG is expanding our OLED TV lineup for 2015. During the coming year, we'll introduce 7 new OLED sets, both curved and flat, and all of our new OLED models will feature 4K Ultra HD resolution. They'll be available in 55, 65, and 77-inch screen sizes. New models for the year will include a 77-inch flexible model, which can be viewed either flat or curved, simply with the touch of a button. LG's commitment to OLED, the investment, the resources, the energy, the creative thinking that we're putting into it boils down to one bottom line point. OLED is, quite simply, the best TV ever and the future of television, and LG is the only company that's able to put OLED into people's hands today. Okay, that's more than a few words about OLED. And as much as LG is devoted to advancing OLED, we also remain committed to expanding our leadership in LCD 4K Ultra HD, which we pioneered in the US back in 2012. 4K Ultra HD is becoming the picture quality resolution standard of the day for big screens, and sales figures are reflecting the public's recognition of this amazing technology. On a worldwide basis, latest estimates for 2015 predict over 32 million units in industry sales, with almost 5 million of them expected from the US. That's up from about 1 million in this past year. So you get the idea. People are jumping on board the 4K bandwagon. And we love it too. In 2015, 60% of our total TV lineup will be 4K, with sizes ranging from 105 all the way down to 43 inches. That's a total of 34 SKUs at a wide range of price points and feature options, including ultra slim depth and our acclaimed cinema screen, making a strong design as well as technology statement. We're also significantly advancing the picture quality of our 4K LCD TVs. This year, we'll feature color prime technology in several series, which will expand the color gamut that can be displayed by up to 30%. This is useful for watching in brightly lit rooms, which can rob a TV picture of its color. The spectacular color prime capability will be available in our Quantum Dot series or our wide color LED series using technology developed by LG Display. Either choice delivers superb color reproduction. And for a glimpse of what's even further down the road, make sure to stop by our booth and check out the 8K demonstration we have. I think you'll be impressed by that as well. Now, the hardware is only one aspect of what makes 4K so attractive. Because as much as we're fans of the hardware, it's really the content, the movies, the TV shows, sports and concerts that bring us together around the TV. Don't just take my word for it. Let's hear from an industry luminary who has his finger on the pulse of the 4K content revolution. The Chief Streaming and Partnerships Officer at Netflix, Mr. Greg Peters.
Jim, grab me today. The history of innovation by LG and Netflix around internet TV started back in 2008 when an LG Blu-ray player became the first consumer electronics device to include the Netflix streaming service. Since then, we've worked together, we've challenged each other to continually improve the accessibility and quality of internet TV for consumers around the world. We've done a lot. Last year, we saw the introduction of a new media format, Ultra HD 4K, delivered first via the internet, streamed from Netflix to LG TVs. This year, we're doubling down on that innovation. We are working together to add high dynamic range, or HDR, to further improve the quality of video available to users. So not just more pixels, but better pixels. And HDR is coming to Netflix and LG TVs this year. LG is matching that commitment to constant innovation and improving video quality with their latest OLED displays. I recently watched our newest series, Marco Polo, on a brand new LG 65-inch OLED display. It was absolutely stunning. The beautiful landscapes, the stunning vistas, these nail-biting battle scenes, the exquisite detail in the sets and the costumes, all rendered breathtakingly in 4K. I thought to myself, this is how Netflix originals should be watched. But it's not just about picture quality. LG and Netflix have believed for a long time that we also have to continually improve the user experience around playback. And we saw a huge jump from LG last year with the introduction of WebOS. By bringing a native web operating system to the TV, LG has been able to deliver user experience improvements and the kind of improvements that consumers have come to expect from their interaction with mobile phones and with tablets. Now, these experiences are coming to the TV. And Netflix is committed to supporting innovators like LG in communicating to consumers the benefits of these new experiences. This morning, we are announcing the Netflix Recommended TV program. Those consumers who really care about the quality of internet TV and the quality of their Netflix experience, they want the best experience, they can be confident that a TV with the Netflix Recommended designation will provide them the best in accessibility, ease of use, and performance. So we are tremendously thankful to be able to partner with a progressive innovator like LG to yet again set the bar higher this year, to work diligently to meet and exceed that bar, and deliver better and better consumer experiences. So Tim, thank you for the partnership, and thank you for having me here today.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Greg. We at LG are proud to partner with innovators like Netflix to deliver the best home entertainment experience. And one unique way that LG is doing this on all of our 4K TVs is through our WebOS smart TV platform. This is important because streaming is the first wide-scale delivery method for 4K content, and Netflix, as an internet TV pioneer, was the first to bring premium 4K content into the home with House of Cards. So looking back to 2014, we introduced WebOS as a new interface that delivered a faster, more intuitive smart TV experience with transitions between content options at speeds similar to regular channel changing. Our friend Beanbird made initial setup easy. And the launcher bar, which is overlaid subtly at the bottom of the screen, offered a one-click menu for easy access to all content, regardless of the source. For 2015, with the enhanced WebOS 2.0 platform, we'll be adding and refining features like My Channel that allows you to easily embed favorite channels into the launcher bar, right next to streaming services. WebOS 2.0 also adds Quick Start to improve overall access time by 60%, so users can enjoy the system in just a few seconds after the set is turned on. And we'll make all of this sizzle with quad-core or faster processors in the majority of 2015 LG TV models. We're also going to expand the range and amount of content options available through partnerships with best-in-the-business roster of content providers. Of special note is LG's role as exclusive smart TV partner for GoPro in 2015, giving LG users access to stunning video content through the GoPro Channel app. Additional updates in 2015 include 4K access from DirecTV and YouTube. We're also working with others like Vudu on more 4K streaming in the near future. These are in addition to what WebOS already provides via 4K streaming from Netflix and Amazon Instant Video. Now, while television display is generally considered the focal point of home entertainment, captivating audio is as capable of moving us as a stunning image. 2015 will see LG pushing home audio to its limits with products that offer increased flexibility, connectivity, ease of use, and of course, great sound quality. This describes to a T the LG Music Flow Smart Hi-Fi Audio System, a wireless system that allows our customers to build a complete wireless network of speakers that can be controlled with mobile devices using LG's super convenient Music Flow app. Everything about Music Flow has been constructed with the goal of putting the listener in charge. There's even a portable battery-powered speaker to provide the ultimate in flexible placement. The LG Music Flow system is designed to be modular and uses a dual-band mesh network so customers can start with one speaker and add more over time to create a truly customized listening experience. The Music Flow Player app lets listeners search across all of their connected devices. They can create playlists including songs saved even on separate devices in the same list, and the flexibility to play the same music on all speakers or stream different music to different speakers. So now you can pump up the energy in the kitchen and set a totally different vibe in the dining room simultaneously. LG Music Flow can also be used in home cinema mode. Just configure two speakers with a Music Flow soundbar as rear, left, and right channels. The Auto Music Play feature picks up the song once in range and continues to play music, a seamless listening experience. Using this feature, the music literally follows you from room to room. In addition to customers' home music libraries, our many top-tier partners like Spotify, Rhapsody, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and more are available. And if that still isn't enough, Music Flow will be one of the first devices to have Google Cast for audio integrated, which Google is announcing here in Las Vegas today. With Cast for audio, consumers can stream from additional services like Pandora and Google Play Music. With the LG Music Flow app, Google Cast, Auto Music Play, and our Mesh Network, our Music Flow line of products can keep you grooving throughout your whole home with your favorite tunes. Now, the product lines I've touched on today are just highlights of LG's home entertainment categories for 2015. And I think it's probably more than a little obvious that TVs are where we'll make our biggest splash, and for good reason. The simple fact is, we have the best technology in the market today. But there's more to LG than just TV. Starting here at CES and throughout 2015, you'll see new LG Blu-ray players, home theater systems, along with sound bars, sound plates, and our market-leading ultra-wide monitors, impressing customers, winning new fans, and rounding out the home entertainment experience. Innovation for a better life. We hope you'll all stop by our booth to learn even more. And we're confident that if LG isn't already the first company that comes to mind when you think of home entertainment, once you see what we have to offer in 2015, it will be. Thank you, and enjoy the show.
And now for some exciting home appliance news, the head of marketing for LG Electronics USA, David Vanderwall.
Thank you. Good morning. You know, today's households seem to revolve around two main sets of activities: the stuff people want to do and the stuff people have to do. Well, at LG, we're passionate about creating these home appliances that make the stuff people have to do easier, more efficient, and less time-consuming, all so they can get back to the things that they want to do. I think we're the industry leader in producing smart, forward-thinking appliances that make a significant difference in our consumers' days and in their lives. And really, the main thing that separates us from the competition is our ability to anticipate the consumer needs and develop solutions that challenges that even the consumers themselves may not know they had in the first place. And no area of our operation exemplifies our ability to address these everyday obstacles more than our new 2015 product introductions in the laundry and the refrigeration categories. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look at the newest additions to the LG 2015 washing machine and refrigerator lineup. Thank you. Thank you. You know, gone are the days where you could simply separate your laundry according to colors and whites or cotton and everything else. Instead, we found that today's busy families consider laundry, frankly, to be less like a chore and more like a chess match. For one example, consider the laundry situation for a household with two kids. Mom and dad have a consistent stream of colorful cottons to do, along with a few workout clothes, maybe some intimates, a blouse or two for the office. And what they're looking for is how to save resources and money, which means they don't want to use necessarily the large tub machine to wash a load of maybe 4 or 5 items. So they're constantly having to move pieces around this chessboard, trying to let a load of delicates build up while churning through the everyday items. It's a game that demands, frankly, more time and energy than mom and dad want to spend on laundry. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've developed an ideal solution for this household, and millions like it. It's an industry first. It's the LG Twin Wash system with the mini washer, a washing machine that offers 2 washers in the space of 1. With this twin wash system, people are now able to divide and conquer by doing 2 loads of laundry at once. A large load in the main washer and a smaller, more specialized load in the world's first mini washer in the pedestal. While this mini washer may be small in stature, we've equipped it with the same direct drive motor that we're famous for, that powers, of course, our 10-year warranty. And what's even more incredible about it is that consumers can buy the mini washer separately and use it with any existing LG front-load washer. And while the main washer takes care of the everyday laundry items, this mini washer handles the little loads of intimates and a workout gear, delicate knits, and so on. What's the result? Significant savings of time and effort, and probably most importantly, the household bandwidth. What's more, with all these clothing items being taken care of at once, washing times are significantly reduced, leaving even more time for the family to spend on the things that they want to do. The new design concept enables users to take advantage of a second washer without actually having to have additional space in the house. And what's more, the newly designed front-load washer with the door positioned 21 millimeters higher and the drum angled at a 6-degree angle makes the unit much more accessible as users no longer have to bend over to put in the clothes or take them out. So our twin wash system isn't the only way we've made doing laundry less of a hassle. Our entire 2015 LG Energy Star certified washers are equipped with some amazing features that will save laundry time and electricity and water too. Take, for example, the mega capacity front load washer with turbo wash. Thanks to our new improved turbo wash technology, washing has never been faster. In fact, savings of up to 30 minutes per load, even on large loads. How does it work? Briefly, twin nozzles at the front of the washer are used to spray a concentrated detergent solution directly onto the clothes, while a high-pressure nozzle from above sprays tiny water particles down through the clothes during the high spin cycles for quick and effective rinsing. And through our LG SmartThink technology, custom cycles can be uploaded to the washer. Cycle statuses can be monitored remotely, and users can be sent alerts when the cycle is complete. And what's more, the energy monitoring feature provides helpful data, while the innovative home chat service allows users to know the status of their washing machine simply by texting it with their smartphones. So let's take a look at our new top-load washer and dryer pairs for 2015. Our newly designed top-load dryer features Easy Load. It's a revolutionary two-way open door system that allows users to easily transfer clothes from the washer to the dryer so that they no longer have to bend over or risk dropping clean clothes onto the floor. And moreover, this top-load Energy Star certified washer features the largest capacity on the market today. So get this, a consumer can clean a king-size comforter and a full set of bedding in one load. Optimal efficiency, great time savings. So with all the thought we've put in the washing machines, however, we haven't forgotten what needs to happen when the wash is done. We have to dry the clothes. And our new turbo steam dryer, it injects steam directly into fabrics, eliminating dirt, odors quickly, efficiently, and cuts down on pricey dry cleaning bills. But what we're most excited about is our new heat pump technology. In Q4 of last year, we were the first to introduce an eco-hybrid dryer, and now we're continuing to roll it out nationwide. It combines conventional vented drying with a proprietary heat pump that recycles heat, helping to dramatically reduce energy consumption by up to 53%. In fact, it's so advanced that the EPA awarded it with the first 2014 Energy Technology Award, which recognizes breakthrough innovations that reduce energy use and greenhouse gas emissions. Our new line of Energy Star certified dryers, which, by the way, a new Energy Star category for 2015, plus our new washers and, of course, the mini washer, represent the next level of wash. They're going to help consumers everywhere spend less time in the laundry room and more time in rooms they'd rather be, like, for example, the heart of the home, the kitchen. So at LG, we understand nowadays delivering on function also means delivering on form. And nothing is more emblematic of this idea than our state-of-the-art, first-of-its-kind, double door-and-door refrigerator for 2015. There's a lot about this refrigerator that makes it different. Building on the success of the door-and-door concept that LG pioneered back in 2010, we've now equipped both sides of the refrigerator with door-and-door compartments, providing easy access to everyday items. This new double door-and-door refrigerator is accessible with a simple push of the button on the right side, on the bottom of the left door. Now the consumer can reach all their stored goods with greater ease. Providing twice the amount of storage space, the right door-and-door compartment is home to all the family favorites, the yogurt, the milk, while the left is perfect because it's enclosed on both sides for things like leafy greens. And flexibility makes a difference here also. So these outer doors both feature moving baskets, allowing the layout to be customized to the family's needs. And like the current door-and-door refrigerator, which reduced the escape of cold air by 47%, these Energy Star refrigerator allows you to access popular items because you don't need to open the entire refrigerator door. At the heart of this and the other 2015 LG refrigerators is our proprietary inverter linear compressor technology that increases the refrigerator's reliability, durability. It allows us to offer a 10-year warranty while also generating less noise while running. And aside from the state-of-the-art mechanics, LG refrigerators are committed to delivering on the new aesthetic standards for today's kitchen. Along with their beautiful, stylish design, our refrigerators are also powerful allies against the scourge of the kitchen, fingerprints. This new French door, four-door model with door-and-door features a distinctively dark exterior. Expertly crafted, LG's totally redesigned refrigerators are leading today's modern kitchen design trends. And lastly, we're not alone in our enthusiasm about the 2015 kitchen innovations from LG. In fact, one of our biggest and new fans is lifestyle expert Rachel Ray.
Hey everybody, Rach here, and I'm super excited to be teaming up with LG for season 9 of our show. I want to give you guys a great big thank you for hooking us up with all the amazing appliances here on our set. You even gave me one of those super cool door-in-door fridges. By the by, don't know if you guys know this, but I've got one of your fridges in my own apartment too, for real. You can look it up. I got the service record somewhere. Anyway, I can't wait to see all the exciting things we're going to do together over the next year. Thanks again, LG. Have a great time.
So we're thrilled that Rachel has selected LG as the official home appliance sponsor for season 9 of her award-winning talk show, Rachel Ray. And stay tuned for much more on this exciting partnership through the course of 2015. So in conclusion, when people talk about what they want in their household appliances, LG listens. Every year, we set out to offer even better appliances that improve the lives of our consumers in ways both small and, yes, even large. This dedication is evident throughout our 2015 product line. We're going to continue to pursue our great achievements in the years to come. It's been my pleasure to be with you here today. Thank you so much.
Final product presentation from LG Mobilecom USA, Frank Lee.
Good morning. At LG, when we set out to design our devices, we focus on innovation, we focus on design, and of course, we focus on creating solutions. With those tenets, in 2014, we brought you the groundbreaking G Flex. The award-winning LG G3, that was one of the most hotly phones back then, and heralded as the perfect smartphone. And of course, the celebrated LG G Watch R. We've built on the success of these devices, showing incredible growth over the past year by continuing to push the envelope with meaningful innovations. We've brought new tools to the masses, elevating the mobile experience beyond the norm. But we aren't done yet. Life's good, but what could make life even better? If we made a phone that healed itself, if you could capture every moment with a perfect picture, if we gave you a device with a longer battery and charged faster, if we gave you something that allowed yourself to express in a more unique way, if we helped you break through the sea of sameness, and if we gave you more power but did it in a more beautiful way, well, it's about to happen. It's going to get better, much better. In fact, prepare to fall in love. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to introduce the LG G Flex 2. Take a moment and take it in. At LG, we're in the business of creating better lives. So I'll focus primarily on 3 areas of the phone which enhance the everyday mobile experience: design, innovation, and convenience. Let's start with the beauty in the details. Last year, when we launched the original G Flex, people came away with a different sense that this was unique. In the old days, analog wired phones, they were curved, and the receiver and the mouthpiece fit comfortably against your face. Then came smartphones with their giant screens, and we gave up curves in favor of mobile connectivity. With the G Flex, and now the G Flex 2, we found a way to merge mobility and create comfort through a beautifully curved smartphone. When designing the G Flex 2, we paid attention to every angle of each curve to make sure that the phone was more visually stunning and it was comfortable, whether it was in your hand, along your face, or in your pocket. But the phone doesn't have just one curve. In fact, it has 4. Along the front, the curved surface brings the mouthpiece right to your lips. The back also has a curve for a more comfortable grip. The metallic sides, top and bottom of the phone, curve accentuating the overall design. The result is a truly sculptured smartphone that looks like a work of art from any angle. The LG G Flex 2 is built around a flexible 5.5-inch display, which we believe is the sweet spot where you're viewing content or interacting with your phone, while remaining comfortable in your palm of the hand. This unique, flexible screen has been bumped up to 1080p Full HD, which makes everything on the screen stunning, vivid, and crisp. The OLED display, which gives the G Flex 2 its unique shape and durability, is even more precise. We wanted to make the G Flex 2 a very special phone, so we took time with the details. As an example, the patterns on the back were inspired by the path of the stars as they float across the night sky. The patterns wrap around the top and bottom front bezel and, as a result, make it look more like a piece of art. The striking colors for the G Flex 2 are truly inspired by technology and passion. The bold platinum silver is a variation of the classic color of modern machinery. At the same time, we're offering the G Flex 2 in a striking flamenco red, a color that embodies emotion. Now, let's talk about innovation that you've never seen before. With the G Flex 2, we took everything we learned from the original G Flex, including the flexible display, the curved battery, the flexible chassis, and we reached further. In addition to the full HD screen that I spoke about, the G Flex 2 gets a brand new chipset and our latest lightning-fast laser autofocus and image stabilization camera technology. The G Flex 2 is the world's first officially announced smartphone powered by a 64 octa-core chipset. We use the Snapdragon Premium 800 series chipset from our friends at Qualcomm, and as a result, it's unrivaled. We've paired this powerful chipset with, of course, Android 5.0 Lollipop, which is right now the best mobile operating system in the market. The G Flex 2 is a beauty on the outside, but inside, it's a beast. What we have done is made sure that the G Flex 2 was built to last. We like to let our consumers inspire our innovations. So our research has shown when it comes to phones, consumers are concerned about cracking their screens. So we asked our research team to work on finding a way to make our screens stronger and more durable. So to start, as you can see from this video of our drop test, we've increased the durability by enhancing it up to 30%. In part, this is because of the curved form factor itself, as well as a special treatment designed by LG on the cover glass. The curved form factor makes the phone more absorbent to the impact. It spreads that, it disperses the energy across the screen as opposed to when a conventional flat phone is dropped. As I shared, the G Flex's cover glass is treated by a proprietary technology by LG. And as you can see from the test results, we've increased the strength by up to 20%. When we introduced the self-healing back on the original G Flex, people couldn't believe it. Scuff up your phone, and 3 minutes later, it looks practically new. But with the G Flex 2, we've sped up the healing process. So now it's measured in seconds versus minutes. And in 10 seconds, it's all it takes. The improved formula works so quickly that it's hard to see. It actually just disappears before your eyes. So you'll hear the term innovation for a better life from us throughout the year. And it's more than just a slogan, it's a promise from us. For starters, let me tell you about some of the life-enhancing innovations you'll find in the LG G Flex 2. New research shows that people check their smartphones every 6 minutes. So in order to make that more convenient and easier for you, we've evolved the knock code feature and as well as a knock on feature to a new glance view. Now you could display key information such as the time, missed calls, the information that's normally in the notification bar with simply swiping on the screen. With new picture-taking features, it's even easier to capture those great moments and better selfies. LG Gesture Shot, which was introduced with the LG G3, was very popular. But now we've made it even easier because you can take selfies with a simple gesture even from a distance of 1.5 meters away. But the best part is that with gesture view, you can actually preview the recent photograph with a simple swing of the hand. And one final innovation. Who wants to worry about battery life? No one. No one except LG engineers. And now we have used every trick that we know to give the G Flex 2 the longest possible battery life. But we've taken another step to help you when you're on the go. Keep that battery powered up. With the LG G Flex 2, you can recharge your battery from almost 0 to 50% within about 40 minutes. That's almost half the time it takes most phones. Inside and out. This phone has been given all the design aspects that we feel that you would want. And we want to be able to get a hold of the G Flex 2 in the launches right across the world that's going to happen shortly. In the meantime, please come to our booth this week and to see for yourself how the LG G2 truly stands out in the sea of sameness. We are very proud to unveil the LG G Flex 2 to the world. It is arguably our most ambitious smartphone yet. It's the perfect balance of beauty with its curved design, yet at the same time a benchmark of innovation. And it's built primarily for the benefit of convenience with its enhanced viewing capability and the easy-to-hold shape. We know you will agree that in the world of similar smartphones, the LG G Flex 2 truly stands alone. Thank you.
wrap up this morning, please welcome the President and CEO of LG Electronics USA, Mr. William Cho.
At LG, we go to work every day with one goal in mind: innovation for a better life. Throughout LG's 6-decade history, it has been our firm belief that the consumer is at core in innovation. They are the reason behind it and the reason for it. Our promise is to make life easier and more enjoyable. As Dr. Han said, LG's focus is on innovation that enhance customers' life and open up new possibilities. Innovations make consumers smile and help them to enjoy those life's good moments. There will be many life's good moments in 2015. As we have heard today, LG is primed for an extraordinary year. Our OLED TVs, twin-wash laundry, and G Flex 2 are a testament to LG's truly unique and powerful leadership position. And we are happy to embark on this exciting new year with you, beginning right here at CES. It's no surprise that the new year sees us gain at the vanguard of innovation. Now I invite you to experience LG's innovation for a better life. Thank you for coming and enjoy the show. Life's good.
I'm thinking life's pretty
Awfully
darn
good.
Yeah, sure.
All right. We just finished the LG press conference. This was multi-headed Hydra, if you will, because LG is one of those sort of, they do everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised they don't make cars yet, but maybe that's being announced later as well. By the way, this is our live coverage of CES 2015. Brian Cooley, Donald Bell. Let's run down some of the things we heard about here, starting with the best or the last first.
Okay.
G Flex 2.
Sure. G Flex 2, new Android phone. It seems like it's even more curved than that first G Flex.
4 curves, they say.
Yeah, it's all curved and toward. It's like
a fruit bowl.
I was thinking of bacon, just kind of sitting on the pan, curling up at you. But the curves apparently help with both the mic reaching to your face, also with dropping. You're not as likely to crack your screen with this phone.
Yeah, so they said they made a big deal about it being crack-proof because of its curvature. I'm surprised they didn't mention the fact that it's flexible. That would seem to also...
My go-to thing is that this is the phone. If you like sitting on your phone often,
right.
This is the phone
it's already
that
curved like
embraces
your butt, so it has
being
to
in your
bend
back
less,
pocket.
and then when it does, it
Right.
does.
Right.
Yeah, so that's good. All right, so G Flex 2, it's a 5.5 inch. It's right there in the general sweet spot of the larger phones, but not a phablet. Not by most people's definition.
Also, not to be outdone, the self-healing back is another big thing.
Right.
It's got that skin on the back that if you just scuff out the scratches, it magically heals.
Just go away.
Heals itself.
They said it goes away before your eyes. Now, I think we had the most fun with the washing machine.
Yeah, that was a surprise. People don't expect to get excited about washing machines or door-in-door French door refrigerators, but that washing machine was pretty interesting. It has that lower drawer for... the guy kind of creeped me out every time I said intimates, but yeah, it's the laundry drawer.
Just throw them away and buy new intimates.
The underwear wash,
Yeah, so this is kind of like a pedestal that goes underneath their full-size washer, and then you pull this tray out, and it's a sky-facing washer tub. So you lift up a hood on the thing, drop your clothes in, put it down for small washing loads, and the big boy is still up on top. Interestingly, they mentioned you can add this to... I guess, more recent LG washers as sort of an add-on module.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not going to work with other LG or other non-LG appliances, but I don't think it'll work on its own either, which is interesting. So you can't just buy the mini washer. Sounds like it has to be tucked into the big washer, which means
apartment washer, right? Or
right, be a great
people who only just wear underwear around their house.
Exactly. Or just for intimates.
Right.
It's perfect. Wasn't that part of Silence of the Lambs or something? I don't know. Now they also talked about their TV technology. They have a big bet on OLED.
Yeah, well, they're one of the few people who can really make a large-size OLED screen.
Yeah.
That's what our editor, David Kastmeyer, was saying.
65 and 77 inch. And these are not cheap yet. We're still well into the several $1,000s on these, so no one's calling these mainstream yet.
No, there's no actual pricing on these models they announced. They're ranging from like 55 up to like 70 plus. inch OLED screens.
Yeah.
But just the fact that we're talking about a 70-plus OLED screen is a great thing. Like, that was not the case a few years ago. That
Right.
technology could not scale.
You could not make them bigger than about 12 or 14 inches.
Yeah.
The yields just weren't there. Now, they're able to make them if you have the money, and they're also talking about them being curved and flexible. We still don't get the curved, and we really don't get the flexible.
Yeah, but there was going to be the button option. That same thing with it.
The wings
You
from
can hit the
last
button, and the screen will
Which
inch
gets
toward
you to curve, but the problem is we don't think the curve makes any sense.
No.
So why would I ever hit the button?
That's the rich guy button. That's
Yeah.
like showing
Look what
off
I
the
got.
TV. Yeah.
You can go the wings, and I got a curved TV.
But it is exciting. It's one I feel like for the past few years, David Kasmeyer, bless his heart, has been talking about how great the OLED picture quality is. Like,
Yeah.
absolute black background.
That's
There's
the key.
no light coming out
That's the
of
key.
the areas that are black on your screen, and the colors pop. The contrast is beautiful. But we just kept hearing more about thinner, cheaper LCD screens.
Yeah.
This is going to be maybe the year where OLED starts getting some real traction.
Yeah, OLED is a big deal. This is not a gimmick. It's not just for people that want to have that sort of last 5% of picture fidelity. It is an amazing breakthrough. We just need another couple of years, it looks like, to get the prices down. Okay, so that's the LG press conference. We're continuing a full day of live coverage of the major Make press conferences here at this sort of pre-opening day at CES 2015. Next up is going to be Sharp. Before we bring you to their conference live, we'll take a little break. Be back with you in a few moments. Brian Cooley, Donald Bell, live from CNET at CES 2015.
You're not going to believe this.
NCIS is now the most watched drama in the world.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Only one show rules with viewers.
Nice.
And only one agent makes the rules.
Well, I got some rules. Rule 38, your case, your lead. Rule 69, never trust a woman who doesn't trust her man. Rule number 8, never take anything for granted.
See for yourself why NCIS rules.
Rule number 11, when the job is done, walk away. Let's go home.
NCIS, CBS Tuesdays.
The Good Wife is hands down the most purely entertaining drama anywhere on TV.
Really? Yes.
CBS Sundays. Get hooked.
When I cheated, it didn't mean anything.
Well, then that was a waste. Because when I cheated, it did.
I don't want to be the enemy.
You're not the enemy. You're the devil. Good.
I am not worthy.
The Good Wife. CBS Sundays.
It's the show that can move you to tears.
Hey there, little girl.
Or tears of laughter.
Maybe I should help someone.
What's stopping you?
To be honest, a complete lack of compassion.
And now you can find TV's funniest moms on Thursdays.
I wanted to talk about me, and I thought I'd come off better if I pretended to be interested in you.
Emmy winner Allison Janney and Anna Faris star.
Roscoe, lunch! I'm not hungry.
Grandma's making it.
Okay.
Mom, CBS Thursdays.
Okay, we're back with our live coverage of the press conferences here. This is press conference day. Press day. This is the Monday before the formal opening of the Consumer Electronics Show. I'm Brian Cooley, Donald Bell, back with you again. Feeling good about it, too.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, that's right.
TVs. We're going to go into some more TVs, probably.
A bunch of TVs from Sharp, which is kind of their main thing now. The thing with Sharp is they are Shall we say among the former three, Sony, Panasonic, and Sharp are three companies everyone watches to see if they can get their mojo back that they enjoyed for decades, especially as TV makers. But they've been surpassed by either new lower-end brands coming in from China like TCL and Hisense and Haier, or of course the juggernaut that Samsung has become.
True, yeah, and we've just seen a bunch of OLED TVs from LG. I don't think we're going to see that same technology necessarily from Sharp. We're probably going to be seeing another doubling down on 4K, more 4K TVs, something that's going to make them sparkle even more and really give people a reason to buy them.
Yeah, Sharp's an interesting one to watch because they're kind of in a tough position. I mean, their brand has faded a lot, as I mentioned, and so they're trying to figure out what can make them stand out as opposed to being what is basically now a legacy premium brand. There was a time in the early era of the flat-screen HD TVs, which is probably almost 10 years ago now, that those really started to just barely show up. Sharp was hot. I mean, they made the really top-end TVs.
The Aquos, right? Or
yes, Aquos was a great line for them.
Yeah.
And it was huge hit. Everyone had Aquos on their lips. And Hitachi was big then. Oh. You don't buy Hitachi TVs that much anymore.
Not so much, no.
You know, Panasonic's bailed out on plasma, as we know, so that was their, that was CNET reviewers' favorite TV for years was a Panasonic plasma.
And I neglected to mention, and we were wrapping up LG, about how they also showed off their 8K capable
LG
TV.
did, that's
You're
right.
And that'll be interesting to see if that phrase 8K becomes a trend of other TVs mentioned in this CES or even just this press day.
And even from Sharp could even be making an 8K thing to try and get out in front and have something new out there. I mean, 8K, there's not even, that I know of, any vaguely commercial content source for 8K right now. Not streaming, not disc, not cable, not satellite, nothing. I mean, 4K is hard enough.
It was also the first time I heard HDR mentioned in like a context for televisions too, like HDR content. That'd be high dynamic range filmed content.
Yeah,
that'd
that's
be available.
The idea is that they're going to have an HDR ability in those LGs that they talked about, and that is, of course, what gives you can at the same time show a deeper black and a brighter white all in the same scene, which is a real stretch for a TV or a screen of any kind, without one or the other going to mud if it's black or blowing out if it's white.
Right.
This is a big deal. People hear about this and kind of yawn a little bit. It's like, okay, whatever. It's a little better color, but that's what makes it look more realistic.
Yeah. But both of them are still going to be really focused on the content side. If it's something, if the new Game of Thrones season is going to be in HDR. 8K,
then HDR will ride the shoulders of great content.
Right.
But it's not going to make it on its own without great content, which brings us to another interesting thing. They also talked, and there was not a lot of details on this, on having Netflix recommended TVs. So an actual Netflix recommended sort of a badge program, if you will, like the Intel Inside sticker you'll see on a laptop or something, or a CNET Editor's Choice.
This TV gets the Netflixes. I'll buy this one.
And we're not sure how that would be anyhow better at streaming Netflix. Maybe it just is a Netflix way of saying this is a high-performance TV, a good quality that has good built-in networking and also good picture quality.
We also know, and Netflix is rolling out their own 4K content, right? So they might be really wanting to sponsor 4K capable televisions, which are going to be more or less all televisions going forward.
I think we're going to see here at the show this year is a lot of players from the streaming platforms to the content owners, to the TV makers, everyone in between is really going to come together and say, look, we need to get behind 4K in a concerted way, partly, not exactly, but partly to make sure it doesn't become the next 3D.
Yeah.
It's a different story. I mean, 3D was always a bit of a gimmick, to be honest, and 4K you can make a lot more content out of catalog content, which 3D you really couldn't.
Good morning.
But now let's go to the Sharp press conference to see what they have to say about a whole variety of things along these lines.
I'm going to be your host for this morning's press conference. The technologies you will see shortly and at our booth will power the next generation of smartphones, tablets, in-car displays, and of course televisions. Because Sharp is unique in its approach to inventing new technologies, we create first-of-a-kind products that others try to duplicate. To start us off with what's new from Sharp in 2015, please welcome the president of Sharp Electronics Corporation, Mr. Toshio Sawa.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us. Sharp's founder, Tokuji Hayakawa's goal was to make products that other companies want to imitate. Sharp continues his vision through invention and innovation that improves lives every day. LCD displays, which Sharp was the first to commercialize, are a great example. Everyone in this room has at least one in their pocket, briefcase, or box. We are proud of this impact we have had on society. This week, we will showcase 4 breakthroughs that will define the next generation of displays. First, we will demonstrate displays with resolution in 4K, Ultra HD, and beyond. You will see the highest resolution TV in the industry, as well as 8K technology. Sharp has always been a leader in resolution. In fact, we were the first company to launch a full HD 1080p TV. As we continue to push the boundaries of resolution, it is my pleasure to introduce you to Sharp's expanded 2015 4K Ultra HD TV lineup. We will focus on this beautiful 4K television a bit later. In a second breakthrough, we will demonstrate a tablet that utilizes our joint work with Qualcomm's Pictronics subsidiary to develop and commercialize MEMS IGZO displays. This combination of cutting-edge technologies provides amazing picture quality, a pinpoint touchscreen performance, and a low power consumption, even in the most demanding outdoor environments. Third, we are breaking from convention with never-before-seen shapes for LCD displays. In a B2B world, you will see a unique display that wraps around the pillars, providing ability to reach consumers in places that had not been possible. Our groundbreaking freeform display removes the limitations of rectangular displays. This will change industries from automotive to mobile to wearables. And we are pushing the boundaries with the displays that have no visible frame. Fourth, we offer displays in more screen sizes than anyone else, from the 5-inch LCD in an aqueous crystal form to the world's largest 4K UHD commercial display at 120-inch. Sharp has a screen to meet any demand. In 2015, Sharp will continue to invest, imagine, and invent. We pride ourselves on an industry-leading R&D network that spans the globe. To talk more about innovation, please welcome the President and CEO of Sharp Laboratories of America, Dr. Larry Meixner.
Good morning, everyone. As you walk the CES convention floor this week, you're going to hear a lot of people say things like groundbreaking, one of a kind, and revolutionary. But the reality is that not that many products actually live up to that kind of hype. So I'd like to start with a question. Where do truly groundbreaking products come from? At Sharp, we believe they come from an intersection of 3 elements. First, great products fulfill a true market need, sometimes uncovering a latent need that people didn't even know they had yet. Second, great products exhibit beautiful and purposeful design that allows them to do more for people than simply carry out some function. And finally, great products come from technology. Killer products happen when a new technology enables something that was never before possible. Sharp has long excelled at creating new technologies that change industries and improve people's lives. To illustrate that, let me share a little history. IEEE, the world's largest professional technology association, has officially designated about 150 milestones that represent the most important and influential technology innovations in history. You may be familiar with a couple of the earliest milestones: Ben Franklin's work on electricity and Volta's development of the first battery. So, how many companies in the world would you guess currently hold 3 or more IEEE milestones? There are only 4 companies worldwide, and Sharp is proud to be one of them. One of these milestones is the LCD TV. As Mr. Osawa mentioned, Sharp was at the center of this technology revolution, which forever transformed the TV and the display industry itself. And now, a quarter century later, here in Las Vegas, we see Sharp's innovation prominently reflected in the booths of countless companies at CES. But of course, no company can be satisfied with its past achievements. So Sharp's global research team never stops working to create the next generation of technology. For example, take a look around this room. Have you ever wondered why essentially every display you see today is rectangular? The basic reason is that the electronics that drive the display traditionally reside in the bezel. But from a design standpoint, what kind of crazy restriction is that every display in the world has to have the same shape? At Sharp, we weren't satisfied. This is the Sharp freeform display. It moves the control circuitry out of the bezel and into the individual pixels themselves. This gives designers the freedom to integrate displays of virtually any shape into their products. Think about the impact this will have on automotive displays, which will start appearing in a wide range of novel shapes and configurations. Design constraints for smartphones, tablets, gaming devices, even wearables will be eliminated. The possibilities are endless. Freeform displays also use IGZO, which is a major step beyond the silicon used in traditional displays. IGZO is an oxide semiconductor that enables higher resolution, reduced power consumption, and better touch response. And IGZO is yet another enabling technology that Sharp is the first company in the world to successfully mass produce. To multiply the impact of innovations such as IGZO, Sharp is joining forces with other world-leading companies. For example, Sharp and Qualcomm, through its Pixtronics subsidiary, have combined IGZO with MEMS display technology. So, what is MEMS and why should you care about it? Well, MEMS stands for Micro Electromechanical Systems, and it opens up possibilities that even LCD can't achieve. This is because MEMS controls the light from each pixel in a fundamentally different way. Standard LCDs use a constant white backlight, but the backlight in our new MEMS display switches at high speed between red, green, and blue. The brightness of each primary color is controlled by a tiny mechanical shutter. That's the MEMS part, leading to a powerful and efficient direct emission display. The end result, extremely low power use for mobile devices, high resolution, great visibility even in bright sunlight, and the freedom to operate in extreme environments. This 7-inch Sharp tablet is the first product built on this new technology. You can see it up close at the Sharp booth this week. Sharp's partnership with Qualcomm also represents our commitment to open innovation. And so Sharp, the company that created the modern LCD industry, is building on the world's best technologies to enable the next generation of displays. To tell you more about how our teams are working together, it is my privilege to introduce the president of Qualcomm's Pixtronics subsidiary and senior vice president of Qualcomm's Technology Licensing Division, Dr. Greg Heinzinger.
Well, I'm glad to be here today as we believe our relationship with Sharp is a good one, and it represents the way we like to collaborate with others. At Qualcomm, we invest upstream of the industry and invent advanced mobile technologies to enable new devices and enhance the ecosystem. We make these technologies available by transferring technology through the chipsets that we sell and by licensing. We believe that displays have become the primary user interface on the mobile devices, but they currently limit performance of what can be done. We believe that displays need vibrant colors supporting high-speed videos, that they work in a broader range of operating conditions, including extreme temperatures and bright outdoors, that they consume less power so devices can last all day long or even longer, and additionally that displays should adapt to the user's needs. Based on this shared vision, Sharp and Pixtronics have been working together to develop a new display technology called MEMS IGZO to address these market needs. This innovation is made possible by joining Sharp's LCD and IGZO manufacturing experience together with Pixtronics' shutter MEMS display technology and imaging algorithms. The combination of Sharp's expertise of bringing new display technologies to market combined with Qualcomm's expertise developing new enabling technologies has resulted in a great collaboration. Pixtronics has been working closely with Sharp since 2010, and in December 2012, we expanded our relationship to develop a high-quality, low-power MEMS display that incorporates IGZO technology. Now, 2 years later, I'm happy to report that we've made great strides in commercializing this technology, as you saw just a moment ago, because of the great teamwork between our two companies. Thank you for having us here today.
Thanks. Sharp's approach to innovation carries into our 2015 4K UHD TV lineup while offering superior picture quality, stunning design, and an ability to connect to all content and devices. The 4K market is growing rapidly, and by 2017, we expect that 4K will comprise approximately 2/3 of TV revenue sales. That's why Sharp is more than quadrupling the number of consumer-based Aquos 4K UHD TVs and offering 5 new screen sizes ranging from 43 inches to 80 inches. Along with these new 4K UHD TVs, we are introducing Smart Central 4.0. which allows you to browse and search channels across cable, satellite, and streaming services from a single screen. With Smart Central 4.0, we have incorporated our device control and setup into an easy-to-navigate menu and created personalized accounts for each family member, as well as the ability to use your tablet and smartphone to browse, search, and select content without interrupting what you're already watching. But that's only part of the story. I'm excited to announce that many of our newest 4K televisions will adopt the Android TV platform. Android TV opens the door to a truly smart experience and to the vast array and variety of TV-optimized apps available on Google Play. Sharp is pleased to be one of the first TV brands to adopt this platform and will be demonstrating Android TV at our booth on the show floor. Another new feature I'd like to highlight is the dual stand position on all of Sharp's 2015 4K TVs 70 inches and larger, making it easier to fit large screen TVs on most furniture. Consumers will have the option to attach the legs at the corners of the TV or closer to the center based on space available and their design preference. Now, we've teased you enough about these beautiful displays here on stage. Let's take a closer look at our 3 new lines of Aquos 4K UHD TVs. We'll start with the entry-level UB30 series. For the first time, Sharp will offer 4K TVs in 43, 50, 55, and 65-inch class screen sizes, with prices starting at around $750. This series, along with all of our other 4K UHD TVs in the 2015 lineup, come equipped with our proprietary Revelation upscaler to make HD content look better than ever. They feature our unique wallpaper mode that enables the TV to become the largest digital picture frame in the home. And they're loaded with all the latest specs, including a quad-core processor, HDMI 2.0, HEVC, and, for the first time, VP9 for 4K streaming. VP9 is a new codec adopted by Google that allows native 4K video streaming from YouTube. Our second step-up UE30 series, shown on the center shelf, includes 3 screen sizes pioneered by Sharp. For the first time in 80-inch 4K UHD TV, 70-inch and 60-inch screen sizes will comprise this series. The UE30 series adds step-up features such as Smart Central 4.0 on the Android TV platform, AquaMotion 480, and Sharp's Aqua Dimming technology, which individually controls each pixel to reveal more detail in dark scenes. Our flagship UH30, shown on the top shelf, is available in both 70 and 80-inch class screen sizes, and this series is built for the picture quality enthusiast. This series is expected to feature THX 4K certification. To earn this stamp of approval, the UH30 TVs will have passed more than 400 picture quality tests to ensure that the scene is exactly as the director intended. The UH30 series features Sharp's Spectros rich color display, which, similar to quantum dot technology, provides a greater than 20% wider color gamut and increased color intensity than traditional LCD TVs for absolutely lush greens, rich reds, and deep blues for a spectacular picture. The TV series also includes AquaMotion 960, as well as a differentiated cosmetic appearance and secondary touchpad remote control. This is our core line of 4K Ultra HD TVs, 3 separate series and 7 screen sizes to offer consumers the perfect TV that fits their need and budget. But we're not done yet. Let's talk about an additional display innovation we are bringing to market in 2015. Sharp has always offered the finest picture quality. This year, we are going to introduce a product that also offers a breakthrough design. Introducing the incredibly beautiful and incredibly thin 70-inch Sharp Aquos Super Slim TV. By utilizing a highly light transmissive glass for the light guide plate, this TV offers a design less than half an inch in depth. That's almost as narrow as a smartphone. This truly beautiful TV will be incorporated into a brand new series available in late 2015. I focused this morning on our new 4K lineup and touting the benefits of incredible products. It's obvious that Sharp and the manufacturing community as a whole is strongly behind 4K. But filmmakers are just as excited because their creative vision can now be experienced on the home TV screen exactly as intended. We're honored to have with us this morning a distinguished director and cinematographer who has spent more than 2/3 of his life behind the camera. Feature films he has shot have earned a cumulative $4 billion worldwide. He's collaborated on 7 films with director Christopher Nolan, for which he received 4 Academy Award nominations and winning Best Cinematography for Inception in 2011. His credits include Memento, Insomnia, The Dark Knight, Moneyball, and Transcendence, to name a few. Please welcome the Academy Award-winning filmmaker, Wally Pfister.
Thank you, Jim. I've had a lot of different job titles over the years: news cameraman, documentary filmmaker, camera operator, cinematographer, and more recently, director. But my love of cinematography as an art form, as a storytelling tool, has never strayed from what's always been of great importance to me. In narrative film, once the story is written, actors are in place, shots are designed, and the lighting is completed, the technical focus then shifts to capturing the image. In this, we must respect the importance and the power of how we create this image, and subsequently how we display it in the best possible clarity and resolution. Time and time again, I've been asked and even challenged in regard to my views on the importance of image resolution and quality. How important is this to an audience? Can they see the difference between 2K and 4K, or 4K and 8K? Are the differences so subtle that they don't really matter? Some argue that a consumer will accept whatever they are given. But as a professional, I refuse to accept that. It's not only an obligation, but it's an essential part of my job to put the best image quality possible on the screen. The subtleties in photography are of great importance, and I firmly believe that they affect the viewer. If we consider directors and cinematographers as chefs, then these subtleties are our seasoning. The taste is okay without them. You might never know what you've missed, but I guarantee you'll appreciate the experience more when that added enhancement is there. In imagery, that seasoning is experienced in the shadows and the highlights, the sharpness of the resolution, the little improvements that simply make it better. These subtleties, captured in the highest resolution, are only as good as the care and quality in which they are displayed on the screen. Projection in theaters has come a long way and is still of great importance to me. However, as we view more and more content at home, I see no reason why this experience should be compromised. To see technology advance beyond high definition in home display is incredibly exciting to me. I've been longing for a display that not only faithfully represents but showcases these artistic choices in home screen. Yesterday, I had my first look at Sharp's new 4K technology. I must say I was blown away by Sharp's Beyond 4K TV. The resolution, clarity, and contrast is stunning. Sharp has clearly taken their dedication to the quality of the image to the highest level in a consumer product. As a filmmaker, I feel that that high standard that we care so deeply about is finally being shown its due respect in the living room and the home theater. For that, I thank Sharp and their innovative engineers.
Thanks, Wally. You've had an incredible first act as a cinematographer. I look forward to seeing what you do as a director for your second act.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it.
Thank you again. We have one more product surprise to reveal this morning. Lifelike picture quality that's like looking through a window. That is the ultimate goal Sharp strives for in developing the technologies that power our TVs. A recent study by Japan's leading broadcaster NHK revealed that as images approach 8K resolution, it becomes nearly impossible for the human eye to discern the difference between the image and reality. We will bring the viewing experience closer to reality in 2015 by introducing the highest resolution television available. We call it Beyond 4K. There are three things that set this groundbreaking 80-inch television apart: resolution, color, and contrast. Let's start with resolution. For the first time, Sharp is applying its proprietary Quadron technology to a 4K panel. Quadron, which adds a yellow subpixel to the standard red, green, and blue subpixel structure, delivers 1 billion more shades of color. In addition, we're adding our exclusive pixel splitting technology to create 66 million independently controlled subpixels. That's 42 million more than standard 4K. With more subpixels, this TV delivers 167% greater resolution than traditional 4K UHD and begins to approach 8K resolution. We've also created the next generation of Sharp's Revelation Upscaler, which upconverts all content to take advantage of this extra resolution. The second distinguishing characteristic is color. This television displays more color than Aquos has previously shown. It is our very best. It accomplishes this by combining two technologies we've already discussed this morning, Quadron and Spectros rich color display. The combination of these two technologies enables the TV to display over 100% of the Digital Cinema Initiative color space, which is a Hollywood standard adopted by the top 6 movie studios that ensures a uniform and high level of technical performance, reliability, and quality control. And finally, the third distinguishing characteristic is contrast. Using a full array backlit LED panel, local dimming, and newly developed high dynamic range technology, this TV provides extremely deep blacks and the whitest whites. To sum it up, this television will offer the best viewing experience commercially available in 2015. So there you have it. Resolution, size, and form. In every way possible, Sharp is reimagining the display using technologies that only Sharp can offer. We invite you to come visit us on the show floor and see how Sharp displays are creating new possibilities for every screen. Thank you for attending this morning, and have a great show.
Okay, hot now. Woo! Get my mic on. Feeling good now.
There's a lot of TVs.
A lot of TVs.
No washing machines.
All right, so no washers this time. Sharp's very panel and display focused.
Sure.
So I think the most interesting thing they showed, and they barely showed it, was this idea of a free-form display.
Oh yeah, well that seemed to touch on your, car tech.
Very automotive, but it could be used for a number of products. So the idea today is every display either as a rectangular or square, a cornered shape, or if it doesn't, it just means they threw a bezel over it to hide a bunch of it. But displays are all basically cornered when they're made. This one, they say, they've moved all the driver guts, the parts that drive the pixels, offshore to another location, so now the panel lives on its own, and they can grow and cut it in whatever shape they want. That's never seen that before.
Yeah, but it's one of those, we've made it, now use it
Now use it. Oh yeah, because Sharp has this whole, they have this whole sort of supplier flavor to them.
Right.
Because they do build a lot of parts that other companies use to make products, so they do end up being a little bit sort of top of the food chain with some of their announcements.
Yeah, the other one was the the MEMS controlled technology for their tablet that they showed. Here's the first tablet to show off this. It was like a nanotechnology that used little shutters on the pixels.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Coming from a company that has no stake in the tablet market, right. But they're not productizing.
We may see that someday soon.
Yeah, but that's kind of a supplier sort of an announcement. Now, in terms of finished goods, they had a lot of TVs.
Yeah, I mean the big hero TV was this. Ultra 4K, Ultra HD 4K, better than 4K.
But not quite 8K.
But let's not call it 8K.
That was interesting.
There's Quadron subpixels in there that split the existing 4K pixels into subpixels, like 4 subpixels.
They add yellow. So you've got red, green, blue, like all TVs. They add yellow, which they've been doing for a number of years. That's the Quatron stuff. And they divide all this up in individual pixels. And as a result, they say they're getting 167% better resolution than other 4K TVs. And if that's true, it's a big jump.
It's tough. I mean, they're able to control the image that much better, but they're still not dealing with an 8K image up front.
Right.
To present
There's
to you.
no 8K content. There's barely any 4K content right now, although there will be.
It seemed like coming right after the OLED discussion we had with LG. Like Sharp has a lot of band-aids to put on that problem of contrast, of resolution, and maybe it's amazing, but it's like this is taking LCD technology as far as it's going to get, or maybe not. But I mean, this is them really trying to push that
the 4K thing and kind of spinning it their own way. My concern is that by announcing they're better than 4K, but still 4K, essentially TV, that they've got a little bit of a soft announcement there. It basically gets categorized as a 4K TV in most people's minds and kind of scuttled aside, while 8K is going to get headlines around it.
Yeah, I know. But the other TVs they announced are, I think this is the other hidden announcement here, is that there are some affordable 4K TVs coming from Sharp.
$750 for a 4K, I think that's the 43-inch.
Yeah, exactly. That's at a size that 4K is going to be meaningless, probably.
That's the odd part. It's like, get a 4K at a size that 4K doesn't matter, and we'll give you a great price.
Right. The 70-inch, Castmeyer's got a piece up here on CNET, go around for $3,200.
All right, that's probably list.
Yeah.
So, street that out somewhere in the high twos. That's not. Now we're getting into the realm where people who are really into video are certainly willing to spend that much money for a TV.
Yeah.
So at least they're getting into the reality there. They also have announced that they are adopting Android TV in a number of their televisions, their 4K televisions, which is, of course, the ability. This is the relaunch of Google TV, which went nowhere. Android TV is going to say, look, go to use our Android services in the Google Play Store to find streaming apps and gaming apps, and use those to power the content on your TV in an environment you already use if you're an Android user, and use Google Voice to search and find either programs you want to watch or anything else to drive the TV.
Well, there's also a short mention of VP9 support for the YouTube adopted 4K streaming
That's the
format.
4K codec that Google uses. As far as I know, the trend tends to be more broadly toward H.265 or HEVC, which is the same thing, and that's the competing codec. So the question is, do we have a codec battle here, or does it not matter because all the devices, like these TVs, will support both? They didn't mention H.265, but that might be a press release permission thing with their partner. But they did mention VP9, which I believe has been very much a dark horse to compress 4K and have it take up as little as 20% more space than 2K.
Well, the good news for them is that they're probably getting some Google love with both the Google TV support.
So Android TV is alive, but in a dark horse brand.
We shall not call it Android TV from here
on
out. No,
right? Yeah. Google TV, Android TV, yes.
Yeah.
And then they had a super slim TV, which was interesting. They said that this was a 1/2 inch. Under 1/2 inch technology front to back, which on a large TV looks even thinner. Because the bigger your surface area, the same thickness looks amazingly thin in proportion. So that's got to be impressive. The question is, I saw on the back of it, the guts are in a box. Right? So it really looks like about 1.5 inch TV, effectively.
When you're still mounting, if you're mounting it on your wall, it's still sticking out.
It's still sticking out an inch or two, exactly. Plus the mounts haven't gotten a whole lot slimmer. Right. So you're still this thing floating out in space. But anyway, that's the latest they have on getting thinner. And they also talked about HDR, which is turning out to be a thing.
On their flagship one, on that more HD than HD.
The better than 4K.
Better than 4K TV. Yeah. So that's a thing. It's.
I think we can pronounce it. It's a thing.
It's going to be. We can trend spot.
We can trend spot
CES
that damn thing.
2015.
Right. And by the way, a small thing, but it's interesting to a lot of people that are out there. They are still building in cable box control into their TVs, where most everyone else has given up on, but they still have the ability to control cable signals from pay TV providers in many of their sets. If you're interested in that, a lot of people ask about that, and they still seem to believe in doing that in the TV. Okay, so that is 2 down.
Yeah.
17 to go.
We got a while to go.
Yes, we do. This is CNET coverage live from CES, International CES, I should say, 2015. We are here on kind of a pre-show day. The show opens formally tomorrow. But myself, Brian Cooley, and Donald Bell are bringing you the major company press conferences all day here live on CNET. And we're going to be coming back with... Panasonic. Excellent. Good guess. After we come back with more live coverage from International CES 2015.
CBS Tuesdays.
Tell me something interesting.
The city is one of a kind.
You've never seen anything like it.
The team is one for all.
Home isn't the place, it's the people. We're all one big family.
And NCIS New Orleans is one to watch.
Exactly. Really?
See why the bad guys are running.
Looks like it's gonna be a long night. Turn this place inside out.
The good times are rolling.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
And millions of viewers are watching.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
That's what I'm talking about.
NCIS New Orleans, CBS Tuesdays.
Hi, I'm Matthew Perry, and this is Thomas Lennon. We're the stars of the new CBS comedy, The Odd Couple.
In it, we play two cops. One's by the book, the other's a bit of a loose cannon.
No, we play two guys who share an apartment.
And a dark secret that could spell the end of all mankind. When the chips are down, you can count on Bruce Odd and Roger Couple.
Get out.
Okay.
The Odd Couple.
I don't know where I am. Matthew?
Coming to CBS.
Matthew?
Finch, Reese, Shaw. They can see trouble coming.
Anything you would ever want to know about a person, and more.
It could be a killer.
Heard you might need a hand.
What is it you really do again?
I help people.
It could be a victim.
You don't have to be afraid anymore.
But it's always a person of interest.
You're someone the world can't afford to lose.
Thank you for everything. Saving the world from bad guys.
Girl after my own heart.
Don't miss the hit drama, CBS Tuesdays.
Thank you, guys. I'm no good at these things.
You're good at everything.
Our loss, Battle Creek's gain.
From your demeanor and cheekbones, I'm guessing that you're Milt.
These guys were cooking meth or PCP.
2CP.
What's 2CP?
It's new. You have to be strong.
Give it a rest. Our kid's a drug dealer.
When you prick him, does he not bleed?
Did not just say that.
I work crimes that start online and play out in the real world.
In the world of cybercrime, it takes the best
I'm Special Agent Avery Ryan.
to catch the worst.
Is that a 45? I've had bigger guns pointed at my face. He's gonna crash a subway train. He's taking control. Let's move! I need you to get me into the deep web.
Like the way you roll.
Wake up, soldier boy. Duty calls.
What do you got?
Our move.
CSI Cyber, coming in March.
Live coverage of CES 2015. I'm Brian Cooley with Donald Bell. Now, coming up top of the hour, we have Panasonic's press conference. We have a whole day of press conferences here today. Followed by that will be Dish Network, Qualcomm, who we just got a little taste of as part of the Sharp announcement. They jumped on board with them. Toyota one of about 6 car makers that are here in big force at CES, and that's just the first half of our day.
And in reality, CNET CES coverage started on the ground here in Las Vegas over the weekend when 86 CNET journalists hit the ground running. Let's take a look at some of the products we've seen so far, beginning with a workout chair for couch potatoes.
They say you can't work yourself out of a bad diet, but with the Tao chair, you can work out while eating a bad diet. And it's based around isometric movements, so you're not doing reps or anything like that. You can really feel it working like your core. I can feel it working my lats right now. I can feel it working my biceps. And you can push as well, get some forearm action in there, get some more core action in there. You can also work legs too. You can put I have giant legs, but I can get them under there a little bit. Get my legs under there and kind of lift my legs up and kind of lift up. It's really kind of awkward, maybe a little bit offensive, I don't know. But, you know, I am feeling it in my thighs right now. I'm feeling it in my quads, feeling it in my core a little bit. You also have this LCD screen right here, tracks your calories burned per session, you know, when you're watching a game or watching a movie or something like that. Also tracks the calories burned since you've had the chair from the beginning. I have 20 calories burned so far. Now, if I can just hold this for an hour, I'll be in a good position. Tao is planning to have the chair available by holiday 2015. There's no pricing yet, but hopefully they get it out in time for the next Super Bowl. All right, let me get some isometric holds in.
Welcome to the show floor of CES Unveiled 2015, and welcome to the ThinkWord F750 dash cam. Now, dash cams have been popular in Europe for a long time now, particularly in Russia, where the streets can be a little bit wild. They're just starting to come into the US, and this one is pretty advanced. Now, all right to SD cards, most dash cams do. This one actually has built-in memory too, so if your SD card fails, it'll make sure that it has recording of any accident, which you can then use to prove your case in insurance companies. It also has GPS built in, so you can capture more information about those accidents. And it can also track things like speed cameras and speed traps and give you warnings about those. Other things it's got are lane departure warning system and a crash warning system as well. It'll actually be looking forward to see cars ahead of you, any obstacles coming up. It'll chime and let you know if you're wandering away from the lane where you should be staying in. It's also got Wi-Fi built in, so even though the camera doesn't have a display, you can actually pair it up with an Android device and get live streaming video directly from the dash cam into your dashboard, onto your phone, onto a tablet, so your kids in the back seat can be really authoritative backseat drivers. Now, the F750 dash cam is going to be available here in the US in February. Pricing, $299.
Hands-free technology for smartphones is getting better all the time, and on the ZTE Star 2, it's one of the most complete packages I've seen using this sort of technology. The main gist of it is that it's always listening for your voice command. So after either saying your passphrase for the phone or pressing and holding the home button, you can give your voice command. You can do anything from open and close apps to turn on Wi-Fi, turn off Wi-Fi, take a picture, and even turn off the flash or switch the camera from the rear to the front. While there are other phones that do have voice controls that are also always listening, this one includes a system-wide capability that's really nice. Another thing I really like is that when you hold the phone up to your ear, it will ask you who you want to call. So that's an automatic gesture. Another bonus is that when you're unlocking the phone with a voice command, it's not just listening for the passphrase, it's listening for your actual voice. So that if somebody else comes along and they want to use your passcode to break into your phone, they won't be able to. As for the other specs, you've got a 5-inch 1080p display on a phone that is really thin. It's 6.9 millimeters, really nice looking, extremely light. I wasn't even sure the battery was in here, but it is because it's embedded. We've got aluminum on the sides. This black part here is metal, even though it doesn't look it, and some silvery trim here on the accents. And we also have glass on both the front and the back, giving it a little bit more of a premium feel. In terms of other specs, we've got a 5-megapixel wide-angle camera that is complemented by a 13-megapixel camera on the back and dual LED flash. 16 gigabytes of memory on here with room for expandable storage, 2 gigabytes of RAM, and for the all-important processor, we're looking at a 2.3 gigahertz quad-core Qualcomm Snapdragon 801 chipset on here. So it isn't the most advanced. We're looking forward to 810, but it is really fast and performance should be very good. The ZTE Star 2 was announced for China in December, but it will be coming out to other global markets. We just don't know which ones yet. I'm Jessica Dalcourt for CNET, taking a first look at this phone here at CES 2015 in Las Vegas. You can find out much more about the ZTE Star 2 at CNET.com.
Hi, I'm Lexi Savides from CES 2015. If you're a parent or you have kids in the house and you're out of the house a lot of the time, then this might be a device that you're definitely going to be interested in. It's called the Tri-B, and it is a VoIP or voice over IP telephone that, as you can see, sticks to your fridge. Now, it is a rubberized finish. It has a battery life of around about 1 month, so you won't need to worry about charging it a lot. And you can make calls using a couple of preset dials here, so you can just call mum, dad, grandma, grandpa, whoever you want, or you can dial in using a smartphone app. The other thing you can do is also send messages, and they'll come up right here on the e-ink screen. Picture messages you can draw from the app itself, and they'll be displayed up here. Things like, say, you want to bring home, some extra milk or something like that. You can tell the kids that it's coming home, or anyone else who's in the house through that particular screen. It's going to be available for $199 in the US and Europe from summer 2015. If you want to check out more about the Tri-B, head over to the CES coverage on CNET.
I'm Scott Stein here in Las Vegas, and Withings announced the Activité, which is a slightly smarter watch that also tracked fitness. It came out last year in about December, and now the Withings Activité Pop is here, and it's available now. It's $150, which is a lot less than the $450 Activité. How did they pull that off? It's still got the same stealth fitness features that were in the Activité. It's water resistant, you can swim with it, it tracks steps, it syncs with Bluetooth, it's even got a little vibrating alarm. And it all syncs with an iPhone and Android to come. Now, this one doesn't have a sapphire crystal on top, and it comes with a plastic band instead of leather, but other than that, it really looks the part, and it comes in 3 different colors. I've got the original Activité here on my wrist, and the Pop looks close enough that you're getting a really nice looking watch for not that much money. Stealth fitness trackers and stealth smartwatches and devices that look like normal devices and are a little bit smarter feels like a growing trend here and at CES and elsewhere. We'll have to see how many other devices are secretly smart under the surface. I'm Scott Stein, and that's the Withings Activité Pop here in Las Vegas.
Smartphones, smart watches, smart glasses, it's time at last for the smart headphones. I'm Luke Westaway for CNET here at CES 2015, taking a look at the Parrot Zik Sport headphones. So at first glance, these headphones may look a little bit ordinary. They've got Bluetooth 4.0, which is nice, and they've got these little contact pads here so that they grip your head a little more tightly. However, they get a lot more clever when you introduce this app. Now, from this app, you can do some pretty neat stuff. For instance, you can actually adjust the noise cancellation on these headphones. They monitor your heart rate as well, measuring your heart rate through your ear. And there are a bunch of metrics on board for runners, for example, the ground contact time while you're running. They're coming out this year, but there's no word yet on pricing, so stay tuned for that. And for much, much more, go to cnet.com/CES.
Hands-free technology for smartphones is getting better all the time, and on the ZTE Star 2, it's one of the most complete packages I've seen using this sort of technology. The main gist of it is that it's always listening for your voice command. So after either saying your passphrase for the phone or pressing and holding the home button, you can give your voice command. You can do anything from open and close apps to turn on Wi-Fi, turn off Wi-Fi, take a picture, and even turn off the flash or switch the camera from the rear to the front. While there are other phones that do have voice controls that are also always listening, this one includes a system-wide capability that's really nice. Another thing I really like is that when you hold the phone up to your ear, it will ask you who you want to call. So that's an automatic gesture. Another bonus is that when you're unlocking the phone with a voice command, it's not just listening for the passphrase, it's listening for your actual voice. So that if somebody else comes along and they want to use your passcode to break into your phone, they won't be able to. As for the other specs, you've got a 5-inch 1080p display on a phone that is really thin. It's 6.9 millimeters, really nice looking, extremely light. I wasn't even sure the battery was in here, but it is because it's embedded. We've got aluminum on the sides. This black part here is metal, even though it doesn't look it, and some silvery trim here on the accents. And we also have glass on both the front and the back, giving it a little bit more of a premium feel. In terms of other specs, we've got a 5-megapixel wide-angle camera that is complemented by a 13-megapixel camera on the back and dual LED flash. 16 gigabytes of memory on here with room for expandable storage, 2 gigabytes of RAM, and for the all-important processor, we're looking at a 2.3 gigahertz quad-core Qualcomm Snapdragon 801 chipset on here. So it isn't the most advanced. We're looking forward to 810, but it is really fast and performance should be very good. The ZTE Star 2 was announced for China in December, but it will be coming out to other global markets. We just don't know which ones yet. I'm Jessica Dalcourt for CNET, taking a first look at this phone here at CES 2015 in Las Vegas. You can find out much more about the ZTE Star 2 at CNET.com.
Acer has some new ways to control games and multimedia. I'm Dan Ackerman at CES 2015, and this is the Acer Aspire V Nitro 17, a new addition to the Nitro line of gaming laptops from Acer. This is a new 17 that keeps the NVIDIA 860M graphics of the previous version and that 4th generation Core i series CPU, but adds something that we're starting to see in only a handful of high-end laptops, and that is Intel's RealSense camera technology, and that is a more advanced webcam kind of array that sits up here at the top of the screen, and you can use that to use hand gestures to control a lot of things within the system, whether it's multimedia playback or navigation. And of course there are a bunch of apps like simple games where you can use, again, hand gestures to control things. It's not quite advanced enough to use in what you consider real PC games, but it's an interesting first step because people have tried to do this for years and they've never quite come up with a gesture control camera system for laptops that has really worked. But so far, the stuff we've seen from RealSense from Intel at least seems very promising. Now, the one thing that we're not getting here that I'd like to see is the newest generation of Intel CPUs. That's the 5th generation, also known as the codename Broadwell. For now, this guy is sticking with the previous generation of chips. It's going to be out at the end of January, and this fairly expensive configuration here in the US will cost $39.95. I'm Dan Ackerman at CES 2015, and that's the Acer Aspire V Nitro 17.
Okay, we're back with our live coverage at CES 2015. I'm Brian Cooley with Donald Bell. Coming up on number 3, Panasonic, top of the hour. So we've just got about 2-3 minutes to go. Now we expect from them, of course, another big push on 4K.
TVs, 4K.
No two ways around it.
No, but still, LG's got that OLED, right? Yep. I don't know if Sharp got close to the almost saying 8K.
Yeah, with their pseudo 8K.
Right, they're more than 4K.
What Panasonic has to explain is what's going to take the role of what used to be their best product, in our opinion, their plasma line. So they're going to be coming in there and saying, look, we've got something better, and that's why we got away from that technology.
Last year was the year where they're trying to get by without saying anything about plasma.
Exactly.
Their tongue was a little tied.
This year, they need something to actually put in that gap and untie that tongue. Yeah. So we'll be looking for that. Now, Panasonic's a very wide-ranging maker. You've been seeing apparently some Techniques audio refresh.
It's been a while since I've hit the Panasonic website, I have to admit. But yeah, I forgot they own Techniques. They're going to do some nice view metered, high-end audio equipment. It may already be out. I just was having fun.
It's a great audio brand. I mean, for them to redouble on that wouldn't surprise me.
This could be nothing but turntables. We heard they're back.
Right.
We're
the Donald Bell signature model. Each one handmade at his desk. I want to diverge for a minute. I want you to go to just understand, if you ever come by CNET, make sure you go by Donald Bell's desk, where the only desk in the entire facility, I think, where breadboarding is being done.
Soldering iron holes are
Soldering
being
iron.
left
Yeah, there are
behind,
burns on his desk from his
I haven't
soldering
burned the
iron.
place down yet.
Yeah. No, not yet.
Turntable repair, though, I haven't tried that.
They're easy. Just put a new belt on. It's always a belt. Yeah. All right. So Panasonic's coming up, and then
it could be microwaves from Panasonic.
It could be.
Right? They make a whole bunch of stuff.
I hope not.
Yeah.
There's only so much you can do with a microwave. I know it'll be connected. Let me guess.
It'll be the French door, indoor, double door.
How many doors did that LG fridge have?
You had 6, I think, because you were going inside them, and then there was extra
doors
ones
inside
and then,
the doors.
It's like Inception at that point. I don't know. You're just getting
or
turned
Groundhog
around.
Day, or
Right.
both, or weird. Yeah, it just keeps opening. All right, so we'll be going to Panasonic here momentarily. We don't have a whole lot of advance word of what they're going to be bringing out.
It could be great. It's a blank slate.
Yeah, it kind of is. This is not one where they've leaked a whole lot, which may mean they just have evolutionary announcements, or they may have something really fresh and interesting for us. Now, Panasonic is interesting because we know them as a consumer company, all of us here, and that's what we mostly cover here at CNET, but they also are very big in the industrial sectors, as they call. So, for example, you may hear about their retail signage technology. They want to roll out 4K as a new way to do very effective signage in retail stores, malls, sports stadia, things like that. That's an interesting business, and we all will encounter those. Another big area for theirs is automotive. They make a huge amount of the guts inside of today's connected cars. You'll never know it's Panasonic. They also have a big push into head-up displays, which they want to become ubiquitous in cars in the next couple of model years.
Do they do any of those floppy fan guys? You see it like used car lots? Those little dancing guys?
The fan with the guy flopping around. I wonder if those are Panasonic powered.
You
never really know until you take them apart.
Yeah.
Huh.
Now that would be a great press
This is where
conference.
great content is born, right here on the CES stage, as we come back from weeks of drunkenness and the holidays and try to clear our minds. And this is the outcome.
The Zen stage, right?
It's
here.
not good.
It's just all coming out unfiltered.
It's not good. We have an afternoon set of press conferences as well. We've got a handful in the morning, handful in the afternoon. Yeah, who's next after this, by the way?
I feel like it's Qualcomm. I could be
next?
wrong.
Is that right, Bonnie? Bonnie's the director. Dish will be after Panasonic. Qualcomm, Toyota, we go automotive, Sammy, Volkswagen, ZTE, Sony. Yes, all nicely whispered in our ears. Okay. So we weren't just talking slowly for you. Don't be offended. We weren't, treating you like a moron. They're treating me like a moron. So I get read to very slowly. But that's fitting. So I'm okay with that. All right. Unveiled was last night was the big initial press event of CES, which is a thing called CES Unveiled, and that's where they get a whole variety of companies come together to literally have a quick little booth presentation of their technologies. In fact, if we can we take Donald's computer live on our show? We haven't done that yet so far in the cast. Let's see if we can pull that.
We can work on it.
Okay, so we're going to talk about a couple of things we saw there. Give me that flyer from DJI. We can put this up in front of the camera. You folks all know about the DJI Phantom quadricopters, and we've been big fans of them around the shop at CNET. But if you take a look at this, I'll put this up here in front of the cam there. This is called the Inspire 1. It's basically the gimbal guts of one of their DJI quadricopters, but it's handheld. Let me flip it around here and you can see the back of it. It's just a monopod that you carry around with a really sophisticated gimbal head. This is pretty cool. And it's got the camera on the top there, so you get all the super smart, sensitive stabilization of a gimbal, but not necessarily do you want to fly it all the time. Sometimes you want to have it as a great just handheld movable camera.
Right, so it's going to be able to stabilize no matter where you're taking it.
Exactly.
It'll level
it's
out.
a steady cam that doesn't require a steady cam.
And I'm seeing an image of it too, like it's got a little mount for your smartphone, so you can see the image that you're capturing larger.
Exactly. Your smartphone clips on it, and that becomes your viewfinder and your control panel as well, I believe, to start recording and such. So interesting product there in this world where we are kind of obsessed with recording in the field. This could be an interesting one. Okay, let's go now live to Panasonic with their press conference here at CES 2015.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Panasonic North America Chairman and CEO, Mr. Joe Taylor.
Happy New Year, and thanks for being here. I'm Joe Taylor, and I'm responsible for Panasonic's business in North America, including both our consumer and our B2B operations. Over the last few years, our organization has gone through many changes. So I'd like to take a minute or two to explain some of those new developments, including some fast-growing parts of our business that might surprise you. Julie Bauer will follow me to cover our expanding range of consumer products, and Jim Doyle will explain new technology solutions for business that we'll be showing at our booth this week. Since this year's CES is so sharply focused on automotive technologies and how consumers are benefiting from being more connected than ever in their cars, it's fitting that I should begin with our own automotive business. For years, Panasonic's been a leader in helping the world's automakers entertain, inform, and keep drivers and passengers safe. And that trend is picking up momentum. In fact, the latest report from analyst group IHS named Panasonic #1 in supplying infotainment equipment to automakers worldwide. Our automotive business, which includes everything from tiny sensors to center stack multimedia consoles and on-windshield head-up displays, has been growing steadily and is now on track to make up more than a quarter of Panasonic's total sales in North America this year. And I expect it to grow even more as we deepen our ties with great automotive partners. For example, last month, as announced, we're now partnering with the global leader in automotive technology, the Ford Motor Company, to help them transform their Generation 3 sync system into the ultimate vehicle communications and entertainment solution. The head of our automotive business, Tom Gephardt, has escorted some distinguished visitors from the Ford team to be with us for this event. So Sharif, Mike, and Jim, I can't tell you how much I appreciate your confidence in us and how much we appreciate the partnership in return. Thank you. Panasonic's automotive expertise doesn't lie in hardware systems alone. You can see that at our booth with the Opeo personal radio system being demonstrated on a production model Jaguar from Jaguar Land Rover. The Opeo personal radio system is an intuitive, personalized radio experience that captures the best of AM, FM, and Internet radio, and it delivers it to you in the ways that you want it. News, music, sports, traffic, delivered to your personal preferences while also getting to know your likes and dislikes. It goes beyond the interactive and has become truly predictive and intuitive. Drop by our booth and see why Opeo was named a CES Innovation Award honoree. Panasonic has also been a leader in developing power sources for electric vehicles and hybrids, starting over 20 years ago in a joint venture with Toyota to create automotive-grade batteries for the first Toyota Prius. While we're continuing to support hybrids, Panasonic's battery team has been able to extend its leadership in manufacturing lithium-ion batteries to power electric vehicles of all kinds. In fact, Panasonic today is the #1 supplier of lithium-ion batteries for automotive use globally. And as part of our green mobility strategy, we're leveraging this leadership position to support electrification of all kinds of vehicles. When you visit our booth, you'll be able to see how Panasonic lithium-ion batteries are contributing to the progress of Tesla's electric vehicles and how we're incorporating them into our own power assist bicycles. You will also see how Panasonic lithium-ion cells are helping to power an entirely new generation of smart scooters from Panasonic's strategic partner, the technology startup Gogoro. Gogoro embraces Panasonic's vision of green mobility and, with their smart scooters and model for battery swapping infrastructure, they expect to make a major impact in reducing vehicle emissions in the world's most densely populated megacities. You can see the Gogoro smart scooter and the battery swapping station at the Panasonic booth. Also, this year, after supplying more than 300 million lithium-ion battery cells to Tesla Motors, Panasonic announced that it would join Tesla in creating a huge lithium-ion cell-making facility outside Reno, Nevada, about 450 miles from here. This represents the single largest investment in automotive electric vehicle batteries in history. This facility, which Tesla named the Gigafactory, is now under construction and will have the scale and cell production capacity to make electric vehicles much more of an affordable option for drivers looking for more sustainable alternatives. I am extremely proud that Panasonic's expertise in battery-making technologies are making this possible. We're also proud that at full production, the Panasonic Energy Company of North America will employ approximately 3,000 local manufacturing workers. So together with Tesla, we will employ roughly 6,500 workers to our business activity and will contribute to the economy of this state and to the sustainable or green manufacturing idea for the United States. Incidentally, just asking if there are any engineers here who are interested in working, we're hiring. No, I'm not kidding, really, we're hiring. So let us know. One more thing about Tesla. We'll have a brand new Tesla Model X on display at our booth in the main hall, and it is gorgeous. You really have got to take the time to come see it. As I mentioned, we'll tell you more about our fast-growing solutions or B2B business a little later in this press conference. But now I want to bring on the executive who has been leading our consumer business and taking our brand in new and exciting directions. Ladies and gentlemen, the president of the Panasonic Consumer Electronics Company, Julie Bauer. Julie?
Hey, Joe. Thank you, Joe, and good morning, everyone. One of the many things I love about CES is that it gives us an opportunity to bring together in one place our consumer and B2B technologies and show how Panasonic touches nearly every facet of a consumer's life, at home, at work, and everywhere in between. This is how we deliver our brand promise, a better life, a better world. And although you know Panasonic develops some of the world's best HD TVs, you may not know that we are just far more than a great TV company. Let me tell you what we've been up to and how we've been branching out, diversifying and growing our product lines and revenues. To anticipate and meet our customers' evolving needs, we have realigned and built our product portfolio around specific consumer lifestyles and interests. Our 5 lifestyle pillars are adventure, entertainment, digital imaging, home, and personal care and beauty. In addition, we are radically expanding our touch points to build far more robust, direct relationships with consumers to learn more about our consumers' needs and wants. We've worked to dramatically expand our e-commerce site, both online and mobile. And we are aggressively growing our social media channels while maintaining strategic relationships with key channel partners. This strategy has already begun to deliver results with our online business doubling this year. Here's a look at some of the ways we did that.
Celebrities are primped, pampered, and totally transformed.
I love you, Panasonic. Panasonic is genius. Look sharp, be smooth, get close with Panasonic.
This is a 360-degree freestyle. I'm totally buying this iron. The Panasonic Arc 3 rechargeable shaver.
On the marketing side, we have found that when you enable consumers to experience our products and interact with our experts in environments where they would normally be using them, it gives them a real sense of how that product can enhance their lives, like the video showed. That level of connection with consumers is invaluable. To achieve that, we have partnered with key influencers in fitness, action sports, and even professional sports to launch the concept of alternative showrooming, initiatives that connect us with consumers where their passions are engaged. We recently announced the sponsorship of Spartan Race, in which we have integrated our digital imaging and wearable camcorder adventure products into the unique Spartan lifestyle. So watch out, GoPro. We also launched interactive game day activities for New York Jets and Philadelphia Eagles season ticket holders, which had allowed them to experience a wide range of our products on the field. Today, we are proud to announce a multifaceted, multi-year relationship with Lifetime Fitness, with showrooming in select Lifetime Fitness centers across the United States, as well as sponsorship of more than 30 Lifetime events, including the sponsorship of the New York City Triathlon. Now, here are some of the latest innovations you will see in our booth. You may have caught a glimpse of this wonderful innovation at Photokina. Our CM1 communications camera combines award-winning Lumix imaging technology with cellular capability. Our plan is to introduce this in the U.S. market later this year, but you can get it hands-on with it this week in the imaging area of our booth. Panasonic has also been making big advances in imaging. I'm proud to announce today 2 new palm-sized 4K consumer camcorders, which will bring extremely high-quality 4K video recording and 4K photo functionality to your home videos. These are the world's first consumer camcorders to come equipped with a high dynamic range video function, meaning your home videos will look even more amazing than ever before. And our WX970 model also features a pan lift and rotatable sub-camera, so you can capture not only your subject, but also your own reactions at the same time. We are thrilled to formally announce today the return of Technics Audio to the North American market. Yay. The first new Technics hi-fi products in more than 4 years will debut here in March. But this is more than just a product launch for us. It marks a true revitalization of our audio line. Over the next few months, you will be hearing a lot from us about Technics Definitive Sound, which builds upon decades of high-fidelity audio technology development and experience. We will launch 2 series that evoke the Technics legacy: the Technics R1 reference class system and the premium class C700 system. Both are designed to enable a new generation of audio enthusiasts to rediscover all the nuances of a musical performance in a truly emotionally engaging way. If you're an audiophile or just curious about a new standard in pristine audio quality, visit our private demo route at the Venetian. Our PR team will be happy to schedule an appointment for you. Now, another hot topic at CES this year is the connected home, and we have a solution at Panasonic. Panasonic is launching a new deck-based home monitoring system that uses the latest in wireless communications technology to support the consumer's safety and security. This is really an innovative connected home solution, wrapped up in 4 simple, easy-to-install, expandable packages. With one package, you can create a low-cost system to help you keep an eye on your home and loved ones without having to pay a monthly fee. Depending on your needs, you might want to opt for indoor or outdoor cameras, window sensors, a tablet controller, or remote monitoring features. With the recent holidays in mind, here's a quick look at how the system works.
Motion detected. Motion camera motion detected. Entrance camera
Dad, look, Santa!
What better gift to give this year than peace of mind? Introducing the Panasonic Home Monitoring and Control System, the do-it-yourself, no monthly fee, expandable system that makes it easier than ever to keep an eye on all the things that matter most.
This is a connected home solution for the consumer. The system runs completely on Wi-Fi and can be operated by your smartphone. We've positioned a number of our connected home system cameras at a few iconic Las Vegas landmarks, like the Bellagio. Stop by the booth this week and check it out for yourself. You can buy the home monitoring system on Panasonic.com now and on HSN in January. At the center of the connected home is the household's premier visual information device, the television. And today, 4K Ultra High Definition is setting new standard qualities for TVs. Panasonic has led the way by developing the widest portfolio of 4K products in the industry. Beyond consumer products, we have also developed 4K prosumer and B2B 4K products, including 4K broadcast quality Vericams, 4K tablets, and digital signage, which are all on display in our booth. Just a few minutes ago, the establishment of a new industry organization called the UHD Alliance was made public. Panasonic is participating in this alliance along with a global coalition of leading TV brands, film studios, content distributors, and technology companies. The members are committed to providing premium 4K UHD and high dynamic range viewing experience to consumers. The UHD Alliance aims to establish new high-quality standards from devices to content so that consumers can enjoy best-in-class entertainment at home easily. And speaking of new standards of quality, I'm proud to unveil for you today what we believe will be the world's first next-generation Blu-ray disc player prototype, capable of playing 4K Ultra HD native content and brand new high dynamic range content. This paves the way towards enabling consumers to enjoy the crisp, true-to-life quality of amazing 4K Ultra HD content and high dynamic range content in their own homes. I'd also like to unveil Panasonic's new addition to our line of critically acclaimed 4K Ultra HD TVs. The C6-850 series carries on our tradition of best-in-class LED picture quality and innovative technology enhancements. It introduces new technologies, including wide color phosphor, which has developed us and it helped us achieve an amazing 98% of the DCI color space. Something our engineers tell me is quite remarkable. Those same ones Joe's trying to hire. However, a wide color palette alone is meaningless unless it is also coupled with accuracy. It has always been our guiding principle to deliver images which are as accurate to the intentions of the director as possible. The CX850 series uses color management technologies that until now have only been found in the kind of professional studio monitors used in Hollywood. Panasonic is the first to introduce this professional technology in a consumer television, and the difference shows. But seeing is believing. At our booth, we are lining our TVs up against professional studio monitors so you can see with your own eyes just how accurate they are. Beyond the stunning picture quality we are known for, Panasonic and Mozilla have collaborated to create a new way to operate your TV. Together, we've created a brand new interface which allows the viewer to access their favorite content, devices, or applications faster and easier than ever before. Here's a brief message from Mozilla's Chief Technology Officer, Andreas Gall.
Hi, I'm Andreas Gall, CTO of Mozilla. Our mission is to promote openness, innovation, and opportunity on the web. We created Firefox OS to enable consumers, developers, hardware manufacturers, and mobile operators to have more choice. Firefox OS unlocks the power of the web platform and allows applications, services, and devices to be connected to each other. This enables flexibility for developers and consumers. Firefox OS is now available with our partners in nearly 30 countries and on 16 smartphones. We are excited to announce that Panasonic is the first to bring Firefox OS to a new device category with their lineup of Live Plus Screen TVs powered by Firefox OS. We are collaborating with Panasonic to give consumers an interactive interface they can easily customize to access apps, TV channels, and content from other devices on their TV's home screen. Stay tuned for Panasonic's Firefox OS-powered TVs this spring.
Thank you, Andreas. Firefox OS will be available on all Panasonic 2015 4K Live Plus Screen Smart TVs. Overall, we will launch 4 4K Ultra HD TV series and 9 models, including our CX600 series, a CEA Innovation Award honoree. At the center of the home is also the kitchen. Panasonic is focused on safe and healthy solutions for consumers. In fact, the company has created indoor vegetable factories in Japan and Singapore to study the sustainable cultivation of healthy, leafy vegetables. In that same spirit, Panasonic is committed to meeting the needs of today's health-conscious generation with our new and innovative Healthy Cooking series of small home appliances. Our new kitchen appliances include our first ever slow juicer, a gluten-free bread maker, and both high-powered and immersion blenders. In addition to healthy solutions, consistent and simple ways to prepare meals are also critical for today's busy consumers. We have an innovative solution for that as well. The latest in our line of critically acclaimed microwave ovens features cyclonic wave technology. So what is that? Its microwave energy is delivered in circular wave patterns that contact food surfaces evenly for consistently delicious and efficient meals. The results are exceptional. Asia and North America have become very hot sources of innovation in the beauty space. We're drawing heavily on that heritage to share with our customers. In the hands-on zone of our booth, you can explore some of our award-winning beauty products. There will be blowouts for women, once again, we did that last year, and a step towards gender equality, we'll offer shaves and haircuts for men using Panasonic men's grooming tools that Howard Stern had talked about. But to catch a glimpse of our future direction in the beauty category, you must experience our virtual mirror. After analyzing your skin condition and pointing out fine lines, age spots, and other issues, it recommends cosmetics and treatments. It also lets you virtually try on a variety of makeups for different looks. The virtual mirror is not a gimmick. It's a serious technology solution. It meets a need that can be used by retailers to engage their customers with a variety of skincare and makeup products virtually. And it also has a potential for the clinical and education markets as well. Now, to tell you about some business solutions we're highlighting, here's Mr. Jim Doyle, the president of Panasonic Enterprise Solutions Company.
Thanks, Julie, and hello, everyone. Panasonic is increasingly being called on to provide sophisticated audiovisual and eco solutions to meet the needs of businesses. And not surprisingly, these draw heavily on our strong, nearly 100-year foundation in the technology of consumer devices. This constant focus on our customers' end users, whether it's sports fans, retail shoppers, or general consumers, is one of Panasonic's core competencies and helps separate us from our competitors. Panasonic's success in business solutions, whether for automotive clients, avionics clients, retailers, or sports teams, to name a few segments, is based on bringing comprehensive solutions for unique issues and opportunities. For example, over the last year, Panasonic has delivered some of the most spectacular sports and entertainment solutions right here in North America. We completed the 25,000 square foot HD LED video board system at Texas Motor Speedway, which received a Guinness World Record. We designed and built the massive 4K video board at Churchill Downs in time for the running of the Kentucky Derby, giving fans access to content and live footage that has never been seen before at this prestigious event. We provided the Philadelphia Eagles a game-changing in-game experience at their home at Lincoln Financial Field. And we redesigned and revamped the iconic NASDAQ video board in the heart of Times Square, providing millions of visitors a memorable experience. The common theme for all these projects was to deliver a way for teams, brands, and companies to connect with their consumers and fans, what we like to call connected experiences. Creating a truly connected experience requires far more than great products. It requires an integrated suite of software, services, content, and mobile device integration. We are making substantial investments in these areas to rapidly grow this comprehensive capability. However, we still need to anchor these great solutions with great technology. Here are a few of the technologies you'll see at the booth this week that engage consumers in new and powerful ways. One striking example of this is the transparent window screen prototype, which looks like an ordinary large clear sheet of glass but can instantaneously be made to display high contrast, high definition images and video even in a brightly lit environment. It engages consumers in an impactful way while saving both space and energy. It opens the way to potentially using entire store windows as signage. You really have to see this. You'll also see our Space Player technology, which is designed to catch the eye of consumers and hold their attention on a product or even, for example, an object of art. It is a very cool solution that combines dynamic video, digital signage, and programmable lighting to create a unique theatrical setting around ordinary objects. The Space Player is compact and easy to install and comes with its own content management system. It was recently introduced into the market and is stirring up a lot of interest in the retail community. You will also see 8K display prototypes that leverage extraordinary 32 times HD video resolution for a range of business, medical, and educational applications. Large screen displays that can simultaneously play multiple 4K video streams. An 85-inch 4K display with touchscreen functionality that multiple people can use simultaneously. Think of this sort of as a large tablet PC. And a light ID solution that delivers information from digital signage directly to an end user's smartphone. In addition to our market-leading audiovisual solutions, we have a rapidly growing eco-solutions business that is focused on creating, storing, saving, and managing energy for clients around the world. In North America, we've created entire solar energy generating plants like this one in Hanford, California. We're able to provide the power to commercial and industrial customers or directly to electric utilities. Globally, we have been even more aggressive in the eco-solution space. In November, Panasonic opened Fujisawa Sustainable Smart Town not far from Tokyo. This is a planned, sustainable, and secure community for 4,000 people and multiple businesses that Panasonic and its public-private partners built from the ground up. Using energy-saving technologies and infrastructure, the Sustainable Smart Town reduces water consumption by 30% and reduces CO2 emissions by 70% and will be able to generate enough power on its own to keep residents safe and comfortable, even in the event of a power interruption for up to 3 days. This is not a dream. It's real and operational, with more and more families moving into this new town every day. Before turning the mic over to Julie, I want to reiterate, you will increasingly see Panasonic providing comprehensive solutions as our B2B business grows. But it is important to recognize that at the heart of nearly all of these great solutions comes from Panasonic's continued leadership in its core competencies of audiovisual information and information communication technologies. Back to you, Julie.
Thanks, Jim. I should also mention that the digital signage team created the massive 25-foot video monolith that dominates the Panasonic booth. It's composed of multiple screens and displays, a constant stream of video images from multiple sources. This year, our booth is organized around product environments that align with the way people lead their lives today, at home, at work, and play, across our consumer and B2B divisions. You've heard a lot this morning about the product and technology highlights, but to really understand them, please come to see the Panasonic booth 9808 in Central Hall. Download our press kit and follow us on all of our social channels. Have a great show, everyone. Thanks for coming today.
Okay, that was the wrap-up of the Panasonic press conference as we continue our CES 2015 live coverage.
Scattershot of every imaginable device you could think of a consumer electronics
Bread
company
maker.
Yep.
Cyclonic inverter.
Microwave.
No 4 or 6 door fridge.
No.
Okay.
Hair dryers.
Lithium batteries.
Yep.
4K TV, 8K prototype TV. And TVs where it got interesting. This is where they were talking about, of course, a big 4K. Everyone has to have that. That's the price of admission to being a TV maker at this show.
Sure.
But they also set up the final of the 3 of what is now a television operating system battle.
That's right, a new entry into the TV OS.
So here's the scorecard so far this morning. Donald and I had to get it all straight here. LG is going with WebOS.
They've had that, for a bit now.
Because they bought it about a year ago. Okay, so WebOS is on
slashing prices around HP. take WebOS. It didn't work out for us.
HP
Maybe you'll have better
Take
luck.
my OS, please.
Yeah.
Now, Panasonic just announced Firefox OS will start showing up in their televisions. And then the third player we've heard this morning was Sharp with Android TV.
True.
Which is the reinvention of the old Google TV. So, isn't this interesting?
Yeah.
Every TV so far this morning's got its own, every brand's got its own operating system.
Sharp had a lot of the Google love, also throwing out that YouTube native 4K streaming format for YouTube.
Codec.
So they did a couple call-outs to Google and their love of Google.
Yeah.
And then with Panasonic, Firefox most recently made news by giving up their Google partnership by having Google be their default operating system and putting Yahoo in their place. So maybe Firefox is the anti-Chrome, anti-Google,
Yeah, so now
alliance.
Firefox is free to hate Google in all full ways. They're not business partners on search anymore. Okay.
So the Apple TV, if that ever shows up, that's
It'll
going
be
to have Safari,
Safari-based,
right?
iOS-based, of course.
And then who's going to take Opera? That's good. If we're gonna,
well, the day is young.
It's young, that's right.
Sony's still coming
Sony.
up.
Right.
We don't know which OS they're going to go with. So it's interesting. These TV companies are grabbing OSs that are entities on their own, as opposed to just having a little proprietary OS in their system, because the OS generally leads to an ecosystem. And that's kind of the point, which we could have told them 2 or 3 years ago. Why did they go invent their own TV interfaces and little micro operating systems? We could have told them that wasn't going to work, but it takes a little time.
Let's go back. Let's look at the archive. We might have told them that.
We may have told them
from the
I think
stage.
we did here.
Yeah.
And interestingly, Samsung is, very behind on the Tizen operating system for TVs. We didn't hear about that, or we haven't heard about that yet. Their big announcements are still yet to come today. But maybe they'll catch up with Tizen.
Could be.
We have another OS in the mix. So get ready for a new OS war. Okay.
Pick your favorite.
It's time to go to the floor for the first of what will be many entertaining and enjoyable hits. Now, let's see. We want to go see what Brian Tong is finding out on the floor. And he's at the Sands. Now, this is not where we are. We're at the Las Vegas Convention Center. Let's see what Brian Tong is finding at the Sands, where Tech West is, and where you'll find CNET's second TV stage.
Are you talking to me, Tristan? Go, Brian.
What? Okay, they're like... All right, guys, welcome to CES 2015. I am here in Tech West. Now, this is a whole new area. We love all the cool new things over at CES 2015. So I'm going to swing over here to give you guys a good look of what you can see here. We are here right now in our own CNET booth. And what's going to make this unique is the fact that all these vendors here, this is really where a lot of the innovation is going to be happening. They like to call Tech West Tech's best. I made that up. You don't have to use that, okay? But check this out. This is our stage here where we'll have Lexi Savides. She'll be here checking out all the new stuff, as well as vendors. If you're watching this, you want to pay attention. You'll be able to submit your products that are here on Tech West. We will showcase them and feature them after we go through our approval process and really feature all the new tech that's around here. So what we want to do is, we know that we're under construction here and everything is happening. A lot of booths are not even close to being finished, being set up. But I'm going to take you and swing you through this and just give you like a sense of the scale here. Now, if you're coming over to Tech West, this is at the Sands Convention Center. This is in Hall G for Technology. Yeah? No? Okay. All right. So let's just take a look over here. We're just going to kind of try and stop by a few places to give you a sense of some of the companies that you guys can find here. So we're going to swing over this way, and you can see a lot of setup, crates, boxes, carpet down here on this floor. You'll notice that it's cement right now, but when they're all done, it's going to be laid out with this cushy carpet that you can like lie down in and roll in, and it feels good. Okay, so let's go check it out over here. We're going to swing by this first area. Right now, we're kind of we were just in the robotics area, but as we move forward, we're going to be continuing to move over towards 3D printing. But right here, this is kind of a fun place if you guys want to check this out. This is Lowe's Innovation Lab. But what makes it cool is that they showed off kind of a recent demo over at CES Unveiled. And what you're going to be able to do here is pretend you have like a bathroom or a living room, and you'll be able to actually digitally or through a computer kind of choose what type of appliances you want to swap out. So you can do something like put in a toilet, change it with hundreds of different toilets to see what it looks like, throw in some chairs, throw in a couch in your living room. This is all where it's going to happen, and this is kind of one of those, I don't want to call it a virtual reality, but kind of augmenting what you have at the fingertips at your fingertips, and really get to play around with that. So this is kind of one of those booths that we definitely were checking out if you're in Tech West, just to play around and see how they're bringing a real digital, custom DIY experience layout to you at home when you're over at a Lowe's store. So let's just go check that out. And no, that was not an ad for Lowe's. What's up, buddy?
What's up, brother?
There you go. Hey, can you talk to us for a couple of seconds?
I could for a second. What's happening, man?
So, how have you been doing a lot of these setups in the past, or is this one of your first years at CES?
Honestly, man, this is actually my first year. Second year at CES. I lied. I did like one day last year.
What's your name?
My name's Rye.
Rye? Okay, Rye and Bry. We got Brian. We got this team thing going on. Building all these setups and seeing how big this is, how do you compare this to some of the other things you've done before?
Well, I mean, I've done a lot of convention work, This is my first time in this, second time in this convention center. So, I mean, this is supposed to be one of the biggest conventions or whatever, Definitely the most advanced technological stuff or whatever. So, I mean, I guess it's pretty standard. You got your booths and everything. And
okay, so I noticed you got, your big earrings and everything like that.
Yeah.
Here at CES, Wearables is a big thing. And when they talk about wearables, they're talking about, like, watches, bracelets. Would you be into something like that tracks how many steps, or your fitness personally? Like, what's your gut take? You're like, would you wear a smartwatch, or are you just totally? You're like, I already got my phone.
I got my friends. They wear all the smartwatches and all that stuff, And as far as like a fitness monitor or something, I mean.
Are you that guy?
Nah, sometimes.
He's not that guy.
I had a little, fitness monitor for a couple times, but whatever. I'm not like. I don't know.
It's not your thing. It's not your bag, baby. Yeah. All right. Well, hey, thanks for talking to us, Ryan. Enjoy.
Have a good day, bro.
He's chilling over there. I like that. That's cool. Okay, we're gonna keep on walking through over here, and kind of head over to. If you kind of take a look at this logo over here, now over on this side of Tech West, that's 3D Systems. This is We know that 3D printing has really started over the past couple of years to really take off here at CES, and we have great stuff from companies like 3D Systems. We got this big crane up there. They wouldn't let me climb it today, but I will try. I have monkey-like agility, and I can show you that, but you know, I want to check that out. So 3D Systems, we have like that 3D doodler pen. Yesterday at let's go this way actually. Yesterday at CES Unveiled, we saw XYZ printing where they printed out like I love you in chocolate on toast, or you can like print out your own cookies, kind of sexy things like that for your loved ones that you really heart. All right, let's keep on walking this way and just show you kind of more of the areas. Again, a lot of setup, a lot of setup. Hey buddy, high five.
Hi.
Hey, what's up? What are you looking for? You look lost. Are you lost? You look like you're looking for something.
Yeah, I'm looking for my booth.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are you late for a meeting?
Huh?
Are you late for a meeting?
No, I'm not late.
Okay, don't get in trouble. Go find your boss. If you need help, find me later. I'll find him for you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right? Take care.
Thank you.
All right, let's go over this way. Another theme here, right? This is 2015 at CES is really the year of the sensor. We saw so many different things, whether it was like a baseball bat with a sensor, a snowboard that kind of measures how you move around. Sensors and wearables, a huge theme here at Tech West. So what we're going to do is we're going to swing by and kind of show you some of the booths and some of the names that you might be checking out or want to check out. And over here, we'll just swing this way. Everyone's not completely set up, but this is Mira. This is a lot of times, everyone's still trying to figure out where's wearables fit in this space. Well, fashion is going to be a huge play. We've already started seeing that develop. Mira is one of those companies, and it's more of like a bangle or bracelet. You can kind of see against their side wall. This is also powered by an Intel chip. It was I believe it was a Kickstarter or Indiegogo. I can't remember right off the bat, but that's how this project started. You're seeing a lot of projects like that here at CES take off. So Mira is one of them, and then we're going to kind of snake through over here and kind of show you some of the others that we can find. Let's see. Yeah, let's just try and squeeze through here. You got any cool top secret stuff to show me? All right, there you go. See, they're like, we just looked at the cool stuff. They obviously work for them, all right? Okay, so we're going to check out here. This is, if fashion is your passion and you like the bling bling, this is Misfit's booth. They're still setting up. We're just kind of showing you guys what it looks like. But look at this. How are you gonna deny this bling bling? This could roll right alongside with my own, watch like that. And you want to check out some of this. This may not be necessarily guy geared, but what's amazing about this is not only is it covered in Swarovski crystals, these will track your overall fitness level and activity, but this uses solar power to actually power these devices. So it's another way. Oh, look at this. Hey, Nima, come over here. Tell me, are you guys gonna make like a big one for like guys, dude? This is jamming.
How cool is this? Okay,
yeah, how cool? Tell me about it a little bit.
All right, so this is basically we have a crystal on top of the shine, and it's solar charging, so you never have to worry about battery life. And so with this, we're basically like targeting women, obviously. Yeah, so
I think you need to dude one out, like just make it like big and chunky. Like it could be like a dragon or something.
It's like a black.
Yeah, like a dragon with a big jewel in the chest.
Sure, like
can you like design? Can you design that for me?
I'll work on it.
You'll work on it. Okay. Nima's gonna work on it. Are we gonna shake on that right now? All right, awesome. All right, so this is Misfit's booth. You guys can check out more of their wearables. Let's snake across here and show you a little more about what we have here on the show floor. Okay. But yeah, really cool stuff. All right, here we go. See, this is a natural occurrence here, the crane action. Let's go through here. All right. See, this is the chaos in Tech West. But again, like here at Tech West, I really feel like you're going to find a lot of kind of those quirky, really cool gadgets and devices, and more than any other space on the show floor. I mean, we know that Central Hall, and we will take you guys there later. We'll have all the big names like Samsung and Panasonic and Sony and LG with all the big TV stuff, tablets, phones and watches and appliances. But over here, Tech West is kind of the playground. I'm just gonna tell you right that. I think that we're gonna find some of those things that kind of surprise everyone at the show here at Tech West. And then we're gonna kind of take you to our last spot. This is gonna be the entryway of Tech West. So What you'll have here is a lot of companies that you'll kind of recognize and see, but this is, again, all in kind of like the fitness and technology space, a lot of sensors going on. So let me just swing over here this way to point out some of them. Over on your right up top, that's Net Atmo. They do things like they have sensors to check out air quality. They're integrating kind of a camera that recognizes who you are. Withings, it's in the far back. It's like those 5 blue dots in their booth. They have a smartwatch. They just recently announced a smartwatch called Activité, which is really more of a physical watch that has fitness sensors on it. Again, look at all this crane action. But again, come out here to Tech West. This is where everything is really happening, at least when you're talking about sensors, robotics, 3D printing. I think you guys will really enjoy this. And yeah, there you go. So we're going to take a break. We'll be back with the boys, CES 2015 here with CNET.
CBS Tuesdays.
Tell me something interesting.
The city is one of a kind.
You've never seen anything like it.
The team is one for all.
Home isn't the place, it's the people. We're all one big family.
And NCIS New Orleans is one to watch.
Exactly. Really?
See why the bad guys are running.
Looks like it's gonna be a long night. Turn this place inside out.
The good times are rolling.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
And millions of viewers are watching.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
That's what I'm talking about.
NCIS New Orleans, CBS Tuesdays.
Thank you, guys. I'm no good at these things.
You're good at everything.
Our loss, Battle Creek's gain.
From your demeanor and cheekbones, I'm guessing that you're Milt.
These guys were cooking meth or PCP. 2CP. What's 2CP? It's new. You have to be strong.
Give it a rest. Our kid's a drug dealer.
When you prick him, does he not bleed?
Did not just say that.
I work crimes that start online and play out in the real world.
In the world of cybercrime, it takes the best
I'm Special Agent Avery Ryan.
to catch the worst.
Is that a 45? I've had bigger guns pointed at my face. He's gonna crash a subway train. He's taking control. Let's move! I need you to get me into the deep web.
I like the way you roll.
Wake up, soldier boy. Duty calls.
What do you got?
Our move.
CSI Cyber, coming in March.
Right here from CES 2015.
The non-Tech West. We're in Tech East or whatever.
We're old school.
We're old school.
We're Tech OG. That's all this is.
I keep thinking Wild West somehow.
Oh, Tech West?
Yeah, people are going to be
Sounds like the Wild
with,
Wild West,
saloon
right?
doors all around. Yeah. With sawdust on the floor.
Oh, there'll be some saloon doors, but that's later on tonight. We'll be crossing a few of those. Anyway, Brian Cooley with Donald Bell. Good to have you with us on this pre-opening day. It's a big day, but the show opens tomorrow. Today's a day when all these major press conferences are held. So we're taking you to them live, digesting them afterwards, and bringing you the 3 or 4 high points. To be honest, there's not usually more than that in a 40-minute presentation.
It's been a lot of TVs.
A lot of TVs, a lot of 4K.
That's pretty typical.
Yeah, as you'd expect at CES. Yeah. But the big trend is 4K. It's operating systems within TVs are starting to stake out different camps.
HDR.
HDR
keeps coming up. Panasonic had that as a feature on some of their TVs too.
Just about everyone is showing this HDR. And HDR you probably know from still photography, where your camera will take typically 3 shots, one at normal exposure, one high, one low, and merge the best regions of each shot into one that is perfectly illuminated. Something similar that they're doing with TV, and they call it HDR. It's done one of 2 different ways. Either the television will sample each the camera will sample each pixel multiple times. One is sampling it high, one mid, one low. Or you set up an array of 4x4 cameras. This is interesting. This is on the production side now. And you get your high cameras, your mid cameras, and your low cameras. And in post-production, you blend them together just like a still, but of course it's much more complex with video. So HDR is not proprietary. It's something that they've been talking about in the film community since kind of last summer, where it first started to bubble up.
Yeah. It could just be one of those things that just eventually trickle into our everyday, you know.
I got a feeling
TV,
it's just part of good 4K going forward.
Exactly. But I can imagine watching old content that's not going to be. With my 6-year-old right now, like we can't even watch anything that was recorded in the 80s because he can't stand that there's bars on the side of the image.
Right.
Now there's going to be this whole generation that's like everything pre-HDR video is just not going to. Like, why is it so washed out?
Why are the blacks all squashed? Why are the whites blown out? What's going on? It's like, what?
Yeah.
That's a whole different
Get ready
TV
for
world.
that.
Yeah. All right, so we're just setting up tomorrow's obsolescence. That's what we're really doing here. We're also looking ahead now to Dish. Swung by their setup last night briefly. They just recently, I think about 2 weeks ago, they added Netflix built in to their Dish Hopper, their main flagship piece of hardware. So that's pretty new for them to have Netflix built in. Not new for the industry, though. But it's an interesting blend of the pay TV guys saying we need to welcome in what used to be the competition.
Now, here's what we need to do. Can they record the Netflix content so that when they take shows away, it'll still be there?
Interesting.
I want that.
Who knows what kind of a rights battle that is? That just keeps a lot of lawyers employed for years. And then the other thing that they've mentioned, and I hope they talk about it here, they would kind of waffle on it a little bit last night because they weren't ready to announce anything, is will they start rolling out streaming of pay TV channels, which is a burgeoning new trend where you can start to get your channels that you currently get through cable or satellite as a pure play stream.
Sure.
So you still are using that provider, but they're encoding and streaming it to you as opposed to sending it over traditional cable, allowing you to go more fully toward an internet-connected world.
So like the HBO Go kind of model,
yeah,
right?
There's a single-channel example.
But without the cable.
Yeah, but for the consumer who says, wait, I want to get all these channels still, I don't mind that, but I don't want to have them, I want them all part of my internet package.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Go that way.
And I'm sure for the cable providers, it's a perfect excuse to jack up their internet bill so that like slowly
and
wean you off of cable.
You can't get internet without cable.
They're always going to win.
Just gut.
Yeah, the house always.
They own the infra. Of course they're going to win. For now. So we'll see what Dish has to say. They should have a couple interesting announcements coming along there. And of course, this is going to be a press conference that is more or less at the heart of what may be the most interesting trend here for real substance, which is not 4K TV, but content in general for streaming television and 4K television, which is turning out to be primarily a streaming business. We're not seeing, although Panasonic just announced a 4K Blu-ray player. Let's find out what Dish is going on. We have live coverage here from CNET CES 2015.
So they can keep it classy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and CEO of Dish, Joe Clayton.
Happy New Year, everyone! Well, boom, 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 and a bang, 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 bang. Happy New Year and good morning, and welcome to the continuing epic tale of Dish's transformation. And what an adventure it has been. January 2012, CES, the Hopper, is introduced. January 2013, CES, our second generation Hopper with Dish Anywhere mobile capability is launched and wins recognition as of Best of Show. January 2014, CES. The Joy Troop is expanded with Super Joy, Wireless Joy, and Virtual Joys. And this January, we're leading the way to 4K Ultra HD and responding to our customers' needs by simplifying our user interface and remote controls, making our Hopper product easier to use. Yes, Dish has most certainly reinvented itself over the last several years. And today, we'll mark another major milestone in our incredible journey. In addition to developing revolutionary new technology, improving customer service, and driving productivity in our operations, we have been laser-like focused on providing the American consumer with a television experience that is more affordable, more mobile, and easier to use. Quite simply, it is our goal to give our customers the best video and audio product, period. Now, Hopper offers market-leading technology matched with terrific value, but we're not resting on our laurels. Today, we are adding even more functionality and simplicity to the Hopper platform. Now, from a business strategy standpoint, the last 3 years have also been about stabilizing our core satellite TV business. With the rapid growth days of the pay TV market behind us, it was critical that we innovate new, exciting technology that delights customers. We've also successfully burnished our brand image through creative national advertising and effective marketing promotions. In short, we did what we said we would do. We've generated over $1 billion in cash flow each year, which has allowed us to invest in new growth initiatives, including the launch of DishNet broadband satellite, which we introduced in the fourth quarter of 2012, and now brings satellite broadband to over 500,000 rural subscribers. The addition of more wireless assets, our pathway into the mobile communications market, and lastly, the commitment of significant funds in the rapidly emerging internet video or over-the-top market. Unlike some of our competitors who have bought back their stock to artificially pump up their value, admittedly a great thing for the short-term shareholder, Dish has been investing in our future, an even better alternative for our stakeholders, not only our shareholders, but our employees, our customers, our partners, and the communities in which we serve. Now with that, I'd like to turn the program over to our Senior Vice President of Product Management, Vivek Khemka, who will share with you all how we're investing in making our Hopper experience the best available by offering more choice, more control, and most of all, making this incredibly complex and innovative product the easiest and best experience in our industries. Please welcome our own Mr. Wizard, Vivek Khemka.
Thanks, Joe. Good morning, all of you. It's great to be here back at CES to talk to you about the many innovations of the Hopper from Dish. Since we introduced the Hopper in 2012, we've continued to enhance this award-winning product with new features and capabilities, and in the process, we created history. The first DVR that can record up to 8 shows at once. the first DVR with innovative consumer-activated features like Primetime Anytime, and the first DVR that lets you take all your live and recorded shows anywhere. And consumers have embraced the Hopper. We now have over 10 million screens that are powered by the Hopper and the Joey Troop. Today, I want to continue our story of innovation and tell you about a few more firsts from Dish. The introduction of high definition changed everything we knew about television. We are now at the brink of the next quantum leap in television technology. Yes, I'm talking about 4K Ultra HD. Just as Dish was the leader in HD, we are going to be doing the same with 4K. So today we are announcing the first 4K set-top box. The first 4K set-top box from any provider, we call it a 4K Joey. The 4K Joey features a dual-core ARM processor from Broadcom. It decodes 4K at 60 frames per second, supports high-efficiency video codec, picture-in-picture, and all the other Hopper whole-home DVR functions. New or existing customers can connect a 4K Joey to a Hopper and any 4K Ultra HD TV and watch 4K content delivered over satellite. While 4K enables the viewing of a 4K Joey enables viewing of 4K content, it also enhances everyday viewing of high-definition content. With the 4K Joey's picture-in-picture feature, consumers can actually watch two shows side by side and leverage the extra pixels of a 4K TV to watch both of them in high definition. This was not possible before, and it's a great feature for sports fans that want to watch two games playing at once on the same screen, both in high def. The 4K Joey works with any 4K television that supports HDMI 2.0 and HDCP 2.2. While other providers have introduced 4K solutions that work only with select 4K TVs, with the Dish 4K Joey, consumers can use a television of their choice, as well as watch two shows in high definition side by side. It's no secret that more and more consumers are watching video on the internet, on Netflix and other platforms. Dish recently became the first major pay TV provider to offer Netflix on the Hopper. Netflix on the Hopper makes it really easy for Dish customers to watch all their favorite TV content, as they can seamlessly switch between live TV, DVR, and Netflix and back, all using the same remote. There's no need to change TV inputs or buy additional devices. Today, we are adding another streaming service to the Hopper. When I was a kid, I watched all my music videos on TV. Now those videos are mostly watched online. So to bring those music videos back to television, we are introducing Vivo, the largest music video streaming service, to the Hopper. Dish customers can access Vivo on the Hopper at no additional cost. And again, the Hopper is the first DVR with Vivo integration. But the Hopper is more than just video. Over 75% of Americans listen to music at home. So when we introduced the Hopper, we included two major music services, SiriusXM and Pandora. But as more and more music has gone streaming, music's getting complicated as existing audio receivers and stereo music systems do not work. The Hopper and the Joey are often connected to the best audio receiver, the best speakers, or the best soundbar in every room of the home. So this got us thinking, how do we solve the music problem? So today we are introducing the first whole home music service from any pay TV provider. With a new Dish Music app that's going to be available on iPhones, iPads, Android devices, and the Hopper, Dish customers can now use their mobile phone or the remote control to play music in any room of the home through a Hopper or a Joey. They can select a music source and then play music in a single room, play different music in two different rooms, or play the same music synchronized across every room of the house. Customers will be able to choose from a variety of music sources, their own personal music content, or streaming sources like Pandora, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and more to come. While retail solutions exist, they cost thousands of dollars. Hopper customers can Dish Whole Home Music will be available to Hopper customers through a software update at no additional cost. So with online video, Whole Home Music, and new apps like Live that bring all of your pictures and life memories from your different mobile devices and your PCs to the best screen in your house, the Hopper is becoming a true entertainment system that delivers incredible value. While we are focused on adding new features and functions to the Hopper, we are also laser focused on improving the overall Hopper user experience. Let's take a look at Dish's approach to improving the experience. At the heart of Dish Network are our customers. It's really important to us to make sure that they're getting the best experience.
Putting the customer first when we approach our designs is paramount.
Everything you're seeing back here was the results of interviews with all our customers. Ultimately, your product is built for customers, so you have to start there. You can speculate all you want, but until you actually listen to customers, you don't know if you're getting it right or not.
We said, let's put aside everything we know about the remote, and if we had to reinvent from scratch, how would we do it?
We started the remote design for this project probably about 2 years ago.
We began to really put a lot of resources into developing a remote control from various concepts.
One of the biggest challenges was how can we take it to that next level?
Not just an incremental evolutionary improvement, but a revolutionary improvement that would actually change the way people would watch television.
Out of the box, you want the wow factor.
That light bulb goes off that says, yes, you've nailed it, that's it. We really focused on simplicity.
Simplicity is at the core of any user interface experience.
Consumers don't care about where the content lives. They just want to get to what's relevant to them.
It's a very personal thing. When they want to watch TV, they kind of shut down, want everything to be easy. So what we've come up with is a very balanced design, the remote and the UI together.
When you look at how consumers interact with our product, they're interacting with two things, the remote control and the user interface. And we are now able to create experiences that tie those two together in a way that nobody else can. And with that context, we can build a really, really simple and amazing user experience. So to improve the overall user experience on the Hopper, today we are adding a new remote control and a new user interface. Let's start with the remote control. There are generally two classes of remote controls, the standard DVR remote that hasn't changed in decades. While these offer quick access to commonly used functions, they're complicated to learn and use. And D-pad-centric remotes that ship with streaming media devices, while easier to learn, require many key clicks to perform common tasks. We wanted to reinvent the remote, leverage modern navigation paradigms like touch, swipe, and voice, all while keeping the costs affordable and still providing access to commonly used functions. So introducing the Hopper Voice Remote. The Hopper Voice Remote is a truly revolutionary remote. It features a touchpad that's dual mode. It supports touch and swipe, but also converts to a number pad when needed. It supports voice, backlight, RF for CE, and it's the size of a smartphone, so it's really comfortable to hold and use. The Hopper Voice Remote is paired with a new user interface that we call Carbon. The Carbon UI is designed to respond to both traditional navigation as well as touch, swipe, and voice. It also features a new home screen that brings all of the user's favorite channels, the DVR content and on-demand content, all in one place. A sleek, more modern, flat design, and improved navigations and simplified control. We believe that the combination of the Carbon UI and the Hopper Voice Remote will create an unparalleled user experience. So let's recap. We're taking the best whole home DVR in the industry, and turning it into an entertainment system by launching the first 4K set-top box, the first pay TV DVR with Netflix and Vivo integration, the first DVR with whole home music feature, a new user interface, and the first pay TV remote with touch and voice. Please stop by the booth to see all of these capabilities in action. And now, I'll turn it back to Joe.
It's well done. Thanks, Vivek. Throughout its history, Dish has always been a technological innovator that embraces change. We have never been satisfied with the status quo like some of the other large media companies. We are disruptors, and we are pioneers. I've already mentioned our investment in wireless as an example of our forward-looking approach. Another, of course, is our over-the-top video service. Our internet video future actually began nearly 4 years ago when our affiliated company, EchoStar, acquired the Move Networks Corporation, the undisputed leader in adaptive bitrate streaming technology, the secret sauce, if you will, in providing the consumer with robust video quality. We took another key step last March when we entered into a groundbreaking agreement with the Disney Corporation for the digital distribution of their content. Now, let me tell you, the new internet video business will be challenging to enter from both a programming and a technology standpoint. Streaming and dynamic ad insertion, for example, are difficult to implement. But we believe that our technical capabilities will help provide Dish with a first-mover advantage. Now, you probably know that there's a market segment out there that the pay TV industry is missing today. These are the 18 to 35-year-olds, often referred to as the millennials. We see opportunity with this group, and we do not believe that providing them with an internet streaming video service will lead to cannibalization of our core satellite TV business. Now, why is this? Because we do not successfully reach this millennial consumer segment today. You also might not know that we've been offering a live streaming internet service of international content to American-based multicultural customers for over the last 18 months, called Dish World, a service that, by the way, leverages the Move Networks technology that I mentioned earlier. So, our billing, our customer service, and our technical infrastructure are already in place for this new video service that offers live, linear, and video-on-demand content. We are confident in the strategy that we have developed. All of the new, recently announced over-the-top services from players such as HBO, CBS, and Sony provide alternative approaches. But we are not yet convinced that any of these will ultimately deliver the best overall customer experience, nor do we believe that they will significantly benefit our industry's ecosystem. Our strategy is not just to replicate the existing pay TV model over the internet. Our sights are set on giving our customers a superb video experience at an attractive price and delivering a business model that is great for our programming partners and our advertisers. So we're proud to announce a breakthrough product that will set the standard among internet streaming video solutions, a service offering that will redefine the category by resetting customer expectations about what live television is, how much one should pay for it, and where one can access it. Today, we officially launch our new internet video service, and we call it Sling Television. Now, as most of you know, Sling and the Sling Box have a history with Dish. Launched in 2005, Sling technology provides users with the ability to watch their favorite live TV channels wherever they have an internet connection. This technology continues to be marketed on a standalone basis as Slingbox by EchoStar. And the technology is found in our second generation Hopper product. So, Sling TV is a live, over-the-top streaming service designed to deliver live, yes, I said live, internet video to tablets, smartphones, PCs, game consoles, and yes, even smart televisions. It's portable, no long-term contracts. All you need is a credit card and a broadband connection. And it's aimed squarely at the millennial audience, those 18 to 35-year-olds who represent a market virtually untouched by the pay TV industry today. Sling TV is a brand for this consumer segment. And it offers our new customers programming that is tailored to their wants and needs. The content offering will include between 25 to 30 channels. We expect more to come. Industry-leading device partners are also on board with the new Sling TV service. And we expect more to come. Affordability is the key attribute of our new Sling television service. The new consumer price for Sling TV will be substantially, and I mean substantially, below the current linear pay TV offerings and even less than the high-priced internet TV options from our competitors. We expect to launch packages in the near future that allow customers to tailor their experience. And guess what? We expect more to come. This all adds up to something very, very special. Live TV, which is to say live sports and news, a smaller, focused channel lineup, mobile or in-home capability, a service that's easy to use and delivered to you wherever you are at an affordable price. Bottom line, it sounds like a recipe for success to me. Now I'd like you all to know more about the detail of this new remarkable new service. So it's my pleasure to introduce Roger Lynch, CEO of the Sling Television Internet business. He'll provide you with all of the details of our product launch and expectations for the future. Please welcome Roger Lynch.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe. It's a pleasure to be here today. Charlie Ergen, our founder, hired me with a singular directive: build a next-generation TV service. Today, I'm proud to say that Sling TV is that new service, and we will commercially launch later this month. Even back then, there were concerns in the industry that the pay TV market would eventually start to decline. Sling TV is a strategic response to those concerns. New household adoption of pay TV is declining. This is most pronounced with the consumer segment, referred to as millennials, adults 18 to 35. For this generation, pay TV is no longer a utility like gas, electric, or a landline phone. Remember those? For millennials, mobile phones and broadband internet are the must-haves. Video entertainment is something they assemble from a variety of sources, from YouTube to Hulu to even BitTorrent. This demographic is an underserved audience who increasingly rejects the current pay TV model. And so we created Sling TV with millennials being top of mind. Remember when TV used to be simpler and much less expensive? While TV content has grown exponentially better and viewers can now watch hundreds and hundreds of channels, this evolution came with a cost, both figuratively and literally. Now, contrast this with how millennials subscribe to Spotify or Hulu or Netflix. More on this point in a bit. Let's talk about the market. The number of traditional pay TV subscribers, both in absolute and relative terms, is declining. Today, there's approximately 125 million total households in the US, and this number continues to increase. And yet, there are now just under 100 million traditional pay TV households. And this penetration number has been declining for years. This dynamic is creating a growing gap. It's precisely this gap that is our market opportunity. And you can see from the slide, this is a growing market opportunity. Millennials are disproportionately represented in this growing gap. Sling TV and our new model will be part of the solution to change this trajectory and get the overall pay TV market growing again. As we all know, millennials are younger and more mobile. They're more educated and more tech savvy. They're more digitally dependent. They're also more likely to live in urban centers and less likely to own a home and less likely to have disposable income. Millennials reject the conventional big, bigger, biggest pay TV package options. In fact, they mostly reject pay TV altogether. They reject the exhausting pay TV model that includes contracts, commitments, credit checks, complicated equipment, cable installers, wires, high fees, and programming costs. Over the past 10 years, these elements have contributed to doubling the average pay TV monthly subscription bill to $90 a month. And this price continues to rise, and millennials are just not willing to pay that price. But while millennials may hate the pay TV model, they love today's TV content. They love live sports, current shows, reality shows, new release movies, online video, and more. They've found more creative ways to access the content they love, like searching and discovering on YouTube and the web, to password sharing and borrowing their parents' HBO Go password, to just watching their favorite sports at the local bar. We listen to their needs, and in response, Sling TV will provide millennials with TV on their terms. Sling TV is live TV without the cable company for just $20 a month. It's live TV with sports from ESPN, the best of live cable channels, and the best of online video. Viewers can watch anytime and anywhere, in and out of their home, on the devices they already own, their tablet, their TV, their phone, computer, game console. All of this for just $20 a month. And that's not an introductory price. That's a price that starts low and stays low. So let's review our new model. With Sling TV, there are no contracts. There are no commitments, no credit checks, no cable installers, no complicated equipment, and best of all, no cable company. And yes, that means no waiting around from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. for the cable guy to show up. With our complimentary trial, viewers can try Sling TV on an impulse and watch the shows they love instantly. If they find the service isn't right for them, they can cancel online easily and immediately. This is an important point, because as Joe mentioned, we're not looking to replicate traditional pay TV over the internet. That's a well-served market by Dish and all its technology and the other competitors. It's also a saturated market and, frankly, a declining market. We're going after the growth market, which is millennials. So Sling makes TV simple again. Sling makes TV affordable again. And Sling aligns with the mobile lifestyles of our target demographic. In other words, Sling empowers you to take back TV. Now let's get more specific, starting with the Sling TV programming. We've announced deals including Disney, ESPN, Turner, Scripps, A&E. These companies provide some of the most important channels that millennials want to watch. And we have the single most important channel that millennials will care about, which is ESPN. While these are Nielsen-rated networks, we're also announcing today that we'll launch the best of online video with Maker Studios. Maker is the leading internet multi-channel video network. They attract more than 10 billion views every month. If you think about that, 10 billion, there's only 7 billion people on Earth, 10 billion a month. Sling TV will provide exclusive Maker programming in addition to some of the most popular video content found on the web. I can't overstate how important this content is to our target audience and the impact it will have on our overall attractiveness of Sling TV. There'll be more news on this front on online video, so stay tuned. It's this mix of online video and traditional TV that provides Sling TV with a unique capability to meet the contemporary entertainment needs of millennials. We offer the TV and the online video they watch, they want, and they love. Now let's talk about Sling TV's packaging strategy and our launch channels. Our Best of Live TV base package will include a dozen Nielsen-rated networks, all in HD. Includes channels like ESPN, ESPN2, TNT, TBS, CNN, Cartoon Network, Adult Swim, HGTV, Food Network, ABC Family, and more. On top of that, viewers will also be able to seamlessly access an extensive video library from many of these networks and others. If you missed the latest episode of your favorite show, it's no problem. You can simply watch it on demand when and where you want. How about customizing your content? Sling TV viewers will also have the opportunity to try add-on packs from a variety of popular genres like kids, news and information, and coming soon for sports fans, our Sports Extra add-on will offer even more channels from ESPN and other sports channels to satisfy their sports fix. Again, the price is right. Our Best of Live TV base package, $20. Our add-on packs will each be priced at $5 a month. And these are not introductory prices. These are Sling TV's everyday prices that will start low and stay low. And as I noted earlier, to try making Sling TV even easier, we'll offer a complimentary trial. So why is live TV so important? When you watch big games on ESPN, you want to see who scored live. When you watch your favorite reality shows, you don't want to be the victim of spoilers. You want to find out who's hooking up, who's breaking up. You want to find all of that live. And when the Oscars air, you don't want to get a play-by-play on Twitter. You want to see who wins live. Live TV is critical and is a unique selling proposition from Sling TV. It's also a dramatic differentiator from the existing streaming landscape. Netflix and Hulu are two key players in the subscription on-demand streaming space. We believe Sling TV will be perfectly complementary to these services. And we're not alone in this assessment, as evidenced by our recent press announcement with Netflix, covering both Dish and our new Sling TV service. Sling TV's exclusive live sports, current shows, and new movies are a perfect match for the large library of episodic and original content from Netflix and Hulu. And given the low pay-as-you-go price points for each of these services, it wouldn't surprise me to see consumers subscribing to all three, Sling TV, Netflix, and Hulu. Complementary programming, similar consumer models, distribution on the same devices make this combination a natural and brilliant choice. Now, how about Sling TV's features and benefits? For one, our enhanced viewing experience will offer trick play, which means enhanced fast forward, pause, and rewind. And where programming rights allow us, we'll offer a 3-day replay, which is also called look back. As a result, consumers may never miss their favorite shows. With this functionality, they can watch their shows on their schedule, which is what we know they want to do. Next, the design and user experience of our programming guide will definitely not be confused with the traditional pay TV grid from the cable companies. You know, the ones that everybody finds cumbersome and frustrating. You know, these actually originated from the old TV Guide magazine grid listings. That's old school. Sling user interface is very flat and easy to use, and viewers who are accustomed to services like Netflix and Hulu will find our design language very comfortable. This is the Sling Mini Guide. For each channel, it provides a quick way to see what's on now, what's coming up, or what's been broadcast in the past that you can actually watch now. You can also quickly filter the channel list to just show you kids channels or sports channels or entertainment channels. You can also then just swipe up from this and get to the Sling TV network view. This shows you all the live, look back, and on-demand content from the channel provider in one simple to find place. As we've learned, millennials focus on shows, not just channels. Sling TV Network View provides an ideal solution for this behavior. It's an immersive view that gets consumers more of what they want fast. Or they can just search and find their favorite content. With our search functionality, our flat user interface, and simple programming guide, Sling TV brings the next generation TV viewing experience to life. Last but not least, let me review how we'll distribute and market Sling TV. Our objective is to make accessing Sling TV easy and convenient. Sling TV will be available for smartphones, tablets, PC, and Mac, and you can also watch on your TV using devices like Roku streaming players, Roku Stick, Amazon Fire TV and Fire TV Stick, Google Nexus, and Xbox One. We'll also launch on connected TVs like the new Roku TV, and coming soon, Samsung and LG TVs. And I'm happy to say there'll be many more devices coming soon. If you want to get a sense for what's coming, just think about the key devices that are used to stream Netflix today. We'll focus on these devices, the devices people use, the devices that really matter. What all this means is that consumers will be able to watch Sling TV on their favorite devices. These are the devices they already own, the devices they're already using to watch video. So allow me to summarize what Sling TV is all about. It delivers the best of live TV and online video without the cable company for just $20 a month. Viewers can watch anytime, anywhere, and on the devices they already own. Sling TV provides an enhanced viewing experience with a desperately needed new model. This is a service informed by and tailored to millennials, cord cutters, cord nevers, cord haters, and of course, entertainment enthusiasts. For some, Sling TV will be the whole TV service. For others, it will complement their existing streaming services. And still for others, Sling TV will supplement their existing traditional pay TV subscription. The talk is that 2015 is finally the year of OTT. For us, our year of OTT actually started 2 years ago when we launched Dishworld. Dishworld is a US-based, over-the-top service with international content. Today, we actually stream tens of millions of hours of live and on-demand content every month in languages other than English. Dishworld, which will be soon renamed Sling International, is the largest live OTT service in the US. It includes close to 200 channels in 16 languages. We also stream some of the biggest international sporting events, including cricket and European soccer. So you see, this is not our first OTT rodeo. Dishworld currently includes top live TV programming from South Asia, East Asia, the Middle East, and Brazil. Quietly and very deliberately, we've used this as a sort of beta service to build and solidify our operational capabilities while monitoring consumer behavior. Immediately on our commercial launch of Dishworld, which was in April 2013, the vast majority of new international subscribers that we got across Dish Network were sourced to our OTT platform, our Dishworld service, rather than the traditional satellite service. This didn't cannibalize the satellite service. The subscriber growth was additive. To put a finer point on this, while the international OTT subscriber base grew rapidly, only a few % of these new OTT subscribers ever had a Dish satellite subscription. It really proved the hypothesis that we had, that by launching an OTT service, we could actually expand the addressable market and reach a demographic that we did not effectively reach with our traditional pay TV model. We believe exactly the same thing will be true with our new domestic over-the-top service. Sling TV will appeal to a different demographic, a demographic that traditional pay TV is missing today. And by the end of this month, we'll launch our new Sling TV service, which, by the way, it's already in an invitation-only beta with our Dishworld customers. We'll also continue to operate and grow Dishworld, which will be rebranded Sling International. And stay tuned, we'll be launching other high-value segments like Latino. For Sling TV, we're going to continue to add more programming, more product functionality, more social features, and more devices. This is a big launch, but it's also just the beginning. I'd like to end with announcing that the name and theme of Sling TV's first marketing campaign will be Take Back TV. We believe this campaign will both empower and resonate with millennials. For up-to-date Sling TV news, please follow us at Sling on Twitter or use hashtag TakeBackTV to participate in the conversation. And now I'm excited to show a short video.
Live, there's nothing like it. The game winner, the award winner, the series finale. The stuff that can't wait to be chatted, tweeted, and gifted about. It's time to watch TV on your terms. It's time to take back TV. It's time for Sling. Live TV, $20 a month, no cable or strings attached. We just made it easy to find the content you want, or didn't know you want. Take Sling anywhere. You're not tied down to your living room, so why should your TV be? Watch on your TV, laptop, phone, and tablet. And with 3D replay, it's TV on your time. It's not just the same old stuff. We also have the best of the web. This isn't your father's Oldsmobile. This is next generation TV on your terms. So go on, take back TV.
Okay, thank you all for listening to our vision and our plans, and be sure to stop by the Sling TV booth and get a live demo. We're right next to Dish in booth 8143 on the show floor. And now I'll turn the program back over to Joe.
Thanks, Roger. Obviously, Roger didn't get the memo on the dress code. Vive la différence, as the French would say. And thank you all for coming to this very special press event today. Please hop on over to our Dish and Sling TV booth, number 8143 in the Central Hall. We have just a few additional surprises for you all. And remember, 2015 might be the year of the sheep in China. However, it is always the year of the kangaroo at Dish. Happy New Year. Thanks for coming.
Okay, welcome back. We'll worry about the year of the sheep later. Is it the year of the sheep?
You're asking the wrong guy.
Does anyone know? Is it the year of the sheep? Who knows?
No.
I thought it was the year of the ram. It's the ram. All right. That's a weird double entendre from Joe Clayton.
The sheep.
Everyone else is the sheep.
All the sheep.
Okay.
The cable TV
There were a
subscriptions.
lot of layers in that whole Dish thing just now. Let's dive through this dish of Dish we just had. So, Joe Clayton comes out, the CEO, bangs a big drum.
Yeah. A bunch of kangaroos behind him.
Kangaroos.
Yep.
It's all coming together now. Most interesting thing that
the
they
most
did.
cosplay of all the announcements.
Oh yeah,
we'll see today.
this is a whole different thing we had today. They have just announced at the end of this announcement the most meaty part of it, which is what they call Sling Television, which has literally nothing to do with the Sling box.
No.
Weird brand leverage there, but just put Sling box aside. Nothing to do with it at all, except
it's
for
the
5
same
letters.
concept of it being the funnel that redirects
Go
content
anywhere
to you. Yeah,
So
anywhere.
what this is like Sony's PlayStation View service, which lets you get a bunch of live cable pay TV channels, if you will, and take them and watch them anywhere, any way you want, without having to be around a cable box or a limited app for one channel like HBO Go. So you can come into this thing for $20 a month, say, I want to get these. I count about 10 channels here, and you're missing a lot of good ones.
Yeah.
But you can get 10 cable channels live with the commercials still in there.
Yeah.
$20 a month on just about any device you want, except a PlayStation, of course, because that's directly against Sony's service. Xbox, tablets, phones, computers, Samsung and LG TVs are coming.
Yeah.
So we were doing a little bit of math, saying, okay, $20 for about 10 or 12 channels, missing a lot of them. ESPN is one of them, though. That's big.
I like looking at who they're directing this. They kept mentioning millennials over and over.
Over and over.
Here's the audience we're losing. Pay TV is losing this audience because they don't want to pay for anything.
Yeah.
They watch everything on YouTube.
But they described them as using Hulu, Netflix, and BitTorrent, and being highly educated and poorly paid. Right. I got depressed.
I know.
I got depressed for millennials.
Setting aside for my son's college education right now.
Don't bother.
You're going to put that $20 a month towards savings fund.
Right. So, but the millennial thing was their total focus.
Yeah, but apparently those millennials who are not going to spend anything on any
or
services
have the money too.
will suddenly have $20 a month to get the live TV that they're missing by not paying for a cable subscription.
With all those
service.
commercials, they're going to love.
Yeah,
it's a little wonky.
It's a tough sell to me. I feel like there was some double speak there that didn't work out in my.
Yeah, the channels, because that's what it's all about. ESPN's the big one. That's the gold standard to have on there. And by industry reports, it costs a carrier like Dish, if I have this right, over $5 just to pick up ESPN per subscriber. So there's $5 or $6 coming out of the 20 right off the
But
bat.
ESPN is the channel that is most frequently cited by cord cutters as being the live sports is what they miss the most.
The one they're going to miss the most.
So that's the one part of that service
yeah,
that
so they'll pay to have that
you
in
really want to get rid of conventional cable, but still probably pay your cable provider for internet connection. You can get this package and still get ESPN.
ESPN's there. And then TNT, TBS, CNN, House Garden TV, Food Network, Disney, Cartoon, Adult Swim. I think I'm missing just one or two others. But, there's a lot that's not in here.
Yeah.
But it's a decent sampling of cable, or as they call it, the best of cable.
Yeah,
not
you
quite.
really miss your live TV.
Yeah, interesting. And you can add a kids package with more kids programming, or a news package with more news programming channels for $5 each. You could up to $30 to get something closer to what you're used to on pay TV. Now, is it worth it? A lot of freedom, a lot of cutting edge.
I don't know. You can buy a lot of Pabst Blue Ribbon with $20 a month.
You can spend a lot of time on BitTorrent.
I don't know.
And watch those games in replay.
Right. And
That's fun.
Dish also announced their first 4K DVR, too. That was their opening announcement was, hey, 4K is all the rage here at CES, and now we've got a DVR that's got you covered.
Interesting how they're doing it. They say it's a 4K Joey. Now, the way they do their thing is they have the Hopper, which is the main mothership DVR you have. And then Joeys are these wireless repeaters you can pop all around your house at all your other TVs, and they pull content, stream it from the main Hopper. They're talking about it being a 4K Joey. They didn't mention anything about needing to upgrade your Hopper. So the peripheral pieces get upgraded. Somehow they're pulling 4K from an existing, if I have this right, from an existing Hopper. I got to check into that, but that seemed the way they were portraying it, which is an interesting bit of trickery. And they're upgrading.
If you got the 4K TV, you've been itching to get more content to show off on it. That's
and that's the key thing to all these announcements about 4K is once people buy or are forced to buy a 4K TV because that's all there is in the market, let's say, which will be the case by later this year, all the main good TVs. All of a sudden, you bring it home, like we saw with the HD revolution 10, 12 years ago. Immediately, everyone's dying to find content to prove that they bought something worth the money.
Help me justify this purchase,
Bingo.
please. Yeah.
Everybody used to watch the HD channel back 10 some odd years ago, and all it was were these beautiful flybys over the countryside. They were produced by documentary teams, but they were the only thing in HD for the longest time.
Right.
And everybody used to say, hey, they had huge ratings because people were trying to say, look, let me show you how my cool new HD TV looks. So a lot of the same thing will happen here. People getting a 4K TV will say, well, I better get some 4K content or I feel like a rube.
There's a lot of nature documentaries to try to make up
Plenty
the
of
difference.
those. Oh, yeah. You know, National Geo is shooting everything in 8K now, just to be ready. Ready for the future.
Right.
Okay, so Sling Television, a 4K Joey strategy to go with their Hopper. They added Vivo, music video service.
Those broke kids want to get their music videos
They're broke.
through their Hopper.
They need their music videos, and they're highly educated. Okay, got it. And then there's also this whole home music strategy they've got, going after Sonos and Samsung. And does Logitech still do a whole home? They did for a while. Remember, they had a Sonos killer.
Right.
I don't know if it's still around.
I don't know.
But anyway, they're going after that whole home music system thing, as I understand it, using the Joeys as music players as well. So a lot going on in here, but the big one was pay TV without having to pay for satellite or cable per se.
We'll see.
Joining only Sony in that space. Crazy old Sony.
Yeah, it's still
I don't want to be alone in a room with Sony, because they haven't had the best track record lately.
Actually, I feel like the best thing about this announcement is probably that it's going to be a juggling of the bundling of like what your cable provider is going to do for you now. Like now that they might be put like they've got the high card still of saying we've got your internet connection. You're going to be coming to us no matter what.
You still need that.
But now maybe the bundles will be a little bit more like throwing in the cable, at a highly discounted price, or trying to figure out what things they have that the subscription from Dish might not, like the HBO Goes or something like that, like the real premium content.
That'll be key to watch. See how, because we also have going on now the single channel streams. You've got CBS All Access, HBO Go. Channels are coming out with their standalone few bucks a month, or if you already have HBO, you've got that. And so there's the individual channel, and then you've got Dish and Sony with the sub-basket of channels, and of course cable and satellite still have all the channels.
Yeah, it comes back to, I feel like the only reason one would really want the live TV is that ESPN channel.
Sports and news.
And as soon as ESPN leaves the flock and does their own straight-ahead live TV app,
right.
Why would you go and spend the $20?
Does anyone hold the cards more in this game than ESPN, which isn't even a technology company?
Right.
But they have the content that most people, you mentioned, most people cite as I have to have.
Yeah, I could see buying the ESPN one and getting HBO Go Direct would be that would, and Netflix to sprinkle in there, that'd have me covered. That's all I really care about.
There's so many ways to mix and match. TV's not getting simpler, that's for sure.
But I think the choice and the choice is good, and also the whittling down of being able to have more a la carte options is great.
Yeah, or at least more a la carte
waiting
mini
for that
bundles
for a while.
I don't know if we get to a la carte soon, but we definitely get to smaller bundles. We can click and add modules a little more flexibly than saying I want to buy a big package or a huger one. Well, that's no fun. But what if we can get a bunch of $5 modules and build our programs a little? That seems to be pressuring more that way than the true a la carte immediately. All right, so Brian Cooley and Donald Bell, we're here with our live 2015 CES coverage of the day before the show starts. Tomorrow it starts formally. Today is all press conferences, in case you hadn't noticed. If you're just,
it's all academic today.
You're just joining. Oh yeah. If
Tomorrow's all hands-on. Today's just
us. If we spun the camera around, you see there's nobody here. We'll take a quick break before the start of the Qualcomm press conference. That's happening at the top of the hour. And interesting, they've been showing up at a lot of other people's press conferences. So a company that seems to be at the hub of a lot of things. And we'll also watch a few of our first look product videos of what we've seen already so far in this pre-day at CES 2015, including the new LG G Flex 2 smartphone. So stay with us as more coverage continues. It's CNET Live at CES 2015.
Hello everybody, I'm Lynn Law for CNET, and I'm here in Las Vegas at CES 2015, where LG just launched its second generation curved phone, the LG G Flex 2. As you can see, the device has a unique 23-degree arc design that, as the name suggests, can flex straight. At the same time though, LG has added some novel durability features. For instance, its Gorilla Glass display is chemically treated in-house to make it 20% stronger. And like its predecessor, the back can quote-unquote self-heal from everyday bumps and scratches. But this time around, it can mend itself quicker, and scuffs can disappear in roughly 10 seconds. The G Flex 2 is a bit smaller than the original. It's quite light at 5.36 ounces, and its display is half an inch shorter at 5.5 inches. But the screen is also sharper. It has a 403 ppi and a 1080p resolution. The Android Lollipop handset is equipped with some premium hardware as well. Aside from the newly announced Korean variant of the Samsung Galaxy Note 4, the 64-bit octa-core CPU also has a clock speed of 2 GHz, and everything is powered by a 3 ampere-hour battery. For all your photo needs, the device has a 2-megapixel front-facing shooter and a 13-megapixel camera that can shoot HD video and has auto laser focus, dual flash, and optical image stabilization. The phone comes in platinum black and flamenco red, and LG has said that it will first launch in Korea this month. Later countries will follow soon afterward. Again, I'm Lynn, and you've been checking out the LG G Flex 2.
It's a Chromebook, but bigger. I'm Dan Ackerman here at CES 2015 with the Acer Chromebook 15. This is, as far as we can tell, the first Chromebook with a 15-inch display. We've previously seen plenty of systems that use Google's Chrome OS and 11-inch screens and 13-inch screens, even a 14-inch or two, but never before in something as big as this. Now, what is Chrome? Well, that's a simplified operating system from Google. That's basically just the Chrome web browser, and it's meant for use with online tools and cloud-based tools. Not a lot of things you can do locally on the computer when it's offline. But if what you do is mostly online stuff like email and social media, then a Chromebook can certainly make a lot of sense and cost a lot less than regular laptops. This guy, besides having a larger screen, you can get it with a full HD screen, a 1920 by 1080, although there's also a less expensive 1366 by 768 display available. And more interestingly, it's the first Chromebook that we've seen that uses Intel's new Broadwell generation of processors. This uses a Broadwell Celeron processor, but I suspect that more upscale, like Core i3 CPUs, will be coming at some point in the future. But for right now, you can get the new Broadwell Celeron and the 1366 by 768 display later in January in the US for only $249. I'm Dan Ackerman, and that is the Acer Chromebook 15.
Hey, I'm Donald Bell here at CES 2015 with CNET, taking a first look at the 3Doodler 2.0. This is the second generation in this plastic printing pen. It's kind of like freestyle 3D printing. This is the first version of it. We saw this around a year ago. It's a lot chunkier, kind of harder to grip, but this next version of it really nails the pen-like feel. It really feels just natural, like you're writing with a pen. You press the button to get the plastic moving through the pen, and that kind of works like a hot glue gun, except you're printing a thinner filament of plastic. You can print onto a piece of paper in 2 dimensions, or you can even freestyle and start printing in the air if you want to get more complex 3-dimensional objects. Now, the great thing about the second version of this pen, aside from the more natural pen-like feel and the aluminum body here, is that it's now portable. You can buy an accessory pack, a battery pack, to take this on the go. Out of the box, you can plug it into wall power and 3D doodle that way. So instead of being trapped at home, 3D-doodling on your desk and plugged into a wall, you can now go wherever you want. You can 3D-doodle in the park if you feel like it. The other cool thing about this pen and the new generation of 3Doodler is that you can print in flexible filament here, so you can get flexible products like these glasses that can kind of bend. We also had a look at a 3D-doodled wallet that has a flexibility to it, so that's going to be fun for different kinds of designs that aren't so rigid. So 3Doodler 2.0 is unveiled today. It's going to be around the same price when it gets to market, around $100 as the original 3Doodler, but there's a Kickstarter going up that gives you an introductory price that's going to be much less. So if you really want to get your hands on the 3Doodler right quick, you can get on that Kickstarter campaign, and they should be shipping within weeks. For CNET.com, I'm Donald Bell from CES 2015, giving you a first look at the 3Doodler 2.0.
Schwank. Well, good.
Yeah.
Now I can take off my bucket list. I got to hear Donald Bell go on a live webcast and tell us how to get our hands on a 3Doodler.
that was like the end of your bucket list. That was it.
That was it.
Like
it was
Paris.
very short.
Yeah.
I mean, the bucket list, not the 3Doodler.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, the mobile 3Doodling. Now we can 3Doodle on the go.
Yeah, that's
we'll have our self-driving cars, and we could just
kick back and
3Doodle.
People have been doing that in cars for decades. That's not new. All righty. It's all coming together. It's only halfway through, if you can believe that.
Yeah,
all right, coming up in a few minutes, we're going to be going to Qualcomm, and you may say, Qualcomm, that sounds like, that's inside baseball.
Right.
They don't sell finished goods. But they're in this huge pitched battle with NVIDIA, which used to be all about graphics.
Well, didn't they have the Qualcomm Talk watch?
Oh, they did.
TOQ?
Yes.
Yeah, smartwatch.
Yeah, it's a very little dip in the water.
I wanted to defend the fact that they did have a product.
They did have a finished goods.
Yeah,
you're right. Very good,
product.
sir. Well played. So Qualcomm and NVIDIA are kind of the two companies they're very much approaching the same space, which is the processor companies of the future, both in processing as well as in, of course, Qualcomm's wireless technology is a huge business, underlying so many 3G and 4G devices out there. But these guys used to be kind of pigeonholed. Qualcomm was cell phone radios and NVIDIA was graphic chips.
Right.
And now they're becoming processors.
Well, was it AMD who was in that same thing?
Oh yeah, and AMD, of course, and Intel still.
The battle of all the mobile processor makers, and really Qualcomm came out on top.
Yeah, you hear about Qualcomm and NVIDIA's Tegra chips, Snapdragon and Tegra.
Intel still trying to keep those mobile chips.
Yeah,
alive,
that's one of those. Just yesterday's player.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to have the agility of companies that are not new, which is interesting. NVIDIA and Qualcomm are not upstarts that came in and took over the market, not took over, but have gained all this momentum in the market. But they've had some degree of agility, apparently, or better vision, that has left some behemoths step behind them.
Well, I have to imagine, too, that we're going to hear about chips not just in our mobile phones, but as we've already seen, you're saying we've seen them in TVs that have been announced
big in the
already
TVs
today.
Yep.
And maybe even in this Internet of Things, maybe our connected thermostat's going to start having quad-core capabilities to process all of our movements and comings and goings.
All right, let's go listen to our friends at Qualcomm. This is CNET's live coverage at CES 2015.
When health is connected to healthcare, treatment can be immediate. When energy thinks for itself, less can do more. When anyone has access, small wages can become small businesses. When all of the things in someone's life are seamlessly connected, hard things can be easy. When tools are more intuitive, interactions can be more human. Every day, Qualcomm connects people on an unprecedented scale, inventing and sharing innovations that power the experiences which enrich our lives. Because if we challenge what we have, we can make every day better. So if every day can be better, why wait? Qualcomm, why wait?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president of Qualcomm Incorporated, Derek Aberle.
Welcome, everybody. It's always great to be here at CES, and as many years past, this year we have a lot of great, cool technology to talk to you about. We're going to be announcing a number of new things here at the show. So I thought I'd spend a little bit of time talking to you about some of the evolutions we're seeing still in the core smartphone market and the evolution of the technology there. And then move on to talk about the traction and the developments that we're seeing across the Internet of Everything, which obviously is going to be a big part of the discussion and what people are showcasing here at CES. And then, of course, we'll save a little bit of time at the end for some Q&A once we get through all that. So one of the things I thought I would start with is really, if you think about Qualcomm, the foundation for our success is really the tremendous R&D engine that the company has had for the last almost 30 years. And over the course of our history, we've actually invested about $33 billion in R&D. Now, many companies invest in R&D, but we do it a little bit differently in the sense that we tend to invest early and try to anticipate the industry trends before many people actually know they're coming, and then make those early fundamental investments in R&D and innovation that ends up really driving the industry forward in a number of different vectors. And we've had really a pretty good track record of that over the years. If you look at the beginning of the company, we really focused on digital communications. Not only did we pioneer CDMA, but as we started to look at the industry, when most of the industry was focused on voice communications, the company really saw that the future was going to involve mobile computing and the Internet and having data on all of your devices. And so we actually embedded the Internet protocols into CDMA all the way back in 1993, when people weren't even really envisioning the devices to be anything like we carry around today. Another example is around computing. At the time when most of us were doing all of our computing on a desktop, we started to make very significant investments in really transforming computing to a mobile environment. And that turned out to have a number of challenges, but challenges we were able to overcome and become quite successful. We introduced a number of firsts around mobile computing that really helped to transform the way our devices act and how we interact with them today. But each one of these life cycles of the company really has built on the earlier investments and successes. So even today, with the amount of investment that we put into our CPUs and our GPUs and multimedia technology, the core connectivity technologies that we started the company around remain the basis of a large part of our success as well. So each one of these chapters of the history of the company really has helped drive us to the next level. And now as we look ahead, although we do continue to see a lot of momentum and innovation around smartphones and technology for mobile, We see a huge opportunity at taking those technologies into new segments and also transforming the edge of the internet. And that's not going to be just one form of technology. It really is bringing together a whole host of different technologies that we've been investing in for a long time. And in order to be successful there, you need to be good at a lot of things, much like the processors that we bring to market, which are, systems on a chip. And so we're doing a lot of work, and we will continue to do a lot of work on the convergence of Wi-Fi and LTE. And also, in order to solve some of the data challenges we have out there, we're going to need to use all available spectrum. And so we've been talking about the investments we've been making in what we call LTE-U, which is really taking the LTE technology into the unlicensed band, so operators can not only use their licensed spectrum, but they can use their unlicensed spectrum as a supplemental data channel with the licensed spectrum as their anchor. And we've done a number of tests, and we really believe that this is a more efficient use of unlicensed spectrum, and also will easily coexist with Wi-Fi. So it's not one or the other, but it's an overlay that can coexist in a meaningful way. So let me talk a little bit about, again, there's been a number of articles and chatter over the last years about the maturation of the smartphone market and whether innovation is slowing in that segment, and we really don't see it. As we look across the globe, we see tremendous growth in smartphones coming over the next 5 years. Analysts are projecting an additional 8 billion smartphone unit shipments between 2014 and 2018. So really staggering numbers of devices that will continue to penetrate into not only the developed regions, but into the emerging regions where people are getting onto the internet for the first time on their mobile devices. And so the thirst for new technology and innovation across those segments continues to be very, very robust. And our customers continue to push us, and we continue to push ourselves to continue to innovate there. And that's across connectivity, across processing, graphics, multimedia, sensors, a number of different vectors that are really going to continue to transform the devices we carry with us. And we're coming from a very good position. We've continued to build on our leading position over the last couple of years. We've now are in more than 1 billion Android smartphones that have shipped contain Qualcomm Snapdragon processors. And just in our last fiscal year 14, we actually shipped over 860 million MSM chipsets, which is a little more than 2 million per day. Really staggering numbers when you stop to think about it. And while most of the rest of the industry is really trying to get out of the gate with their first LTE modem solutions, we're on our 5th generation now of LTE modems, and we've obviously proven our ability to innovate across LTE in a number of different ways. But we announced earlier this year, or last year I should say, we're now in 2015, our 5th generation modem, the 9X45, which supports Cat 10, which is up to 450 megabits per second download and 100 megabits per second upload. And that will be shipping in devices in 2015. So really well positioned to continue to drive the mobile experience. I want to talk a little bit about our most recent premium tier chipset, the Snapdragon 810. I think one of the things that's important to understand as you look at the list of features here on the slide is you really can't win in the premium tier segment being good at one particular technology. It's really about the ability to bring a system together where you are leading in a multitude of different technology vectors. And we continue to do that. The Snapdragon 810 is our latest example of that, which will drive the high-end smartphone and tablet space. That includes a Cat 9 modem, which again supports up to 450 megabits per second download. It includes our latest 802.11ac multi-user MIMO technology, which I'll talk a little bit about in a few minutes. And it also includes support for 60 gigahertz, which we'll also cover in a little bit. But on top of that, we're supporting 4K video, probably more thoroughly than anybody else in the industry. And we'll be actually showcasing the first demo at our booth of streaming 4K video over LTE broadcast. And that's a really compelling application. I think is really going to drive a lot of new user experiences. Obviously, the camera continues to be extremely important, and that's an area of differentiation for us. And then the GPU is a significant differentiator for us, too. We've got the Adreno 430 now in this chipset, which provides about 30% better performance with 20% less power. And Raj Challuri, who I will bring up here in a second, is going to talk a little bit about some of the benefits and features of our new processor technology within the 810. So with that, Raj, why don't you come on up here and show us the demo.
Awesome. It's great to see everybody here.
I'm going to cut you off real quick. The one thing I forgot to mention is this morning, earlier today, LG actually announced the launch of the LG G Flex 2. And that's the first commercial device that will be shipping with the Snapdragon 810 in it. So we're very excited about that. I think this will be a very successful product. And please watch. You'll see some announcements over the coming months of additional products that have the 810 in it.
Awesome. Thanks, Derek. Yeah, so again, as I was saying, it's great to see all of you here again at CES. As Derek mentioned, Snapdragon 810 is here, and the first product was just announced today. We're very excited by that. It's really our next generation technology in high-end application processors. I wanted to, I think most of you have seen me talk about Snapdragon 810. What I wanted to do today is highlight a little bit of the graphics capabilities of the 810. The Snapdragon 810 has the Adreno 430 GPU, which is 30% higher performance, as Derek mentioned. It takes 20% less power. And also, more importantly, it supports a lot of new new technologies in that because of the computational power. We worked with our partner, Epic, to get the Unreal Engine working on that 810, and I'm going to show you a little bit of a demonstration of Unreal Engine running on it. They have deferred shading technologies in that one, and this is a shading technology that's actually mostly being used in PC and consoles. We have now worked with Epic to optimize that to actually run on Snapdragon. And let's cut to the demo here, and you'll actually see it running. So as you see here, it's running on the Snapdragon 810 here. There's quite a few different things. One of them it has is what is called dynamic tessellation. The dynamic tessellation really enables the CPU to send a few polygons, but let the GPU really create that next level of realism. We also supported something called high dynamic range rendering, where when you go from one dark scene to another scene, you can see that the details actually show up even when it's pretty dark, and you can see here dynamically how the rendering engine actually changes the contrast. We did something called linear space lights, where as you know, a lot of the LCD screens have work in a nonlinear manner in terms of brightness versus how the brightness responds. So we worked quite a bit on getting that to really optimize to LCD displays. And here what you're seeing is a display that's high resolution 4K by 2K display that we're running this Unreal Engine on. A lot of other stuff like eye adaptation, temporal anti-aliasing, which you'll see in this particular scene, that when you go smoothly past it, even the edges that actually move in time are very smoothly rendered. So, if I had told you guys that we'll be able to run this class of gaming experiences on a mobile platform like it's in this phone just a few years ago, I think no one would have believed it. But that's the state of technology that we have here, and really excited that the 810 is here, and you'll see a lot of products with it in this first half. Thank you.
Thanks, Raj. See if I can get to the next slide. Okay, there we go. So as we talked about, really, when you think about the smartphone platform, the mobile platform, it provides a number of really compelling things that drive innovation and design cycles. Obviously, the scale itself, just in terms of the number of devices shipping every year, and the replacement cycle of these devices. Actually, in 2014, about 30% of the installed base worldwide of mobile devices were replaced. So again, you think about the scale of the platform and then the quickness in which the devices turn over really gives you this tremendous opportunity to get new technology to market very quickly. And that's really one of the things that has propelled innovation in our industry. On top of that, mobile really provides, if not one of the most difficult design environments in terms of trying to drive low power, small form factor, and high performance. And so when you think of then the technologies that are developed for mobile, the applications that they can go into and really help transform other industries and segments, it's really an enormous opportunity for us in the rest of the industry. So I'm going to shift gears and talk a little bit about that now. There's a lot of companies that have been talking about what they're doing in the Internet of Everything, and that includes things like automotive, healthcare, wearables, networking, and the connected or smart home. But Qualcomm's not just talking about it, we're doing it. And we've really got tremendous traction over the last few years in all of these segments. And so we have active customer engagements and shipping product in pretty much all of these. So I'm going to talk about some of the announcements you'll see here at the show. So first, in automotive, one of the things that may not be as well known is actually Qualcomm has a very long history of working closely with the auto industry, going back more than a decade. First around connectivity, but we've developed some very, very deep relationships with the industry, and that is now allowing us to leverage these relationships and our past experience and their thirst for new technology that's been developed for mobile to really bring those two together and start bringing a number of the mobile technologies into the automotive space. And so we're going to be demoing, and I really encourage you all to come by the booth and the various places that these concept cars will be located at the show to really see this firsthand. But we're going to be demoing a number of different technologies in several different cars. The first one is a Cadillac XTS. That'll showcase Android running on top of our Snapdragon automotive platform. We're implementing a number of other technologies in there, including LTE, some of the Wi-Fi technology, the LTE broadcast, which allows streaming content, as well as upgrade ability for software in the vehicle. And then, of course, wireless charging, which has been a technology that we've been investing in for a number of years and helped really start the beginnings of the A4WP or the Resonance technology that others are now starting to adopt. We're also going to have a Maserati car which will be running the QNX OS, showing different features around gestures and voice. And also, we'll be showcasing some of the ADAS features in the vehicle for driver assistance and safety. And then finally, we've got a vehicle, an EV, that's really focused on showcasing mostly our wireless charging technologies, which includes the wireless charging technology that actually charges the electric vehicle without the need for any cables. And we've talked about that in the past, but you'll be able to see that firsthand as well. And we're in that vehicle also doing some work with DSRC, which is another safety feature that can basically help detect pedestrians and other vehicles and help avoid collisions. So really a number of different technologies that we see, and this is kind of a glimpse into the future of some of the things that we'll be bringing to automotive over the next few years. So we're very excited about that. Healthcare is another area that we've spent a lot of time on over the last 10 years, and only up until the last probably few years, the industry probably was not ready to start really adopting mobile technology. But now we're really seeing a transformation in mobile health, both in terms of the medical devices, the remote monitoring devices, and the technology needed for those devices has really matured and come to a place where the solutions are there. And they really work well. But then the question is, how do you get the data from those devices to where it needs to go, whether it's a patient, a caregiver, or even a loved one that's wanting to look out for their parents, for instance. And we developed the CNET platform, which is really a secure, HIPAA-compliant, end-to-end system that really gets the data from those remote monitoring devices to where it needs to go. And then one of the challenges we saw as we started to enable this ecosystem was once the data was captured, you got to be able to use it. And so we've also introduced the Healthy Circles platform, which allows doctors and caregivers to share the data that comes off of these remote monitoring devices in an intelligent way. And so those solutions are really starting to gain a lot of traction within the industry. And there's a huge opportunity here of growth, both in terms of reducing cost. When you think about the technologies that are brought into healthcare, many times those actually increase cost. But mobile has the ability, the unique ability to really reduce cost, take cost out of the system, and also increase access to healthcare in developing regions. So we really think it will be a transformative part of healthcare going forward. Another area is as the pay models shift in healthcare from kind of pay-as-you-go to pay for outcome, it'll be important for not only caregivers but also for pharmaceutical companies, for instance, to show adherence to prescription medication. And so I think there's quite a large opportunity for us to work with the industry to drive new solutions. And already, just in a very short period of time, we've developed the largest ecosystem within the healthcare system, within mobile health. We've got now more than 500 companies that are part of the connected health ecosystem with Qualcomm. So again, very exciting opportunity for us going forward. And we will be announcing a couple of new collaborations around our mobile health technologies. One is with Walgreens. Walgreens has probably got one of the most successful mobile apps on the market today. They're going to be powering their app with the CNET platform, and they're going to be launching 3 new connected devices, a couple of blood pressure cuffs as well as a glucose meter. And those will be able to remotely take readings and transmit data to the Walgreens app using the CNET platform. And the Walgreens app is actually very interesting because they also provide a reward system for consumers that make healthy choices. And they've got about 82 million subscribers on this platform using this reward system. And so as they start connecting up remote monitoring devices and importing the data into the app, they will also be able to gain these reward points, which ultimately turn into cash. So very excited about that. We think this will be something that really accelerates adoption of mobile health and remote monitoring systems over the near future. The second is with Novartis. Probably one of the most costly parts of developing a new drug include the cost of clinical trials. And so to the extent you can make them more efficient and in some cases more accurate, there's really a big opportunity to gain value in the ecosystem. And so Novartis is actually going to be using the CNET platform as well to remotely monitor patients in the trials and collect data remotely so that the patients don't have to come in and have visits in the office. So again, these are sort of 2 of the early. You'll see more over the coming months of new collaborations that really start to drive the mobile health area forward. So wearables, probably a few wearables out on the show floor tomorrow. This is an interesting segment, and one that we've been focused on both in terms of kind of bringing our own showcase products to market over the last couple of years, but then in terms of supplying technology and chipsets, we've been very active as well. This is another area where I think you hear a lot of companies talking about what they want to do in wearables or what they might do in the future, but Qualcomm is actually doing it today. We've got 15-plus products already in the market, shipping in 30-plus countries. And that's kind of a broad range of products as well. We've got cameras. We've got digital eyewear with Samsung. Obviously, we're in the GoPro. And then when you think about the smartwatch segment, which is fairly nascent, and the Google Wear devices that have come to market, we've got the majority of the designs there as well. So again, it's early days for wearables, but we feel that this is actually a sweet spot for Qualcomm. It leverages a lot of the same pain points that the mobile phone does in terms of low power architecture, small size, and connectivity. And also, it's initially, at least what we've seen so far, it's very connected to the smartphone. So it again, it allows us to leverage our position in the smartphone space to go into the new wearable segment. So again, we'll have to see how this all develops, but we're very excited. We think this is a big area, and we're happy to see the traction that we've gotten so far. So the other area that was on the slide we talked about was networking. And so we've been very focused on that. And as part of our effort, we think about transforming the edge of the internet. Obviously, networking and the convergence of various connectivity technologies is key. And so we pioneered a new version of 802.11ac called multi-user MIMO. And the way you should think about that is the existing 802.11ac technology was really allowed the access point to service one user at a time. And with multi-user MIMO, the access point can actually allow multiple users to use the access point at the same time. And it has the ability to increase data rates by up to 3 times. So it's a very, very interesting and compelling technology. We talked about it last year when we first had the part sampling. Talked a little bit more late last year in terms of the ecosystem, but we're now here to tell you that we actually have a number of design wins and traction with OEMs that are going to be bringing out a number of products across the ecosystem. One of the unique things that we have, in addition to really developing this technology and being first to market, is we have it end-to-end. And that obviously makes the technology even more efficient and more productive. So we have it on the device side as well as the access point side. And you're going to see companies announce products in terms of both the access points and media hubs, as well as intent to put it into their devices like smartphones and laptops at the show here this week. So again, seeing good traction in the networking side as well. Smart home or connected home, a lot of different technologies going into the connected home or the smart home. And Qualcomm has been working at this for a while. Obviously, one of the pain points of enabling this space was interoperability. So about a little more than a year ago, we helped launch the All-Scene Alliance. And just over the last year, it's really been tremendous for us to see the amount of traction and progress the Alliance has gained. And we've now got over 100 companies in there, including Electrolux, Haier, Microsoft, LG, Sony, Sharp, and several others. And so big name companies, and this week we'll be announcing also a number of new companies adopting the AllPlay streaming audio solution, which runs on top of the All-Scene All-Join, so there's a lot of alls in there, technology. And that really is a product that enables wireless speakers from any brand really to be used in a single configuration where you're streaming audio from any device that has All-Join and AllPlay to these AllPlay enabled speakers. And we've got 8 new equipment manufacturers that will be announcing products here at CES, which brings the total now supporting to 15, which also includes companies like Monster. And now 4 new streaming audio platforms also adopting the AllPlay platform, which adds it to some of the earlier ones that we had announced. So really seeing good traction across both the All-Scene Alliance and Qualcomm's AllPlay audio streaming technology. In addition to that, we're going to be showcasing in our booth the first tri-band Wi-Fi solution, which we call Qualcomm Vive. And that basically enables in a single solution 802.11ad, the 60 gigahertz technology, as well as 2 flavors of 802.11ac. And really what this solution does is it gives you ubiquitous coverage within the home on 802.11ac, but also gives you basically zones where 60 gigahertz is present to transfer things like 4K video. And when you think about the power of the 60 gigahertz technology, like a normal length 4K video or movie can be streamed from your device to a TV in just a couple of minutes. So really tremendous benefits. But again, that is a shorter range technology, and so the combination of AC and AD in a single solution really will drive some unique experiences within the home as more and more devices share content going forward. The last one I wanted to talk about is we're going to be announcing a collaboration with LifeX, which is really a collaboration to drive connected lighting. And it comes in a couple of different forms, but we have a module that they'll be supplying, which will enable existing lighting companies to pretty quickly convert their products to connected lighting and allow direct connection from devices to the lights themselves as opposed to going through a centralized hub or system. And then we also have a reference design for the bulb itself, which will allow companies that haven't traditionally been in the lighting space to actually get into the connected lighting space rather quickly. And so we're very excited about that. It's compatible with the All-Scene Alliance's lighting service framework. And I'm going to actually ask Raj to come back up one more time and give you a little more information on LifeX.
Great. So as Derek mentioned, we're going to announce this collaboration with LifeX pretty soon. The press release will go Actually, what we are talking about is a complete lighting module, which is the smart lighting module, which is this. This has our Wi-Fi solution. It has all the processing, all the software, everything that you need to take any light bulb like that and convert it into a smart light bulb. And the concept is that we work together with LifeX to make this full turnkey solution. So people who are actually already manufacturers of lighting, like our partners like Sylvania, for example, who know a lot about lighting and making light bulbs, but are not so familiar with Wi-Fi technologies and how to make connected light bulbs, can work with us, license this, and get them into an existing light. And actually, I can take this apart here, and you can just put it right in here. And you can see here this is an LED lighting, and it has different color lights, and the module goes right in there. And they're able to make a connected light bulb. New partners, like who actually have quite a bit of presence in connected home, such as D-Link, for example, if they want to launch connected light bulbs to add to their connected home products, they're able to quickly work with us and launch that. These products, this can be obtained from a distributor Arrow. You get a full solution from them. So anybody who wants to get into this market can very quickly get into the lighting market. And as Derek mentioned, this supports the All-Scene Alliance's lighting services framework, which means that not only these light bulbs are connected, so you can turn them on, turn them off, change the color of the light, conserve energy, and so on, but they also connect to everything else in your house. So the whole experience is a lot more complete. That's all I wanted to show about that. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Raj. So really just to kind of end, I hope you can see that not only in continue to innovate in our core smartphone market, which is going to be extremely beneficial to us going forward, Qualcomm is already seeing tremendous traction in a number of these newer segments where mobile technology will increasingly see adoption and transform these industries going forward. So again, we're very excited. I really encourage all of you to come by the booth. It's easy for us to talk about these technologies, but the cool thing is really to see them live in person. And so we got a lot of cool demos at the booth, and hopefully everybody will get a chance to come through and take a look at all the good things we have going on. So with that, I'm going to kind of transition here into Q&A. I want to make a couple of points. We'd first like to try to take questions from the media, and then if we have time, we'll entertain additional questions. And if you can, please, I know sometimes it's difficult, try to limit yourself to one question and announce your name and the outlet you're with before you ask the question. Thanks very much. We've got some folks in the audience here controlling the mics. Sorry.
Hey, Derek. It's Ben Rubin with CNET.
Yep.
Thanks for taking my question. With IoT, how confident are you guys that you can become the next big IoT company? There are a lot of other chip players and other tech players out there that are in that space. It's very quickly becoming competitive. How strong do you think you guys are there?
You know, we feel pretty good about our position. I hope that you can tell from some of the announcements you'll see today that really the leading position we have in mobile is going to be key to the success, I think, in Internet of Everything. And the ability to bring a number of different technologies together for the particular solution, which is something that Qualcomm has succeeded at historically, as opposed to being good at one thing in particular, I think is really going to be the thing that drives success or failure. And again, while many companies are talking about what they're going to do in the Internet of Everything, we're already executing and delivering. So I think we feel really good about our position there.
Hi, Derek. Ian King from Bloomberg News. I know you're here to talk about cool technology, and thanks for showing off some stuff, but could I just ask, given some reports that we've seen about updates into the China situation, is there anything you can tell us, please?
I guess I lost the bet. I thought it was going to be the first question, not the second question. But unfortunately, there's not a whole lot more we can say. You know, we're continuing to cooperate with the NDRC in China, and trying to reach a resolution there is obviously one of the highest priorities for our management team. But you know, there's been some speculation around. We can't really comment too much on that. As soon as we can get to a resolution, obviously, you know, we'll be in a better position to talk about it.
Hi, Sasha Sigan from PCMag.com. So when are we going to see the successor to Crate, the next great Qualcomm-designed ARM-compatible core?
We've announced that, haven't we? Yeah. Yeah, we haven't yet put out a date for that.
That's why I'm asking you the question.
Yeah.
Hopefully soon.
Thank you, Mike Dano from Fierce Wireless. You mentioned unlicensed use of LTE, LTE-U, and I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about that, what you see that technology doing, what products you may have that support it, and any other carriers that may be interested in launching that technology.
Sure. Yeah, so we really see the need going forward for the operators to really utilize all available spectrum, which includes licensed and unlicensed spectrum. And there really is a very efficient way to utilize LTE in the unlicensed band, in particular when you have licensed spectrum as sort of an anchor to run that system. And so we see a big opportunity for supplemental channels in the unlicensed band using LTE. And I think as you see the world evolve going forward, most likely as small cells roll out and there's a densification of the network generally, many of these devices will end up implementing virtually all the technologies, LTE, LTE-U, and various forms of Wi-Fi. So we see over time kind of convergence and each operator sort of using the best combination of those technologies that works for their particular needs.
Hi, Derek. This is Kibion Salazar from GameCrate.com. When gaming with the Snapdragon 810, what would you say is comparable to like gaming on a PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3?
I mean, we've really just talked about console quality gaming. I don't know if Raj wants to elaborate a little bit on that or not.
Yeah, it's hard to really make an apples-to-apples comparison because they are very different kind of platforms. But what's happening is a lot of the games that run on those consoles, we work with the development community to optimize them so that they work on the mobile platform in a lot more power-efficient manner.
Hi, Mike Freeman, San Diego Union Tribune. Derek, can you talk a little bit about the All-Seeing Alliance standard and then the rival standard that is out there? And is there room for both? Can they coexist? Does it need to coalesce around one? And if it does, what needs to happen for everybody to work together?
Yeah. So I think when we started the All-Seeing Alliance, really, like I said, we saw kind of a pain point that we thought would basically inhibit adoption in the smarter connected home. Companies were starting to stand up kind of vertical solutions, and as we came forward, we're actually able to convert a number of those companies that were working on a vertical solution into an open platform, and I think that's why you're seeing the traction that the Alliance has already. Certainly less fragmentation would be better. I think as you've seen over the history of various technologies, typically there's a period early on where there might be multiple, and not to say that more than one can't succeed longer term. But I think it would be good for the industry to have fewer rather than more platforms. And so what we're trying to do is really drive open platform that supports all transport layers and allows as many different OEMs to participate in that framework as opposed to having a number of different ones. So we'll have to see how it plays out. But we have seen companies move actually from the other camp kind of out of that, and we believe will come into the All-Seeing Alliance in the near future. So, I think it's still a little bit early days.
All right. So there we have our Qualcomm press conference coming off of yesterday's NVIDIA press conference, which was very automotive focused. And these guys went very automotive focused as well in part of their talk. But they also were talking about their top chip, the Snapdragon 810.
810, the next in line after the 805.
Which is the current hot chip.
Right. So the 810, and we heard about this earlier, is going to be the first chip. The first use of it is going to be in that LG G Flex 2.
Yeah, which formally rolled out earlier today during the LG press conference. Yeah. Now, one of the interesting things here is that we're seeing, like we have seen so many areas of technology, we've seen old guards replaced by new guards. So now where you used to be talking Intel and AMD all the time a few years ago here at CES. Now you talk Qualcomm and NVIDIA all the time, with some AMD thrown in.
Yeah, and both companies very focused on gaming too. We heard a lot about console quality graphics and the chips, and how for the next generation of tablets that we'll see later this year that are going to be running with the 810 chip.
Yeah.
And NVIDIA, as we already know, is that the gaming is their kind of early stomping
That's their
ground.
legacy.
And so they're continuing that. Last year, was it last year we saw their NVIDIA's handheld?
Yeah, the handheld gaming rig that was kind of like a tablet.
Right.
With the handles on it.
And we were into that for a moment.
Yeah. Or was that Razer? They have one like that every year.
Right. So, yeah, both companies really just trying to get closer to that gaming console quality graphics.
Yeah, and the gaming quality is important, not just for the gaming on a tablet or a phone or whatever device, but also because once you nail gaming, that performance level, everything else is kind of easy.
Yeah.
I mean, that's always been the highest bar. That and video editing are the highest bar for a piece of silicon to do. And if you can get that optimized, things like terrain recognition for a car, that's basically a gaming situation. It's visual recognition versus visual generation.
It's the further erosion of the consoles, too. I mean, it's one of those things as we inch closer to, I mean, because neither Sony nor Microsoft have really been able to nail mobile gaming in some way that I feel.
No. There's
really
another
taken hold.
case of legacy turning over. Those two guys will eventually no longer be the kingpins of gaming in a few years. We'll talk about it being on mobile devices powered by new era chip makers, not the old guard or the proprietary chips that you've got in a Sony PlayStation, for example. We're also seeing that these are processors that do graphics really well, as you're mentioning, do processing really well with many cores, and also handle integrated wireless connectivity, which we heard a lot of at the end of this Qualcomm. Now, I'm not a wireless or spectrum geek, and you need to be. It's it can be a very dense area.
It's a blind spot for you. I think of everything.
Pretty much.
2015.
Oh, yeah. I'll link things right into it if you're talking wireless.
Spectrum geeking.
But one of the big trends that they were talking about there at the very end was about unlicensed spectrum. So either being able to move our mobile devices from being on towers all the time, which the towers can never keep up with the growth of both devices and the usage of them. So now the idea is to hand you off to more Wi-Fi hotspots that are basically tying back to the same provider, or what they call LTE-U, which is unlicensed LTE, unlike the licensed LTE you're connecting to on the tower for your Verizon or Sprint or whatever it may be. So there's a lot of different flavors of wireless that are all going to mesh together and hand off seamlessly so we can move all these devices to all these high bit rate applications and not swamp the difficult to build, expensive to build, difficult to permission towers.
Well, also the low bandwidth stuff, because it came back to this idea of the Internet of Things, the technology being part of the, they're part of the All-Seen Alliance, as is LG.
Which gets our award early on as the most eerily named thing. Right? All-Seen.
It's like the Spectre name.
Soon it'll be all known. And then I'm out.
Yes.
There also is along the low bit rate area, they talked about an alliance, Qualcomm did, with Novartis for medical trials that can be monitored in real time with lightweight, low bit rate sensors that have this Qualcomm technology in them, and also a health collaboration with Walgreens that I want to dig into more, because this may be, I think, the salvation of this, what we call the fitness market right now. Most people don't really care about wearing a fitness band, statistically, so that's kind of peaked. But if you can turn this into a medical health device as opposed to a fitness device, make it a little more serious.
Yeah.
Let me qualify for an insurance discount at work.
That Walgreens is going to eventually start tagging our elderly.
Oh, they're put a little tag in your ear to that point. I mean, literally tagging our elderly. Yeah, you know how it goes in some of those sci-fi visions. I think what we're seeing here is that Qualcomm has rolled out a lot of things that go to their core of connectivity. Whereas we see from NVIDIA, they often have more of a core push on processing power.
Crunching the numbers. Yeah.
They're both having to do that, of course.
Yeah.
But they're playing their historic strengths, obviously, as they go forward. And you found a lot of car partnerships were in this as well.
Yeah, but one was like Maserati. I mean, I don't know how effective these are going to be.
See, Donald, this is the car business. You got to have your marquee player. Everyone wants to have Ferrari as a partner, even though you can't sell enough units through Ferrari in a decade to make a difference, but it just looks good.
Yeah,
it just looks good.
Yeah, man, there were some Toyotas in there, and Maserati was a highlight for me. But
so Qualcomm is getting involved in powering a lot of the connected services in vehicles, but NVIDIA is doing a ton of that. Audi, for example, works with NVIDIA very closely on the recognition of what's happening out in the world so the car can do self-driving.
Yeah.
We've got BMW right across the street here is going to be showing us self-parking technology, obviously lots of
I
sensors.
have to imagine Qualcomm's all about the self-driving car scenario, because any way you paint it, you're a person with a mobile device in front of you in your car, with the car powered probably by a processor, multiple processors to take everything in, and then you've got your in-dash system, which might be Qualcomm-based as well.
They want their processors to take over driving so you can do more with their processors in your phone at the same time.
Get a 3-doodle in there. And
Everyone's a winner.
Everyone's
get a little
happy.
moonshine and you're all set. It'll be legal then. All right, so a lot going on in that one, whether you can tell or not. Let's see. We've got Toyota coming.
It was pretty dry. There's a lot of PowerPoint presentations.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah.
Lot of
No,
reading.
good stuff, just, different. Toyota's next up, top of the hour. Speaking of automotive, I can expect that they're going to have a lot to say about hydrogen. So stand by. They had a big announcement on that last year, and they're putting more to it this year. Right now, we're going to take a quick break and then show you more of our first look videos that are coming in fresh from our editing bay right behind us here in the CNET main stage here at CES 2015. And by the way, including, we're going to be seeing shortly, oh, I dread this day, the return of the Happy Fork.
They said it couldn't happen.
The Happy
It's back.
effing Fork. It's back. Stay with us for that, or leave. I don't care. I'll forgive you at this moment. Now, stick around. We'll be back with more CNET coverage of CES 2015.
At CES 2015, and the smart Bluetooth fork is back. But this time it's called the 10S fork. You may remember it 2 years ago as the Happy Fork. That was a different branding, but for the same device, and now it's back with new features. The hope is that you'll wait at least 10 seconds before each bite. That's why it's called the 10S fork, for the 10-second fork. And when you work with a nutritionist by syncing your data, it's able to detect, well, how can you improve your eating habits and how often you're eating. All this information is great when you're really serious about changing your diet habit, but for most people, they're probably not going to want something this bulky to have every meal with. There's a button on the fork itself you have to press before your meal, and then it measures how many seconds between each bite. If it's more than 10 seconds, you get a green light. If it's faster, it'll vibrate and you'll get a red light. The original model had a bit of a flaw. You see, when you took a bite of food, sometimes it thought that when you stabbed your food, it was also you taking a bite. It couldn't really tell the difference of impact. Well, now there is a knife. The knife and the fork pair together so it can tell the difference between when you're cutting your food versus when you're stuffing your face. The knife and fork pair are already out in Europe for $99, but the founders are hoping to bring it to the US. For CNET, I'm Bridget Carey at CES 2015 with your first look at the 10-second fork.
Lenovo has some space-saving accessories for your laptop. I'm Dan Ackerman at CES 2015, and this is the Lenovo ThinkPad Stack. It is a stack of accessories that'll work with your ThinkPad or, frankly, any other laptop or desktop, and you can pick and choose and design your own sort of stack of add-ons that don't take up a lot of desktop space because they all fit together. They actually stack with these little pins magnetically. What you have here is a power bank to get some extra power for your laptop. And then you have got an external hard drive, a 1 terabyte hard drive. And again, see, stacks on top of each other like that. This guy is an access point. So you plug this in, and it will take the internet signal that your laptop is using and project it out as a Wi-Fi access point so other devices can connect to it. And then finally, we have a Bluetooth speaker. And you can choose, 1 or 2 or 3 or all 4, stack them up in different orders. They pass power through these little pins right here. So you only have to have one power connection for them if you have them all stacked up. Now, these guys are going to be sold together and separately as a full bunch. It's going to be in the U.S. $319, available sometime in mid-April of this year. Or separately, you could buy the Bluetooth speaker for $89. You could buy the power bank for $49, and then they're going to sell the 1 terabyte hard drive and the access point together for $199. And the nice thing is, they look like they're designed to work with ThinkPads, sure, but you can actually just plug them into any laptop. They charge via micro USB, and again, the speaker connects via Bluetooth. I'm Dan Ackerman, and that is the Lenovo ThinkPad Stack.
Hi, I'm Andrew Gebhardt here at CES with the Discovery IQ Daycore Dual Fuel Oven Range. So now, just by talking to your iPhone or Android, you can turn on this oven, you can change the settings, you can set an oven timer, you can turn the light on or off. The Discovery IQ line also has an Android tablet built right in. So in addition to some basic controls, you can also pull up cooking instructions for various recipes and have the oven guide you through step by step. And in addition to all that technology, the oven itself is not too shabby. The oven itself has 10 cooking modes. This is a beast of a premium machine, and now it's on the cutting edge of tech. It's not the only one with smart features, but this is the very first oven to have voice control, in addition to having that embedded Android tablet. Control the oven, bring up recipes. I'm pretty excited to try to use this thing.
Hey guys, I'm Megan Woolerton for CNET Appliances here at CES 2015 in Las Vegas, standing here with the D-Link Connected Home Hub. This is an $80 Z-Wave and Wi-Fi hub that you can use to connect a bunch of different accessories on the My D-Link Home app. So some of the accessories they've unveiled today are a water sensor, an open and closed door sensor, a motion sensor, as well as a siren. So it's kind of combining home automation with home security all into one package, and it's all available on the My D-Link Home app. Thanks for watching. Be sure to check out the rest of our CES 2015 coverage on CNET.com. I'm Megan Woolerton for CNET Appliances.
Hi, I'm Scott Stein here in Las Vegas with Vanessa from CNET, and one of the more interesting partnerships is Misfit, who already makes fitness trackers that pair with a bunch of accessories bordering on jewelry, are now pairing and working with Swarovski, and this partnership has produced the Misfit Swarovski Shine. This is actually jewelry in a variety of different forms, slakes, pendants, and there is a actual Swarovski crystal that is bonded onto the hardware here. These are going to be available in March, and packages for the Swarovski Shine start at $170 to $250. They include a workout tracker, rubberized band. They're water resistant to 50 meters, and there are also these accessories which work at the original Misfit Shine. And I'm not an expert on jewelry, and you are, which thankfully you're here.
This is actually the first wearable that I'd actually wear out. So Misfit was already one of the popular ones for women because they're the more subtle ones, and they track your sleep and your exercise, like you said. But they tend to be, wearable for us. So I'm glad that the technology world is finally catering to us women with some shine.
Well, these also have one more wrinkle. Coming out later in the year is a violet crystalled Misfit that generates its own power. It has an energy harvesting crystal. This patented technology is a solar collector that uses the crystal to bend light in and sustain its own energy, which is minutes of daylight charging at a time. So this is kind of the beginning of embedded wearable technology that doesn't look like wearables at all. Pre-orders are on misfit.com now. It's going to be available in retail stores, Swarovski, in Hong Kong, the US, and China, and it's also going to be available on Swarovski.com. From CES, I'm Scott Stein.
And I'm Vanessa Andriana.
know a company is invested in your selfies when it gives you this, a flash to illuminate your face. I'm Jessica Delcourt for CNET here at CES 2015 in Las Vegas. This is the Lenovo Vibe X2 Pro with selfie flash attachment. So the flash itself is pocket sized, it plugs right into the headset jack, and it syncs with the shutter in about 3 seconds when you use it on this phone, the Vibe X2 Pro. However, you can buy it to work on any other phone. You just won't have that shutter sync. You'll have to take the picture on your own. It's got 8 LEDs circling it. They're diffused, so it's supposed to give you a really nice picture, indoor, outdoor, whatever. It will take about 100 selfies on a single charge, and it is rechargeable. It has its own charger. Now, the phone itself, the Vibe X2 Pro, has a 5.3-inch 1080p HD display. It's got a 64-bit Qualcomm Snapdragon octa-core processor, so that's a little bit different than what we usually see. The Vibe 2 interface is running over Android 4.4 KitKat. Now back to photos, we've got a 13-megapixel camera on the front, which we don't see a lot of these days, but we're starting to see more. Same 13-megapixel camera on the back with LED flash. Now the phone is coming out April 2015 for Lenovo's usual markets. That's China, other Asian countries, India. We will not see it in the US, UK, or Australia. It does come in 3 colors though: electric blue, like this one here, champagne gold, and rock pink. Now the phone is also interesting because it's got this triple layered look. So the colors I mentioned are the colors on the back with other colors sandwiched in between. Feeling very patriotic with this one. Once again, I'm Jessica Delcourt for CNET here at CES 2015. We've been looking at the Lenovo Vibe X2 Pro and a selfie flash attachment. For much more information on these products and everything else we've been doing here at CES, go to cnet.com.
Okay, we're back at it. Live coverage from CES 2015. Brian Cooley with Donald Bell.
Still here.
Still
sitting.
I just wanted to share with you the best technology we've discovered so far at CES. Right there.
Hello.
Right there. Okay? When you're going to sit in these cheap chairs that we rent every year.
You might not be able to spot the difference in 4K versus 1080p, but you can tell when you've got a pillow in your butt.
You sit on these chairs too long, you can't spell anything. All right, it's better. That's where we're looking more cheerful and chipper now. The lovely Lin Fu just brought us some nice cushions. You don't want to know about this. Anyway, okay, Toyota's coming up in moments, about 2 minutes away. Our first automaker. No, did we?
Yeah, no.
Our first
This
automaker.
is going to be our first one.
Because we have Volkswagen coming up later.
It could be a melding of everything we've experienced so far. It could be some Qualcomm processors in there and some 8K resolution
8K dashboard screen
display
with pixels so small even machines can't
and
see
maybe
them.
there'll be like a door refrigerator in the back or something. Who knows?
Yeah, we can meld it all together. So it'll actually be talking about hydrogen. They're big on fuel cells. You may have seen our video from the Los Angeles Auto Show late November last year where we gave you one of the earliest looks and drives in the Toyota Mirai, which is their new production, very small production, but production hydrogen fuel cell car where you go fill it up with hydrogen. It makes electricity out of it, spits out water vapor. You know how that whole drill goes. They are really doubling down on that because now a year ago at this very event, we were here when Bob Carter from Toyota made the announcement they were going to kind of say no to electric cars, traditional battery electric, and say, no, it doesn't work. We're going to go hydrogen. We think we can get it done. We think we can handle the fueling by installing, in their calculations, 1/6 the number of fueling stations that we actually think we need. Because right now we think we have to drive down, and every few blocks we want to see 3 or 4 fueling stations at every intersection. And if we don't see that, we freak and go, oh, there's no gas station nearby. But if you figure that we only need to be, I think they say 15 minutes away from a fueling station for the vast majority of the population, you need 1/6 the number of stations. Yeah. So they say, yeah, we can build that over a course of a couple of decades, perhaps. But we can get there.
And it lessens, I have to imagine, it lessens their dependency on companies like Panasonic that are making all these giant lithium batteries that are going into the rechargeable electric
That's your whole
cars.
Tesla Panasonic world, where they believe that better and better battery packs can make for the best electric car. But we did a really good piece in the CNET magazine that I hope a lot of you folks have read on newsstands, real magazine, that looked at, what's the problem with batteries? Why haven't they gone hockey stick in their innovation?
Mm-hmm.
And so far, the chemistry has just stubbornly avoided that. There's still, about as much time to charge to get about as much energy back. And it's a long time to charge.
Probably, hundreds of years ago, they were asking the same questions about coal. They're like, why can't we make this coal work better?
Why can't we burn more out of this damn lump? Anyway, let's go see what Toyota's got. Hydrogen, connected, and self-driving, all expected as we go live to their press conference here at CES 2015.
Thank you. After such a great introduction, I can't wait to hear the speaker myself. I'm a physicist. We physicists are the gatekeepers of science. We're the ones who make sure that the integrity of science remains intact. We can smell a fake and a fraud a mile away. So one day, I get this press release from Toyota saying that they are going to debut the world's first commercial hydrogen fuel cell car. And I say to myself, no way. Come on, give me a break. Where's the catch? Where's the catch? I mean, if you think about it, in the physics world, we have a joke. And that is, every 20 years, somebody announces that 20 years from now, we'll have the first commercially available hydrogen fuel cell car. Well, I began to read the fine print. And then I began to see something different. There was something different with this press release. The press release said that this car has a range of 300 miles, an acceleration of 60 miles per hour in 9 seconds, refueling time 3 to 5 minutes. And my jaw hit the floor. And I began to realize, hey, this could be the dawn of the age of hydrogen. Historians have a word for it. When the old world order begins to break apart, when nations begin to collapse and there's a new world order emerging, historians say that we are, quote, present at the creation. And that's where we are today, present at the creation of a new age, the new age of hydrogen. We're leaving the age of hydrocarbons and entering the age of hydrogen to create a hydrogen non-polluting society. Take a look at world history. Back in ancient times, civilizations used fire and wood to release energy. And then 200 years ago, all of a sudden we exploited the power of coal. That set into motion steam power and the Industrial Revolution. All of a sudden we had locomotives that could span continents in a matter of days, not centuries. And then barely 100 years ago, we enter the age of oil. And now, we are entering the age of hydrogen. A new society is being built right before our eyes. Now, I'm a physicist. If you were to create a wish list for the perfect car, what would the ingredients be for the perfect car? 1, you would want a fuel source based on an element that's the most plentiful in the universe, and that is hydrogen. 75% of the universe is made out of hydrogen. You want to see hydrogen? Go outside, take a look at the stars, the galaxies, the sun. Hydrogen is the most plentiful substance in the universe. And contrast that now to oil. Black gold, one of the rarest of substances on the planet Earth, nations will kill to secure supplies of oil. Many historians have said that many of the forces that led to World War II and the death of tens of millions of innocents were driven in part by the desire to secure supplies of oil. And think of oil today. Oil is found perhaps in the most dangerous, volatile, unstable areas of the planet Earth. So the first ingredient of the perfect car, fuel based on the most plentiful element in the universe. Second, you want a car with as few moving parts as possible. Let me ask you a question. Why do cars break down? a simple question, because cars have moving parts. You have pistons and cylinders, all sorts of moving parts, and you have wear and tear. Well, in a hydrogen fuel cell car, the engine has no moving parts whatsoever. And number 3, the third ingredient in the perfect car is the perfect car creates waste, exhaust, that's so pure, that's so refined, you can practically drink it. And that's what the hydrogen fuel cell car is all about. You take hydrogen, you take oxygen, you combine them, and you create water plus energy with no waste products other than water. Now, think of what comes out of exhaust in cars. I was speaking in Shanghai just a few months ago. And as the plane landed in the Shanghai airport, all of a sudden your eyes began to water and sting because of all the pollution. And then when you opened the door and went outside, you could take a butter knife and cut right through the air pollution in Shanghai. That's how bad it is. And I was watching TV the other day. There was an old rerun of Star Trek. And the crew of the Enterprise lands on a primitive planet, a planet that's still mired in 20th century technology. And Spock analyzes the atmosphere. And Spock says, "Captain, this atmosphere is full of toxic, unburned hydrocarbons and carbon monoxide." And then Captain Kirk says, "What does that mean?" And then Spock says, "That means smog, a word that disappeared from the English language in our 21st century." So let me make a prediction. The word smog is going to disappear from the dictionary because we're going to be entering a new age. And the last ingredient in our wish list is that it be commercial friendly, friendly to the consumer. Usually hydrogen cars are priced at hundreds of thousands of dollars, way beyond the pocketbook of the average person. But this car, we're talking about in the neighborhood of $50,000. And as mass production, competition, economies of scale begin to kick in, as governments begin to subsidize the creation of refueling stations, you're going to see that cost drop even further. And so we're seeing here that the wish list of the perfect car, hey, you could be staring at it. Now, take a look at what changed my mind. I was a skeptic. I said to myself, hey, come on, give me a break. Hydrogen refueling cars? What made the difference for me? When I read that press release, I began to realize that the engineers at Toyota have assembled critical mass, all the various ingredients to create critical mass to create a hydrogen society. The first ingredient for this critical mass is range. This car can go 300 miles in one refueling. Now think about that. Look up the electric car, the hydrogen car on the internet. And you see the cynics saying, hydrogen cars, electric cars, where are you going to find them? You're going to find them in only two places. One, the golf course, where you have golf carts powered by electricity and hydrogen. And two, to go to your neighborhood grocery store, and that's about it. But this car can compete right on the highways with gasoline-fired cars. Second of all, acceleration. When you put the foot to the pedal, you want to get that room acceleration. You want to feel Newton's second law of motion. You want to feel that acceleration being pushed into your chair when you hit the accelerator. That's hard to do with electric batteries, but hey, there's an electric battery in this car. It can achieve 60 miles per hour in 9 seconds, comparable to what you get out there on the highways. And then, who wants to have to plug in your electric battery in the morning and then take back your car in the afternoon? It takes hours to refuel an electric battery. I'm all for this because it's a vast improvement over gasoline, but it is a nuisance. This car can recharge itself in 3 to 5 minutes. Again, comparable to what you find out there in the field. And now you may say to yourself, okay, I'm sold. But what's the catch? What do the cynics say about this car? Well, the cynics point out two things. First of all, you need an infrastructure based on hydrogen. And second of all, what about safety? Isn't hydrogen volatile? Well, let's take them one at a time. If you were to go into a time machine and get a newspaper from 100 years ago, and read the editorials that they wrote about hydrogen and about gasoline, you would say that these editorial writers hated gasoline. They pointed out two defects with gasoline. First, you would have to have a gasoline pump every other block. And hey, isn't that ridiculous? I mean, a hydrogen refueling station every few blocks, and gasoline is volatile. Think of all the people that are going to be burned alive in car accidents. Well, we live with it because that's the hydrocarbon world that we live in today. And now let's talk about the hydrogen society of the future. Remember Exxon Valdez? Remember that horrible oil spill in Alaska? There was an image seared into our collective memory. And that image was of birds. Birds with sticky, gooey oil saturating its wings. Birds which couldn't fly anymore because of all the oil that leaked out of Exxon Valdez. And remember the Deepwater Horizon spill in the Gulf of Mexico? Yet another image was seared into our collective mind. And that image was of a leaky pipe oozing out thousands of barrels of sticky oil right into people's backyard, right onto beaches of the Gulf of Mexico, getting right into the food chain. Well, hydrogen is different. You see, hydrogen in an accident, yes, is volatile, but it dissipates. It's a gas. It doesn't stick around. It doesn't gum up the wings of birds. It doesn't pollute the Gulf of Mexico. We're talking about an entirely different animal. And remember, we've had 150 years of experience dealing with hydrogen. And this car, the Toyota engineers have tested the car under accident crash conditions. Hydrogen is no mystery. We've lived with hydrogen for decades, 150 years of testing with hydrogen. We've crashed hydrogen cars, and as I said before, hydrogen simply dissipates into the environment. What more could you want of a fuel packed with energy that is simply non-polluting? And let me say one more thing. Over 100 years ago, we had Thomas Edison and Henry Ford, who were actually good friends. They would take each other out to dinner. Their families knew each other socially. You'd think they'd be rivals. No, they collaborated. But one day, Edison and Ford made a bet. And that bet was, what would be the energy source that would drive the automotive future? Edison bet on the battery. Ford bet on gasoline. Well, what did the newspapers say? The newspaper said, no contest. Edison's going to win because gasoline, we all know that you're not going to have a refueling station every other block. We all know about the explosive nature of gasoline. Well, history has shown that collaboration perhaps is the key. Today, yes, we do have hydrocarbon cars, but we also have hybrid cars like the Prius. We also have electric cars, and now the hydrogen car. So we're talking about a game changer. Game changer that's going to change the landscape, not just of our lives, but perhaps the world of politics, the world of energy. And energy is at the very basis of all of modern society. So ladies and gentlemen, what I'm saying today is we are present at the creation of a hydrogen society, a non-polluting society that's going to perhaps one day vanquish global warming, the smog that gets into the atmosphere, the problems associated with the burning of hydrocarbon fuels. And now I'd like to introduce someone who's going to take you into the world of this hydrogen-fueled car, and that is Bob Carter of Toyota Motors.
Dr. Kaku, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you for taking part in our press conference today. Thanks to all of you for joining us. Dr. Kaku graciously agreed to join us here at CES because of our announcement today is about predicting our future and how we get there. How we get there has a lot to do with his story about that friendly wager that took place between Mr. Ford and Mr. Edison. Because it's that story about how competitors can also be collaborators. And it's about how, after more than a century with the automobile, we find ourselves at a turning point where we're making decisions about socially significant technologies aimed at building a true hydrogen society over the next 100 years. It was a year ago today that I stood here on this stage and predicted that the hydrogen fuel cell technology would, in fact, change the world sooner rather than later. And the other famous futurist, Yogi Berra, once said, "It's tough to make predictions, especially about the future." So I think Dr. Kaku would also agree with Yogi that the future ain't what it used to be. The future is what the Mirai means in Japanese. And it's arriving in October of this year in the US. The Toyota Mirai is a mid-size four-door sedan. Its front wheels are driven by electric motors. The electricity that powers the motors is made on board, on demand, as needed, by simply combining hydrogen with oxygen, producing zero emissions other than water vapor. Unlike other electric cars that rely on large batteries for power, this Mirai can be refueled, as the doctor said, in 3 to 5 minutes and travels up about 300 miles on a single fill-up. It will start up in the morning at minus 30 degrees centigrade below zero. And as many of you have already heard, wait just a moment. This happened in rehearsal. I got you covered. Now, as I was saying, as many of you already know, this Mirai is capable of supplying enough energy to power your home essentials as well as all of your consumer electronics in an average home for up to a week in the event of emergency. Think of it as having an electric generator enclosed in your garage when outside there's 6 feet of snow and it's 30 below zero, and have zero emissions to worry about on the inside. In fact, we see this Toyota fuel cell system in this new Mirai as simply a better battery. Now, more importantly, we agree with Dr. Kaku that hydrogen and hydrogen fuel cell technology will be a social, environment, and an economic game changer. Mr. Ford was correct. Gasoline has been the primary fuel for the first 100 years of the automobile. But technically, Mr. Edison was also correct. The electrification of the automobile is already well underway. Evidence the beginning and now mainstream acceptance of Prius and the legions of gas-electric hybrids that have followed. We believe that hydrogen electric will be the primary fuel for the next 100 years. Now, it's not going to happen overnight. The Mirai and the Prius are both industry-changing vehicles. Both are high-risk gambles and were developed at a huge expense, fully in-house. Not because we could do it, but because we believed we should do it. The same can be said about our commitment to do everything possible to kickstart the development of the hydrogen refueling infrastructure. Very simply, we cannot have the car without the refueling stations. And we know that day in, day out ownership experience will make or break this vision we have of the hydrogen society. That's why Toyota will deliver on both the car as well as the ownership experience, especially during the critical years of the initial product rollout, which will be 2015 through 2020. Now, this is going to require a huge collaborative effort between government agencies, automakers, academia, and the energy providers to create momentum that leads to sustainability. The state of California is the global epicenter of the hydrogen movement, which is why it set aside $200 million to help build 100 new stations in key regions of the state as quickly as possible. On May 1st of last year, things began to happen. The California Energy Commission awarded more than $47 million of those $200 million in grants to build the first 28 stations. More than half of those stations' grants went to an energy provider called First Element for 19 stations across California. Then on that same day, First Element and Toyota announced our initial financial collaboration that included a $7.2 million loan to assist First Element in their operations and maintenance. But Toyota didn't stop there. In fact, we're just getting started. In the month of November, we announced that our vision of a hydrogen society would expand beyond the borders of California. Toyota Motor Sales and Air Liquide will collaborate to develop and supply a phased-in network of 12 dedicated hydrogen stations in New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island. Now, with these commitments, Toyota will direct a large portion of Mirai's global production over the first few years to these California and Northeast regions. Our global production volume will steadily increase from about 700 units in 2015 to tens of thousands by the 2020s. By that time, we believe the fueling infrastructure will reach sustainable growth in key regions and be sustainable as a business model. Sometimes change can happen quickly. Other times, change takes persistence and a long view and unconventional methods. But mostly, we believe real change requires collaboration. The Toyota Collaborative Safety Research Center, or we call CSRC, is a unique example in the industry. For the past 4 years, it's been proven that when good ideas are shared, great things can happen. This is Steve and Steve Jr. They're articulated pedestrian mannequins that were developed in collaboration between our CSRC, Indiana University, and Purdue University in Indianapolis. The mannequins simulate the different sizes and shapes and movement of humans to test electronic pre-collision systems that are designed to avoid them. The program has spun off into a separate company now to manufacture these mannequins. And that's because Steve was recently acknowledged by the Society of Automotive Engineers as the new baseline for standardized protocol. What this means is that Steve is a tool that is now available to all automakers to use in their pre-collision R&D that will help protect people in crashes or prevent collisions from happening in the first place. Now, I bring this up because our 20-year investment in hydrogen fuel cell R&D has been done completely in-house. All proprietary. The investment, it's enormous, but it's had its rewards. Our experience and knowledge in hydrogen fuel cells runs deep, but our intellectual properties, our IP, are numerous. Today, Toyota solely owns approximately 5,680 hydrogen fuel cell related global patents, with some still pending. But for all we've accomplished over more than 2 decades of R&D, we realize we're only at the starting gate with consumers. That's why I am happy and extremely proud to announce to you today that Toyota will grant royalty-free use of all 5,680 of our solely owned fuel cell patents, including the pending patents. Toyota will allow the use of these patents by companies manufacturing and selling fuel cell vehicles through our initial market introduction period, which we anticipate is today through the end of 2020. Now, this initiative will include the patents that are critical to develop and produce fuel cell vehicles. Of those patents, approximately 1,970 are license related to the fuel cell stack itself. About 290 are to the high-pressure hydrogen tanks, and about 3,350 to the fuel cell system control technology. But here's the best part. Because it focuses on the rapid expansion of hydrogen fueling station networks, Toyota will also provide, for the first time ever, royalty-free use of approximately 70 hydrogen station-related patents indefinitely to those that are installing or operating hydrogen refueling stations. So what does 5,680 patents look like? What's this all mean? And why is it important to future car buyers? You know, our powerhouse demonstration today is a good way to illustrate. Starting any vehicle in the winter in Yellowknife, Canada at minus 30 degrees centigrade is a major achievement. For a long time, it was a vexing challenge to our fuel cell engineers. The solution came from numerous software and hardware patents, working in concert in a unique voltage boost converter system. Not only does this boost converter enable frigid cold starting, it also allowed our engineers to reduce the size, the weight, and the cost of those fuel cell stacks. Natural disasters come in many forms, and in recent years, significant climate changes have caused massive, violent, and record low temperatures for sustained periods. Getting to work every morning in the dead of winter is one thing. Living through a power outage for days on end is quite another. The patents used to enable Mirai's cold starting capabilities, along with many other patents yet to be used, are merely our first chapter. Hopefully, by sharing these patents with others, the new fuel cell components and systems can be refined and improved to increase our performance, reduce our costs, and attract a broader market of buyers. We are researching and developing cars that one day may drive themselves. How do we prepare society for that? How do we get to that point safely? Today's announcements on our patents has less to do with hydrogen fuel cell cars than it does about the cultural growth of a hydrogen society. Traditionally, intellectual properties are fiercely guarded because they have great monetary value. But with programs like the CSRC Steve and our patent announcements today, it's obvious that there can be a higher societal value in openly sharing our IP. By eliminating the traditional corporate boundaries, we can speed the metabolism of everyone's research and development and move into a future of mobility quicker, more effectively, and more economically. Indeed, I believe that today marks a turning point in automotive history. I'm going to close with a quote that captures the idea from President Abraham Lincoln, who said, "The best way to predict the future is to create it." And that's what we're doing at Toyota. I'm indebted to President Lincoln, Henry Ford, Thomas Edison, and as well Yogi Berra. And of course, Dr. Kaku for their inspiring words on the future. Again, please accept my thanks for all of you coming, and I hope you enjoy CES tomorrow. Good afternoon.
That was the Toyota press conference. That was their Senior VP of Sales, Bob Carter, who was here last year at CES and opened the door on what they've now done Chapter 2 on, which is their hydrogen, not even strategy, their hydrogen commitment. While many other car companies are saying battery electric, and how do we get that to work better, these guys are saying batteries aren't the way.
Let's keep moving.
Take the bigger jump
Yeah.
to hydrogen. And now, of course, they've released royalty-free access to their patents, 5,000 plus, they say, to do this kind of a car. Tesla did this as well last quarter, Q4, as I recall, to any, I think they turned to any bona fide developer of electric cars. You know, what is
In good faith.
In
right?
good faith, yeah.
piece of patent,
That was part of the language,
Right.
yeah. And here, I don't know what the exact language will be, but the risk is so low because basically you've got to be a big player to get in this game, so there's only a few possible suspects.
So I'm not going to quit my gig here and go make a fuel cell station
No,
anytime soon.
not
These
immediately.
free patents.
Yeah, the
I
Bell
wanna- I want to get
X1.
on the ground floor.
Yeah, the Bell H2.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's
No.
going to be something you want to, make your living on immediately.
We'll talk later.
Might take a little time. Yeah, you got some ideas. I know.
Good
So,
partner up.
but this is what's interesting. You pointed this out. Hydrogen society means not just a hydrogen-powered car, but a hydrogen-powered house through your car.
They were demonstrating, well, at least the idea, demonstrating that your car, with the amount of power that could be stored in that hydrogen fuel cell, could power your house for 2 weeks in an emergency
2
situation.
weeks, okay, on a tank of hydrogen in
Yeah.
the car, which is amazing because that is it's a pretty compact thing. I mean, that hydrogen fuel cell stack's about the size of a briefcase in the cutaways of that Mirai that I've seen, so it's not a big piece of apparatus, and you've already got it. Let's face it, you bought it to run your car. Sounds a lot better than my little Honda 2,000-watt generator.
Well, I think that's the other. I mean, maybe Toyota's seeing the bigger industrial applications for this stuff too. It's like the motors in our world aren't just in our car. I mean, they're everywhere. I mean, so if this fuel cell thing really takes off, there's probably lots of bigger industrial power generating applications to be used for this stuff
Yeah,
too.
exactly. And for a multi-industrial company like them, they don't just make passenger cars.
Right.
Toyota makes a lot of things and has a lot of. I'm trying to find the duck joke. This is great trivia.
Oh, that's right.
Bob Carter opened up last year for Toyota, and he told the duck joke.
Yeah.
And I'm waiting for it to tie back to what he said, and it didn't.
No.
I'm waiting for it to be funny, and it wasn't. But it was so cool. A senior exec from a car company would open up with the duck joke,
It was
and
a
then
classier way to go than jumping up on the stage with kangaroos and a giant drum. Yeah.
But similarly, a non sequitur.
Yes, absolutely.
Anyway, I can't find it. It's not dirty. It's just great. So maybe that's why I can't.
Oh, I
find
wish
it
it were.
All right. Oh, how we wish it were. Anyway, so there's Toyota with primarily a hydrogen, not just a hydrogen, but also a collision prevention patent release. They have a collision prevention dummy called Steve. And as he said in there, which I think is a great soundbite, Steve is a tool. He said, Steve is a tool that our partners can use, but all I heard as I walk up on stage is, Steve's a tool. I go, who's Steve? Must not like him very much.
Oh, poor Steve.
Okay, so coming up next, Samsung.
Yeah.
Doesn't get a lot bigger than
We're
that.
going to keep this going.
Somehow. Does not get a lot bigger than that.
Is Sony after that, or is that just wishful
Sony's
thinking?
after that, and we're going to have, we have one other. What else are we missing here? After Samsung, is that, Volkswagen.
Ah, right.
And that'll round up our day. So we've got a couple more biggies coming up here. Samsung, of course, is going to be arguably, could be the largest of the press conferences in terms of the breadth of what they talk about.
They're not usually timid in their presentations.
No. They are. Oh, ZTE.
ZTE's going to sneak in there, too.
And Sony.
Of course.
All right, so we have 4 biggies coming. Whew. Good to be alive. All right.
These cushions are great, aren't they, Brian?
Boy.
But
first, Donald, take us.
Oh, yeah. How about
Take us
this?
somewhere.
We're going to join Brian Tong, who is somewhere in the Central Hall, back here at the Las Vegas Convention Center. Let's check in with Mr. Tong. Right, where is he? Here he is.
All right, guys, welcome to CES 2015. Now, earlier today, we took you out over to Tech West, over at the Sands Convention Center, where that was some of the new stuff. But we are here in Tech East. I like to call it the Tech Beast because this is where all the big boys come and play and show off what they've got here at CES 2015. So we're situated pretty much right in the heart of CES 2015 in the East Hall. And what I want to show you here, this is TCL. They've got a great booth, a lot of color. This is a Chinese manufacturer that came out to CES about 3 years ago. Really popular in China, but really wanted to make a push. We saw them with a smaller booth a couple of years ago out over in the entryway of the Central Hall, but now they've really taken up a big space similar to what they had last year. And one of the successes they've had here in the U.S. is their partnership with Roku, integrating their interface into TCL TVs. Now, we like to show you a few cool things that you guys can try out here at CES 2015. So I was going to show you this. So let's just take you up here. We're going to take a step up with my cameraman, Charlie. But, you know, maybe it's a goal of yours in life. I don't know. I think it's really cool. This is a demo of Grauman's Chinese Theater, right? TCL showing it off on their big screen TV. All the signatures of famous people from Clint Eastwood or Robin Williams, rest in peace, right? Morgan Freeman. But what about me? What about my spot? What about my spot? So TCL has this really cool demo here. It's the handprint experience where they have this screen. I'm just going to press start right now. Oh, this is legit. I hope my mama sees this. She's going to be real proud of me. And let me hold the mic here. I got to place my hands down here, okay? I'm going to do this. Put it here. Okay. I've got my handprints there. I'm going to say check. And then I got to sign it, right? I'm going to put my signature here. And let's see if we can do a little CNET. Does that work? Is it? Yeah, it's going. Finished on my name there. Okay. And look. Look at that. Look at that. Jackie Chan. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Right here. Who we got? John Travolta. The Brian Tong one just moved. It's gone. It's very sad. That was my moment. It's sad. But check this out. This is the TCL handprint. Be a Star, Grauman's Chinese Theater, really cool, fun stuff. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to navigate you through the Central Hall a little bit just to show you again. All these booths are not finished yet. There's a lot of hustle and bustle. People are wiping down surfaces, putting down carpet mats, adjusting their TV sets and everything. We also want to show you, right, another huge trend here at CES. It's continuing and becoming even bigger. Curved TVs. TCL did not, from what I recall, if I remember, they didn't have a curved TV demo last year, but here we're looking at a 110 4K HD beast with surround sound speakers on both sides of the TV, so it's going to be maybe a little thicker than some of the TVs you've seen, but look, I mean, this is a big deal, all right? If that's Moab, I don't know if it is. I've been there, like, for reals. Okay, let's navigate here. Look at our buddy on the forklift. This is where all the action is, right? All right, we're going to keep on heading out this way. So there's TCL's booth, just kind of showcasing what they have set up. Again, a lot of setup overall. Panasonic's over here. They're showing off a lot of some of their kind of technology devices. We still really, personally, I really miss the fact that they're not doing plasma anymore, but we're seeing obviously OLEDs and new TV technologies, 4K, 8K even demos coming out here. So let's you don't realize how difficult this is. I'm walking backwards up the stairs. Charlie's walking up the stairs. See how smooth that was? Okay. So we're going to head over to Haier, and Haier's a unique company as well. Started smaller, originally even started with kind of more like appliances, like refrigerators and whatnot, but then has slowly pushed more aggressively into TV sets. We've seen Roku with their partnership at the booth I was just at, TCL, really make that happen for them. Well, one of the new partners that was just recently announced here at CES with Roku is Haier. So we have a look at some of their 4K Ultra HD TVs over here. Again, this is all set up in demo. And we're going to just kind of make our way through here. Yeah, we can make our way through here. We're not showing off anything. See, the goal here at CES is just to give you a sneak peek of this is what you'll see here. Nothing is finished. I even got my shopping cart right here. We're going shopping. All right, I'll take one of those and those. Okay, so let's just head over here. Our ultimate goal, at least for this tour initially in the Central Hall, is we're going to take you over to LG's booth. And why that's important is because LG's a huge player. You saw some of the announcements that they put out here today. We have the new LG G Flex 2. We also have their new TV sets, and they're themselves. Also, what am I thinking about? Their OS 2.0 platform on all of their television sets. So we're going to wrap around here. LG's always had one of the biggest and baddest booths at CES. So let's go check it out here. Another thing, though, right? It's like CES 2015. You get hungry. We've been working the whole day since like 7 or 8 in the morning. We're going to go up here. And you smell that? You smell? That's Nathan's hot dogs right now. I could stop right now and go get a hot dog. But I won't because I'm a professional. All right, let's just go this way. Okay, so we're coming up. LG is just a few more steps down this way. We'll hit a few more booths. But you'll see everywhere, again, whenever you're in the central hall, it's all about TVs, tablets, phones, and also the big companies are doing wearables as well. So let's just wrap around here a little more. LG's booth is going to be a little different. So for those of you that are familiar with what they've done over the past 3 or 4 years, it's going to look a little different this year. So let's just wrap around this corner here. And right now, see, this is what you don't see. This is the exciting stuff you don't see. A training session. A training session at CES 2015. Where look at the booth babes and booth dudes. Exclusive. Someone tweet that, all right? Someone tweet me that exclusive, okay? But here you go. If you look at the booth, this is LG's OLED TV array. Before they had this huge wall with 4K 3D glasses where you like jump through a universe and everything, but this is going to be the main entryway for LG's booth. Really one of the ones that you've got to check out this year, okay? Let's go around this way, all right? We can't get in yet. It's closed curtain, but we will show you what we can inside the booth. So here we go. See, it's a little smaller now, but it's still pretty sick. Can I try those glasses on? Well, how do I pronounce your name?
Ben.
But it says Dahlin.
I know, they got it wrong. It's Benjamin.
Wait. It's not Dahlin.
It's not Dahlin, it's Benjamin.
Okay, can I call you Benji?
You can call me Benji.
See? Benji not cool like that. All right. So this is we used to see this big wall over there, but you've brought it over here just because they're showing off some of the OLED technology over there, right? Okay.
So this is a 4K 3D experience.
Now, I know you're working for LG and you're doing demos here.
Yeah.
What do you think of LG? Like, if the company said, like, you know, if someone asked you, how do you feel about LG? What do you feel about LG?
I love LG. I love their products. They're amazing.
See, that's what's up. Okay, all right, we're gonna keep on going. And wait, give me a second to just absorb this all in. You like that color? You like that? Oh my gosh, look at all these colorful mushrooms. Oh, spores. And there was no enhancing, you know. Thank you. There were no mind-boggling additives used to check out that demo, okay? All right, now here's the last thing we're going to show you real quickly. Just to give you a sneak peek inside of LG's booth. There's not going to be a really good perspective, but we want to at least kind of get you inside as close as we can right now. All right, here we go. So we do a lot of digging, but if you look over my shoulder here, there's inside their booth. And what they have, they're setting up all of their, you know, their lifestyle stuff. If you look kind of like over in the left open area, there's the LG G Flex 2. That is their new phone that they just announced that they're showcasing, getting ready and set up for the show. Probably one of the, you don't see too many smartphone announcements here at CES 2015. A lot of them hold them over till Mobile World Congress. See, I'm tongue twisting already. But there you go, guys. Here's just like an overall look of some of the stuff that you guys can find at the Central Hall. This was LG's booth. Later in the show, we're going to check out Sharp and Samsung. Samsung's like super tight, but I can tell you, I'm going to try and pull a little curtain on the side, show you a little something from them. So there you go. At the top of the hour, we will have Samsung's press conference, as well as a whole lot more here on CNET. I'm Brian Tong, live from the show floor, and we'll see you guys in a few.
Lenovo LiveBand VB10 may not be much to look at. It's got a super simple e-ink face, this rubber band, and a couple of different programs and apps on it, but it does cost only $89 US, so it is cheap. I'm Jessica Dalcourt for CNET, taking a look at this here at CES 2015 in Las Vegas. So in a world where we increasingly have smartwatches with Android Wear and Apple's Watch coming out, this e-ink display doesn't seem very impressive, but what it's got going for it is outdoor legibility, really cuts down on glare, and the ability to have a really long battery life. It is Bluetooth enabled. It will give you phone notifications. There is search. Search just means it will help you find your phone if you've misplaced it. There's no touch screen. Instead, you use a rocker on the side and a button to select. Now, a lot of these bands do work in fitness. In this case, you do get a simple pedometer as well. Another little bonus is that it is water resistant, rated IP67. That means you can take it to a depth of about 3 feet for 30 minutes. There's a lot of competition in the smartwatch and smartband space, so pricing is really key for this one. We do expect it to come out in Asia, where Lenovo is typically strong, but I wouldn't expect to see it in the US, UK, or Australia. I'm Jessica Dalcourt for CNET. You can check out all of our CES coverage at cnet.com.
I'm Dan Ackerman here at CES 2015 with the third generation of Lenovo's Flex Hybrids. These are laptops that transform into other shapes. The big difference between this one, the Flex 3, and the earlier versions of the Flex were that the first two generations of Flex started out like this, like a clamshell laptop, and then, much like Lenovo's very well-known Yoga line, you could fold it back into sort of a kiosk mode like this to about 300 degrees, but then they stopped. They literally had rubber stoppers here that kept you from folding them back further. All right, you could move it like this, and you could fold it up like a table tent, and you could use it like a laptop, but if you wanted a full hybrid, you really had to trade up to the Yoga. Now, the new Flex 3, look at this, goes down all the way. It's essentially a Yoga in all but name, pretty much an entry-level version of the Yoga, and it's available in an 11, a 14, and a 15-inch model. This 11-inch model goes up to an Intel Pentium processor, so, you know, it's kind of a small, ultra-portable. The 14s and 15s, they're going to go all the way up to Intel's new 5th-generation Core i series, also known as Broadwell. This guy's just got a 1366 by 768 screen. These guys go up to full HD. The nice thing is, instead of paying premium price for Yoga, and they're still fairly expensive laptops, the Flex 3 starts at $399, $549, and $579 in the US, and all these models will be available in May. I'm Dan Ackerman, and that's the Lenovo Flex 3.
An Android phone for Asia. This one comes in white, black, and lava red. I'm Jessica Dalcourt for CNET here at CES 2015 in Las Vegas. This is the Lenovo P90. But what you might be more interested in knowing is that the Lenovo P90 is the first smartphone that's powered by both Intel's Atom processor 64-bit and LTE Advanced with a new modem. Translation, you're going to get some robust computing power for gaming and even everyday tasks. Basically, by the time that more 64-bit apps come around, this phone will already be ready to handle them. Now, it does run Android 4.4 KitKat. It's got a 5.5-inch 1080p HD display. This is a pretty big phone, but it is fairly slim, kind of squared off edges, and a soft touch finish on the back, at least for this red version, so it is fairly nice to hold. On the back, we've got a 13-megapixel camera with dual LED flash, and on the front is a 5-megapixel camera. The P90 does have optical image stabilization, so you should get some clearer shots out of it than you would otherwise. The battery is on the larger side with a 4,000 milliampere hour battery, so that's good. There is no pricing for the P90 yet, but we do know it is coming to Asia, not to the US, UK, or Australia. So if you want to see it, you're going to have to buy it there. I'm Jessica Dalcourt for CNET. This has been the Lenovo P90 here at CES 2015. For everything we've been doing here at the show, visit cnet.com.
I'm Dan Ackerman here at CES 2015 with the latest additions to Lenovo's Yoga family. This is the Yoga 3, not to be confused with the Yoga 3 Pro. I've actually got a Yoga 3 Pro right here, and that was a super thin system using Intel's Core M that had this very watch band style hybrid hinge. In the non-Pro version of the Yoga 3, which obviously costs a little bit less, you still have a very traditional 2-point of articulation yoga hinge here, just like the kind you've seen on previous generations of yogas. This time for the 3, we have an 11-inch model that also moves to the Core M, and that's great for systems like this that are fanless, very thin, very light, is a very efficient chip, and of course, like other yogas, clamshell laptop mode, you can fold it back, you know, like a kiosk. You can flip around to a table tent if you really want, and then obviously the tablet mode is the other big mode, and if here the keyboard and touchpad are deactivated so you're not accidentally, you know, clunking on them while you have it in tablet mode. The real new one here is this guy. It's the 14-inch model. For the Yoga 2 you had a 13-inch. This is the Yoga 3 14. And this guy uses Intel's new 5th generation of Core i chips, also known as Broadwell, and some next generation NVIDIA graphics. And of course, like the 11-inch, touchscreen and folds into all the different possible configurations. And the hinge has been tweaked just a tiny bit to be a little bit smoother when you open and close it, and also so it just goes completely flat like this in case you want to lay it down on a table. These two guys are both going to be available in March in the US for $799 and $979. I'm Dan Ackerman with the new Lenovo Yoga 3.
On 2. There we are. Hello, everybody. How are you? Good to have you back with us.
Good to be back.
Welcome back to CNET's live coverage of the press day here at CES 2015 in Las Vegas. I'm Brian Cooley.
I'm Donald Bell.
There we are.
You're still hanging out.
That's all I'm looking for. Let's see. So far we've had LG, Panasonic,
Sharp.
Yep. Dish, Qualcomm. Just saw Toyota.
Yeah.
And now we have the biggest of the show. The biggest presence.
Well, don't say that to Sony, but probably the biggest of the show.
Yeah, they wouldn't like that, but it's true. Samsung, and later on we have Volkswagen, ZTE, and then we cap the day with Sony's press conference.
Yep.
Now, Sony and Samsung are among those, along with LG, who kind of hit to every base technologically. They make everything from phones to televisions, tablets, appliances in some of their cases. Samsung, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, LG and Samsung, of course, are the great grudge match of modern tech.
Well, I feel like going into the story I've been hearing for the past year about Samsung is that they've kind of maxed out their mobile market share now. Now they're trying to find ways to keep their numbers up, but they've sold so many smartphones at this point that they're running out of people to sell Samsung Galaxy phones to.
And they're losing out to apparently a lot of the inexpensive makers, like a ZTE, like a Lenovo, Huawei, Xiaomi, I think, is the biggest smartphone seller now in China. That's the big problem, is if you can't make a really cheap phone, you're kind of missing out on that next big thing. That's kind of where the action is. You know, so
next year we're just going to be talking about dirt cheap, pay-as-you-go phones.
That's kind of the idea. Burner phones. Yeah. Everyone's going to have a burner smartphone.
This generation is subscribing to the Dish TV, the Sling TV.
Highly educated, has no money, and therefore wants.
They're spending all their money on their $20 Dish TV subscription. They don't have money for a cell phone contract.
That's the real trend we're unearthing here at CES.
Cheap bastards.
All right, every one of them. All right, so that'll be Samsung coming up in a bit. Before we get there, we want to take a little departure before we go to this big, giant, established company and riff a little bit on some of the outliers, if you will, that we saw at the Unveiled event last night. Unveiled is the first big product showcase of CES every year.
You saw some of these.
Yeah, I want to talk about this guy here. We got this guy pulled up? Yeah, let's take Donald's machine here. This is from Liquid Image. They make an array of action cameras. But this one's interesting. It's called the Model 800 Ego, nothing egotistical about that. The Model 800 Ego LS. What you're seeing there is an action cam. Can you scale that or something?
Yeah.
But it's not just an action cam like every other GoPro. That's just part of it. It sits in a cradle, there we go, that makes it autonomously connected via 4G. So the entire thing is a streaming computer and camera in one little package. It is your connection to the internet. It's the streaming processor with the web connectivity and the 4G radio, and it's, of course, the camera. So this is, I don't think we've seen anything quite like this before, where all you got to do is take this thing out, plunk it down, as long as it's got a charge and can reach 4G, you're on the air. You can punch it in through YouTube. They weren't so sure it would work through all of the different live webcast providers anymore, so I want to firm that up and see who it's compatible with in terms of how their embed or their code works, but that's really interesting if you're into that kind of thing. Here's one from a company, I think they're Swiss-oriented, called Invoxia, and it's called the Tribi, I think it's called. Do you have Tribi there? I have Tribi on this little card. That's not going to print well, though. Tribi is this little thing. We have a video of this, by the way, up on one of our... Here's Tribi. Here's the old Tribster. We've got a first look video of this, by the way, that just went up at ces.cnet.com earlier today. What this is it goes on, let's say your fridge or somewhere around your kitchen, and you've got four preset calling buttons around the periphery there. Each one's got a number programmed into it. So the kids can come up and easily, right there you go, call mom without having to know a number or have a phone or figure that out, or be able to call someone that they shouldn't be. It's very simple. And then, as you can see here, you can also leave and send notes on its little e-ink screen from your phone. So if you want to leave a note for the kids on the fridge when they get home, and you do so on your phone just like that, say transmit, and it sits there durably on the e-ink screen, bingo, there it is, of this Tribi device. Now, I'm not sure there's a huge cause for this, but it's always interesting to find something at CES that you quite haven't seen that mix of before.
Yeah. It's also one of those reasons I've always kept like a landline phone available in the emergency situation where my kid is, unattended and needs to make an emergency call. This way, maybe there's a little bit easier. I can get rid of the I actually have already gotten rid of the landline. I've given up on that.
Latchkey
Kid,
child.
if I'm dead, it's a do not resuscitate. Just wait till mom comes home. All right? He knows how to operate my iPhone at this point.
That's easy.
Yeah.
It's just 3 Post-it notes on the fridge. A is dad, dead, and cold. B, don't answer the door. C, wait for mom.
Right.
D, have dinner. It's really simple. We know how Donald Bell's going to go out. I'm going to copy that. It's very good, very clean. So that was Tribi, or Tribi, they call it.
Let's go Tribi.
Let's go with another one here. We've got, do you have this one available? It's called iCam Pro FHD. It's from a company called Amarillo, kind of like spelled funny. Amaryllo, and it's called the iCam Pro FHD. Now, I'm a big camera nut. I love web cameras. I think they're just so cool. This one has got 3 motion sensors around it, one looking forward, each looking kind of out the left and right wings of it. It's a little ball-shaped camera. And what's interesting about it is it's always picking up motion and figuring out where the action is, if you will, and then it pivots itself to look at that. So as opposed to some other cameras where you've got to wear a little tag so the camera can follow you, this one just does activity sensing and says, that's where I should be looking, wherever something is happening, wherever something's moving. So it's an interesting camera in that respect. Here's a little look at it that will give you an idea. It's a ball-shaped thing. It's a little larger than a cue ball, so, probably 2.5, 3 inches across. Just requires power, of course. It's wireless beyond that. And I did ask them also, do you have to use some kind of a proprietary web service? There it is there, turning on its own as it looks around. And they said, no, it actually is the first camera, they claim, that will automatically upload and report its images out to Google Drive. So you use your existing Google Drive account, and you say, look, when you've got video, just keep pushing it up to Google Drive. If it's something I should look at, an alert clip, whatever it might be. So there's a couple interesting wrinkles there. The motion sensing and following, and the upload to G Drive.
So kind of a drop cam competitor.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But there's this ability to look around and do it autonomously, very different. As opposed to a camera that just sits there, will alert you to motion, but it may be over in its periphery as it sees a burglar come in and then vanish out the side. It's not smart enough, most of them, to go look that way.
Right.
This one should be.
There I am at my desk.
Right, there's Donald's desk. Hey, look at that. Soldering, cutting, breadboarding.
Burning myself.
Did you do anything with that microwave part I brought you?
I'm scared of it. Yeah.
All right, if you've ever done any DIY stuff with a, what do they call that part? The microwave, the guts of a microwave that makes the microwave energy.
It cooks the food.
I forget what it's called now, but it's that big horn and the big old 40-pound transformer that goes. If you've done some good projects with that didn't kill everyone in your neighborhood, please send them to Donald Bell.
Right.
Yeah, I brought him the guts of a microwave and said, I know you can do something with this that doesn't involve irradiating the editorial staff. And we're waiting for him to do that.
That's how my kid finds me. It's like maybe hold me the microwave parts.
That's how you'll be dead.
Yeah.
That's how you'll be dead. Let's see. We also have First Alert, the folks you know for smoke alarms. They got into connected home last night with something called the First Alert One Link. Give me poor Donald last minute cues.
We'll get a lot of
now
mileage out
you're
of this
going to go
joke.
to One Link. Okay. Giving him no advance notice whatsoever. One link, one word. So First Alert One Link, I believe, is their first entry into connected home. And it's sort of the usual array of devices. There's a thermostat, there's a smoke, there's a watch, there's entry detection. They have a safe, because these guys are big on safes. You know, First Alert's made fire safes for homes for years. But what's interesting here is they are taking on sort of a security and safety thing that is a little higher elevated than most of these connected home products. In other words, they're able to sense perhaps some medical emergencies, or to make things happen in your home. Let's say there's a fire, it can tell your Wi-Fi controlled home safe to do something. It can then sense and put things together on a safety point of view as opposed to a convenience point of view is more their thing. So that was interesting. If you're in the market for connected home, First Alert is in. I believe that's their first entrance. What else can I whip on you that you don't have handy there, just to freak you out? Oh, this is interesting. Now let's go to Gyroptic.
All right. I think that URL is probably safe for them.
360.tv. 3 numerals. 360. This is a 360. Let's get that right. A 360 HD camera. And there's a lot of these coming on the market now. We've been playing with a lot of these at CNET as we start to explore doing 360 and virtual and augmented reality video production, which we'll be doing more of in the future. But what this does, it's got 3 lenses that look all the way around, and basically all the way around in a ball. And then the output you can look at right through a phone and just move the phone around to look around the scene. So we'll have more on these later. Let's get to Samsung now. They're just taking the stage, I'm told. So let's get to Samsung's press event here live at CES 2015, brought to you from CNET.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and COO of Samsung Electronics America, Tim Baxter.
Good afternoon and welcome everybody to CES 2015. You know, a year ago I stood before you and shared our vision. We wanted to make it possible for people to live their passions. We promised to deliver truly great experiences that make these passions come to life. That's what drove our innovation at Samsung. We listened to our customers and combined those insights with the knowledge of experts, partners, designers, and even world-class chefs. All of this was done with one aim: to help you live smarter. This strategy led to a very successful year for Samsung here in the US. Let's start with TVs, where we promised to take UHD mainstream. Now, as a leader, we understand the responsibility of creating new markets. And we embrace this in 3 big ways. First, by delivering the largest UHD TV lineup. Second, by working tirelessly with our content partners to give consumers over 500 UHD titles on Samsung TVs. And third, we demonstrated the benefits of UHD through both a major marketing campaign and at over 8,000 UHD retail experience zones nationwide. This approach has allowed us to secure a 60% share of the UHD TV market. In doing so, we increased our overall TV market share by another 5 points here in the US. What's more, half of our UHD TV sales are now curved TVs, proving that consumers clearly see the value of the immersive curved TV experience. This is what market leaders do. And you know, this positions Samsung well for 2015, where the UHD market is expected to grow 4 times and represent a third of all new big screen TV sales. We're also reaching new heights in home appliances. We brought so much innovation to our lineup, like the WaterWall dishwasher and the Food Showcase refrigerator. With breakthroughs like this, we grew our market share in every major home appliance category. We also continue to outperform the market in smartphones, tablets, and wearables. We did this through innovation in the Galaxy S5, the Galaxy Note 4, and the Galaxy Note Edge. We did this with the unparalleled high resolution of the Galaxy Tab S, and with the groundbreaking freedom of the Gear S. In fact, we are now in our 3rd generation of wearables and have used our learnings to achieve a 60% market share in this space. So now let's talk a little bit about 2015. Our relationship with technology is constantly shifting. We're increasingly blending work and leisure, and families are rediscovering the role the home plays in their lives. More than ever, Samsung is focusing on the intersection between great technology and content and services. Taken together, this will unlock new value for consumers and ultimately shape the future. The Internet of Things is a prime example of that. Do you know that roughly 1/3 of Americans are interested in adopting smart home technology, but less than 2% own such devices today? We believe this represents a huge opportunity for Samsung. Currently, the smart home category is focused on convenience, energy savings, and security. But Samsung's vision goes further. We believe it's that, but it's also about living smarter. Last August, Samsung acquired SmartThings. With its cloud-based platform to power the connected home, SmartThings, together with Samsung, will put you in control. And this evening, our President and CEO, BK Yoon, will share with you Samsung's vision for the Internet of Things at the opening keynote of CES 2015. See how we will unlock the power of your digital technology. Our connected world is giving us incredibly rich experiences and generating more data than ever before. But you know, uploading and downloading takes time away from the user experience. So we've leveraged our leadership in semiconductor and memory space to introduce a very small example of this. The portable, Samsung Portable SSD T1. It's smaller than a business card and has a terabyte of capacity to hold thousands of files, high-res images, movies, and music. It's fast, it's secure, and it's putting cutting-edge Samsung innovation right into your hands. And that's true, of course, for the rest of our 2015 lineup. Take TVs. I showed you earlier how we created the UHD market and helped build the ecosystem. In 2015, we will show you how we are taking it all to the next level in some really exciting ways. In the kitchen, more and more people love to cook. Their passion is fired up by TV shows, home entertainment, and great meals at restaurants. We will deliver more innovative home appliances again this year, and you'll see that here today. And we will also bring the expertise of our world-class chefs right into your kitchen through curated apps and even through a customized Chef Collection tablet. Now, speaking of content and services, Samsung's Milk is another great example. What started as an intuitive music delivery app with millions of active users worldwide is now going beyond just mobile and music. Samsung's Milk Video allows you to discover, collect, and share all of the web's best videos seamlessly in one place. And we're proud to announce that in 2015, we're expanding Milk Music and Milk Video to Samsung smart TVs. And we're also bringing Milk Music to your PC. Last month, we launched an amazing mobile experience, the Samsung Gear VR. Powered by Galaxy Note 4, Gear VR makes virtual reality truly portable. So now, let me introduce you to Milk VR. This exclusive service provides a daily stream of 360-degree videos which will make Gear VR a must-have. We've partnered with exciting brands to create unique content that takes full advantage of the VR experience. And on that note, please welcome to the stage David Alpert, executive producer of Skybound Entertainment's The Walking Dead. Hey, how you doing?
Doing great, thank you.
Welcome to CES.
Thanks, it's great to be here.
Hey, and congratulations on making The Walking Dead one of the most successful shows of all time. And you know for sure, as well as anyone, the importance of combining technology with great content to create an unbelievable viewing experience.
That's right, Tim. That's one of the reasons why virtual reality is so exciting. VR allows us to get really creative. Tim, we're about to celebrate Skybound's 5th anniversary, and it's a great marker of what we are learning with Samsung to create a mystery suspense thriller entirely in VR. The series, to be released later this year, comes in short episodes, available exclusively through Milk VR. VR gives viewers a total immersive experience, which allows us, the storytellers, to really push the boundaries and explore new ways of engaging the audience. It's a new level of connection, and we can't wait to show everyone what we can do.
Now, I got to tell you, my son Tim is a huge Walking Dead fan, and he made sure I was going to ask this question is, so when are the zombies, or what the insiders would say, the walkers, coming to VR?
Thank you. Well, we're not ruling anything out, but you're going to have to stay tuned.
All right, well, great, and thanks a lot, and please thank very much David for joining us. Thank you, buddy. Take care. Milk VR is available for download right now from the Oculus Store on the Samsung Gear VR. We're launching with 30 new titles, and we will deliver new content daily from music and sports to action and lifestyle so that there's always something fresh for you to enjoy. And with our partners at the NBA, we'll soon be delivering a mix of game action and behind-the-scene footage from marquee events, all in VR. Look, virtual reality is still an emerging medium, but with Milk VR and our partners, it's more than within reach. So 2015 is set to be a standout year for Samsung, and it's not just the products we bring. We're changing the ways we work and the ways we operate. As we announced last month, Samsung is integrating its consumer electronics and mobile divisions here in the U.S. to better serve our customers. We're also making strategic investments such as our new 400,000 square foot R&D center in Mountain View, California, and a new marketing center in New York City, and a new state-of-the-art audio lab in LA that you'll hear about shortly. Now, we believe all of this will allow us to bring enormous benefit to our customers, because this is what Samsung does. We create possibilities and shape the future. So, now to what's in store for 2015. Please enjoy, and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Executive Vice President of Samsung Electronics America, Joe Stinziano.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for being here. In TV, Samsung has led the market for the past 9 years. We are still humbled by the trust our customers have shown us. It's the result of hard work, of innovation, of gorgeous design. But it's also the result of following our strategy of understanding consumers and creating new possibilities. We are the market leader because, simply put, people want to own a Samsung. And what we've heard loud and clear is that customers want the UHD experience, and they absolutely love our curved UHD TVs. And so we worked hard last year to rapidly develop both the technology and the content that underpins a superb UHD experience. But we need to do more because, frankly, not all the so-called UHD TVs provide the exceptional detail, color, and depth that consumers should expect when they buy UHD. That's why we're bringing together industry-defining companies from across the ecosystem who create, master, deliver, and display UHD content. On behalf of its members, today I am proud to announce the UHD Alliance, a partnership of industry leaders from TV manufacturers and Hollywood studios to post-production companies to content distributors. The UHD Alliance will establish standards and guidelines across the UHD ecosystem. To tell you more about the UHD Alliance, I'd like to welcome one of our top partners, Mike Dunn, President of Home Entertainment 20th Century Fox. Michael, welcome.
It's a pleasure, Joe.
Welcome
Thank
to
you.
CES.
You bet.
So, Mike, what are you focused on today in your business?
Joe, we're focused on breaking down barriers and innovating across our business so we can deliver movie experiences for the consumer that's richer and deeply immersive. Samsung UHD provides stunning picture quality and true-to-life colors that are delighting consumers at home. So it's great to work with you and the team at Samsung.
Thank you.
To develop this UHD Alliance. And what's great is that we have an industry and we're in a position to deliver consistently excellent viewing experience at the home.
Mike, I couldn't agree more. So what are we going to do about this?
Well, first of all, we have to make it easy for consumers to know which products and what content will give them true UHD experience. The UHD Alliance will help consumers and content creators identify high-quality UHD technology. This space is evolving rapidly with many features such as high resolution, high dynamic range, wider color gamut, and immersive audio. So the UHD Alliance is a huge step forward for our industry. We look forward to working with the Alliance to deliver the premium home entertainment experience that only true UHD offers.
Mike, many thanks. It's fantastic to work with you. And please help me in thanking Mike and the other members of the UHD Alliance.
Thank you, Joe.
So, UHD, its immersive curved design, the higher resolution, these innovations show how we constantly push the limit of what's possible. But we can do better. Samsung is advancing UHD to the next generation viewing experience. We have created a technology that produces an incredible picture, but solves issues like reliability, lifespan, and cost. Brighter than any other display technology, with rich colors better than OLED. And all with the intense detail of UHD. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the era of SUHD. This new era starts with our groundbreaking 88-inch JS9500, Samsung's first SUHD TV. This is SUHD. It takes picture quality to a whole new level with Samsung's latest display technology and the SUHD remastering engine. The SUHD display is made from Samsung's proprietary nanocrystal semiconductors. They are tiny, energy efficient, and transmit different colors of light depending on their size. This delivers the highest color purity and light efficiency available today. Our SUHD is also 2.5 times brighter than conventional TVs and has deeper blacks which deliver unrivaled contrast. Its spectacular color technology gives viewers 64 times the color expression of conventional TVs and twice the color adjustment points for the most accurate color display. And SUHD displays the finest details, not only for native 4K Ultra HD content, but for any video source. We achieve this unrivaled quality through a combination of innovative hardware and groundbreaking software. That's why SUHD will help Hollywood make their movies look as great in your home as on the big screen. Amazing. So color, it's right at the heart of this. So please welcome one of the most accomplished digital colorists in the industry, Mr. Stefan Nakamura. Stefan, welcome to CES.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I think we found anyone over 6'3" to join me today, I feel like, up here. Stefan, you're the expert here. You've worked on films like X-Men Days of Future Past, Quantum of Solace, The Hurt Locker, and now Exodus. Why is color so important?
Well, color really sets the tone for a movie. It can completely change the mood and feel in an instant.
Now, just in case the audience out there, like me, doesn't know exactly how it all works, what does a digital colorist do?
Well, the easiest way to explain it is that we color the movie electronically to deliver the exact look that the director has in mind. But shooting a movie can be a very complex thing. Working with special effects, weather conditions, lighting, and other challenges, well, there's a lot to consider. Ultimately, it's my job to make sure that the final picture looks as visually stunning as possible.
So you've seen SUHD. What's your first impression of SUHD TV, Stefan?
Well, I got to tell you, I think this technology, I believe the entire film industry will love. I recently remastered Exodus on the SUHD TV, and the experience was really incredible. Take the brightly shining armor in the battle scenes. It looks realistic like never before. And in the last scene where the Red Sea parts, until Samsung's SUHD, you could only get these colors on a movie screen, with the emerald of the sea contrasting against the dark, stormy skies. The picture on the set is really unbelievable. I mean, it really brought Exodus to life.
You know, your work on Exodus and SUHD, it's part of a partnership we've announced recently with Fox Home Entertainment. Stefan, please stay with us as we invite back Mike Dunn back to the stage to talk about the next chapter in our relationship. Mike?
There we go.
You didn't bring me a gift this time?
No gift.
No
Sorry,
gifts?
bud. Hello again, you guys. As you just saw from Stefan's work on Exodus, the arrival of SUHD creates a lot of new possibilities and has generated a lot of excitement at Fox. Joe, your new SUHD TVs are the best TVs we've ever seen.
Wow, thank you.
They're a huge leap forward for the consumer experience. Our collaboration with Samsung through the Fox Innovation Lab is already showing results as we've seen today. So expect even more as this partnership grows, and we look forward to ways to enhance the consumer experience.
Well, we're really looking forward to working with the creative community overall and the entertainment industry in this new era of SUHD. Through the SUHD TV, Samsung is delivering the best picture quality and, as you can see, some of the best content available in our industry today. I'm inviting all of you to see for yourself. Come check out the incredible look of Exodus in SUHD at our booth. Thank you again, Stefan and Mike.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you.
Now, the TV experience starts with picture quality, but design is a big part of it. Our SUHD TVs are no exception. We are taking our cues from contemporary art and architecture, and when you look at our SUHD TVs, you'll see many modern and minimalist touches. Let's start with the new bezel, which adds even more depth to the curved screen. The arrival of the curved screen makes design important for all of the TV. So Samsung ensures your curved TV looks stylish from any angle. At Samsung, we are always looking for new ways to stay on top of the latest trend. So I'm excited to show you our new collaborative work with a true trailblazer in modern design. Please welcome the founder of Fuse Project, award-winning industrial designer and branding agency director, Yves Behar. Yves, welcome.
Thank you, Joe.
Welcome to CES.
Thank you. It's great to be here with Samsung to talk about the next generation TV. Design is what I breathe. You know it's what I love. And the opportunity to collaborate with a global leader has been such an honor. Over the years, I've closely watched the evolution of Samsung TVs, and I have to say, we're all impressed.
Thank you.
The most amazing thing about design is how form, function, and inspiration intersect. Samsung's curved TVs are a great example of that. In a way, it's like art. Let's have a look.
Great. Unbelievable design. What is the inspiration for a design such as this?
We designed a new Samsung TV around that thin, curved blade. It's so sculptural. We looked at this television not as a consumer electronic, but as a piece of fine craftsmanship. This was the inspiration for the S9W. We thought, what's the best way to display the sculpture? Paintings used to be on easels and later on walls, but sculptures are elevated, literally lifted off the ground. This allowed us to remove all complexity from the display, to keep it thin, light, and to present the product on a pedestal. The base provides the intelligence, really that makes the screen, do extraordinary things, like move towards the viewer, for example. This fantastic transformation happens as soon as a TV is switched on. And the cube provides amazing sound as well. It's a design that enhances technology to an art form. And I hope you like it.
Yves, thank you so much. This is an absolutely amazing design. Thanks for all your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, consumers, they want their TVs to look great, obviously, but they also want them to be smart. So, let me turn over the stage to Samsung's Executive Vice President for Service Business, Mr. Wanjin Lee.
Thanks, Joe. Good afternoon, everyone. Samsung launched the world's first smart TV 7 years ago in 2008. Today, smart TVs are standard, and the number of connected TVs is soaring. Actually, I believe soon we won't be talking about smart TVs anymore. After all, when's the last time you said, I've got a color TV at home, right? Soon, all TVs will be smart TVs. And Samsung will lead the way because we focus on the user experience. But to achieve our vision, we need a robust platform. So here's the news. From this year, all Samsung smart TVs, including our SUHD TV, will be powered by the Tizen operating system. Tizen is based on web standards, which means it's faster and easier to use. And users can enjoy more of the content they love. Tizen is also the backbone of our 2015 Smart TV Hub. We've upgraded the first screen menu, which really simplifies the Smart TV experience, whether you control your TV with the remote, voice, or gestures. And our new Smart TV is great for modern homes because Samsung Quick Connect instantly links up devices to your TV. Let's say you're watching a movie on your Galaxy phone during the commute home. At the press of a button, you can continue watching on your Smart TV. And the Smart TV offers easy and seamless navigation across videos, games, and the web, giving you more choices than ever on the TV screen. We know consumers are using a tablet or mobile device when viewing TV, with many searching for information related to what they're watching. We are now bringing the second screen experience to the main screen. So when you're watching football or basketball, Samsung Sports Live gives you near real-time stats about the team and the players, so you won't have to miss a single play. Samsung Smart TV offers total entertainment, of course, including games. We have a broad range of games from casual to advanced. New in our lineup, PlayStation Now allows you to stream blockbuster games without a console. And with Milk Video arriving on our smart TVs, even more premium content is coming. It's just another example of how we are fusing technology, content, and services to offer our consumers great and compelling experiences. 2015 is just the beginning of an incredible smart TV future. I'd like to welcome Joe back on the stage. Thank you.
Thanks, Martin. Thanks, Martin. Some obviously great stuff going on in his department. So today, we've talked about the home entertainment experience in terms of what you see. But we also wanted to give consumers a dynamic audio experience that's the equivalent of the immersive and vibrant videos they get on our TVs. So we set out on a mission to become the most innovative audio company in the world, extending our success in TV innovation to audio. We are fully invested in achieving this, starting with our new Samsung Audio Lab. This state-of-the-art research and development center is located in Los Angeles, the home of music and entertainment. We have assembled some of the industry's top audio experts. Let's hear from them.
We've got the resources of Samsung Electronics, building a great state-of-the-art lab, putting together a great team. We're going to make fantastic sounding products. It's a lot of fun.
We have really a state-of-the-art measurement facilities, like big anechoic chambers, standard, I would say, completely controlled listening rooms, and very advanced measurement equipment to verify the quality of the sound, and then also to check our design. Yeah, it's a very satisfying experience to see all that teamwork producing at the end a beautiful object. There's a lot of creativity. You have to find new solutions all the time.
In short, it's a bunch of really smart people doing some very smart things. The engineers at Samsung's Audio Lab know that when it comes to premium audio, there are two critical factors. First, sound quality, and second, the sound's presence. And let me explain. In the past, we had to sit in one fixed space, the so-called sweet spot, to fully enjoy the music. Today, people want to listen to music differently. In our multitasking world, we want to hear great sound everywhere in the room and across the whole home. Samsung has the solution straight from our new Audio Lab. Introducing the omnidirectional sound experience. Unlike traditional loudspeakers that beam sound straight ahead like a flashlight, these products deliver sound that's more like a light bulb, filling the room evenly. Samsung's ring radiator technology projects sound in all directions, vertically and horizontally. But none of this matters without something worth listening to. And new this year, Milk Music is coming to our family of wireless audio multi-room products. This is yet another example of how Samsung is developing both the technology and the content that underpins a premium entertainment experience. In 2014, we've had some great success. It was driven by technological advances that set new standards for the industry. Now we are building on those advances. We are strengthening the UHD offering with more content and with an alliance forged to ensure the best possible experience. We are delivering the most amazing picture quality with our SUHD TV, an evolution in hardware, software, and content delivery. Our Tizen-powered smart TVs will change the way you interact with your TV. And all this with a new commitment to premium sound built for the 21st century. Our 2015 lineup shows Samsung will never stop innovating to create the best possible experience for our customers. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Senior Vice President of Samsung Electronics America, John Harrington.
Good afternoon. Our vision for home appliances over the past year was to inspire and excite consumers across every category. 2014 kicked off a new era for us with a record number of product lines launched. Indeed, 2 out of 3 products were entirely new. The Chef Collection helped consumers discover their inner chef. Our water wall dishwasher reinvented decades of convention with its ability to reach every dish and utensil. Our food showcase refrigerator reimagined how we store and access food. 2014 was highly successful. Global sales increased by 10%, more than twice the industry average. No one else would have the courage to reinvent entire product lines at the pace we did. Home appliances are now a major pillar for us, alongside mobile and TV. And 2015 is going to be even better. Our transformation into a true premium brand is paying remarkable dividends beyond sales numbers. In fact, we're actively shifting consumer attitudes. More people choose us because they want to remodel their homes with appliances that look great and perform better. Let's take a look. Our lifestyles have undergone some radical changes over the past decade, but there remains one constant in our lives, our home. It's our sanctuary and a deep expression of who we are. It's where we raise our kids, where we rest, relax, and recharge. The kitchen is where many of our fondest memories are created. Today's home cooks want to make discoveries and explore new ways to make the perfect meal. 18 months ago, we brought together world-class chefs with our R&D teams to bring new sophistication and innovation to the kitchen. Club de Chefs was revolutionary. Let's take a quick look. Today we're launching the second exciting phase of the Chef Collection. We've given you fantastic appliances, and now we're going to provide you with a truly immersive Michelin star experience. Today we have with us three world-renowned chefs. Please join me in welcoming to our stage chefs Michel Poigreau, Christopher Costow, and Danielle Boulou. Michelle, the Samsung teams have really enjoyed working with you and the other chefs.
Thanks. It's been a really great time for us as well to see our ideas come to life in these beautiful appliances. It's amazing. For example, take the virtual flame we helped you develop. As you can see, a small or large flame shows the intensity of the heat. This lets everyone cook more precisely.
Exactly, and this year we're taking your know-how directly into people's homes. Danielle, can you explain?
Yes, every day in our restaurant, we have this fantastic connection with our diners. Now we are proud to be able to reach people around the world with the new Chef Collection app.
This app is updated every 2 weeks, packed with recipes and tips from these incredible chefs, as well as our other partners.
Think of this app as a bridge between what's happening in the world of professional gastronomy and cooking at home.
So let's prepare a gourmet meal using our app. Christopher, why don't you start us off?
Sure. Well, after loading up the app, I can choose from a range of starters. So today we're going to do one of my favorites, a little crispy sunchoke with brook trout roe. It's incredibly easy.
Then, for the main course, I will choose one of the classic dish poulet grand-mère. Please don't think it's complicated. We will walk you through every step. Michel, how would you complete this meal?
Well, I think a chocolate dariole will be the perfect to finish. Bon appétit!
Bon appétit.
Wow, thank you. That sounds absolutely delicious. This app has something for everyone and will be available for free in the Google Play Store starting this spring. But we're not stopping there. For the first time, we're able to combine incredible hardware with content and services and enrich the experience in the kitchen. So for our Chef Collection customers, we've developed a customized Chef Collection tablet featuring the new app and other curated apps from our partners. We've packaged it all to inspire creativity and deliver an unrivaled culinary experience in your home. In addition, we've just launched the Samsung culinary class at Ferrandi, a world-famous culinary school in France. Christopher, what do you think we'll learn?
This is a really interesting idea. As everyone will be cooking with the Chef Collection, you'll be able to get their insights and experiences to help improve future versions of Chef Collection. As chefs, we know how vital feedback is, so it's great that you can combine our guidance with how your consumers actually use the product.
And the class at Ferrandi is just the start. We have plans to expand this pilot to other institutes around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in a big round of applause to thank our chefs.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's explore more innovation for the home. 4 years ago, we introduced the Flex Duo oven, which transformed the cooking routine. For the first time, you could cook 2 dishes in one oven at the same time at different temperatures without transferring aroma or taste. Today, we're taking this great product to the next level with the introduction of Dual Door, a CES Innovation Award honoree this year. Like our food showcase refrigerator, the Dual Door is a smart innovation that gives added flexibility and convenience. The Dual Door's unique design allows you to access the top or bottom sections with just one door. We've found that many times people will only need the top oven, but when you're preparing that special meal, you can cook multiple dishes at the same time and access all of them with just one handle. It's simple, convenient, ensures consistent temperatures, and it's more energy efficient too. Now let's take a quick look at what's happening in the laundry room. In laundry, We are the innovator and clear industry leader with the highest capacity washers and dryers on the market, all with phenomenal energy efficiency. Today, we're introducing Active Wash, designed to save you time and make doing laundry easier. The result is a truly next-generation washing machine. If you've got kids or do sports, you'll know how often you have to pre-treat dirty laundry in the sink. And you'll know how annoying it is to trail water from the sink to the washer. We've done something about that. Tucked under the washer lid, we've added a new built-in sink, complete with water jet and scrubber that makes pre-treating easier. When it's done, you can drop everything straight into the drum below with no mess. And we've added this feature without sacrificing any capacity. Active Wash is also our first top loader to feature super speed technology, which reduces the wash time for a normal load to as little as 36 minutes. Touches like these set us apart. It's practical innovation that improves conventional routine. Finally today, I'd like to show you a revolution in vacuuming. The PowerBot VR9000, coming to the US this spring, delivers up to 60 times stronger suction power than other robotic vacuums. One of its coolest features is a handy remote to point it where to go. When left alone, the PowerBot will create a complete map of the home to calculate the most efficient cleaning path thanks to our Visionary Mapping Plus. So when you get back home, the floors are simply clean. Today, we've showed you how we are focused on inspiring consumers. So whether it's our award-winning chef collection, new partnerships and insightful content applications, or beautiful practical innovations, we apply our technology to improve the everyday. Thank you, and please join me in welcoming back to the stage Tim Baxter.
Well, you know, 2015 is really going to be a great year. Samsung is going to deliver the complete SUHD experience, from superior picture quality to outstanding content from all of our partners. With Milk, we are going to create a seamless media experience. And with Milk VR, we will push the boundaries of what is possible in entertainment. Our appliances will fire your passions to bring you unrivaled convenience. And we are creating the building blocks and the platform for the biggest trend in our industry, the Internet of Things. And as I mentioned, please be sure to catch our CEO, BK Yoon, as he delivers tonight's opening keynote. And I just want to thank you all for spending time with us. Enjoy your time at CES and have a great 2015. Thank you very much.
Yes. All right, that was the Samsung press conference.
I feel like I oversold that one a little bit going into it.
Yeah, it was a lot of tee-up because they also have a keynote coming up tonight from their chairman, if I recall correctly. So there was a little bit of chrome around that one, and we'll get some more meaty stuff, if you will.
It's the best way I've ever heard that put.
If you will.
Yeah, chrome.
As it were.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's what we took out of it. Three things that kind of stuck out, and one seems like a first. And
That's something to do.
Yeah, their Milk music and video channels were kind of like,
Right.
But now they have something called Milk VR, which is a constantly updated, daily channel of streaming VR videos.
Yeah, I think that's the first time I've seen, because the Milk video and music system was really chasing things that's their total Spotify killer
total
kind of
follow on.
Yeah, but the idea of a daily updated VR content channel,
that's new,
right?
That's new.
New
to me.
Yep.
So there's a place to take your Gear VR, virtual reality glasses that they are just starting to bring to the market, which of course are powered by you snapping in a Samsung phone, which I think is a very smart model. They aren't the only ones doing it. And
I think, isn't it the Note specifically, though? I don't think like it's compatible. I mean, you can throw any phone, I suppose, into a cardboard
right now it's
sleeve on
just the
your face.
Note.
I think it's
but
just
of course they'll spread that to other models. I mean, they want to push all their phones with it.
Yeah.
So this is a way to get people into VR two ways. One, with basically an inexpensive accessory for your phone, because you already own the guts of the VR rig. And two, to have something to watch on a regular, ongoing, daily basis. I saw about 8 or 9 brands of content partners in there. Now, one of them was Acura. So, all right, we're looking at some infomercial or advertorial content.
Taking a virtual test drive
every
your goggles.
day. So, we'll see what that looks like. That's a new idea. So that was interesting. Let's see. We've also got the Ultra HD Alliance that they are probably the biggest member of was announced.
Yeah.
You know, it's not going to bring a product to market per se as much. It's going to put huge muscle behind.
Keep that 4K train moving.
Keep it totally moving.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to be the next 3D.
Not 3D, exactly.
Don't believe there's a lot of risk of that, but they want to
make a 3D Alliance, darn it.
Oh, there was. Didn't do its job.
If only we could go back.
Didn't do its job. And along our other theme that we were talking about earlier today, which is the new OS battle between televisions.
Oh, I thought you were going to say French chefs, but you're right, that wasn't a theme.
Right.
But they did
Daniel
do a lot
Ballou,
with that.
We were talking about him earlier, weren't we?
No, I don't,
he would have sat on this cushion. Daniel Ballou would be sitting there in that kitchen saying, "Damn it, get me something better." Oh, okay, I'm fine. I'm fine, everybody. I'm fine. I'm fine.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, it's been a long day. Oh, man. But they have the Tizen operating system going forward.
Right. tvOS battle, yeah.
Yeah, that battle. Not the French chefs of Europe. So now we have 4 major OSs out there as opposed to a bunch of TVs with proprietary inscrutable OSs that we don't know who it is, where it's from.
Yeah, except, I mean, Samsung's is Samsung owned.
It's still proprietary. You're right.
It's their brand. It's just a fancy way to put it.
Yeah, and what they're doing now is saying it's more interoperable within their devices. Now, this is the problem. They still are an Android and a Tizen house, primarily Android, increasingly bringing out their Tizen OS. We'll see how it goes. And so that seems like an odd strategy, to have Android devices on the market, phones and tablets. TVs will all swing to Tizen. I assume those will interoperate in terms of being able to pause here, pick up there, which all the Tizen devices will do, as well as being able to bounce from screen to screen.
I still feel like Tizen is just like a card they play to be able to have better negotiations with Google. You know, it's not really something people that I've seen get super excited about.
I totally agree with your hunch on that. I just don't know if it's worth the effort they're putting into to move their TVs to Tizen. They're not just tacking it on; they're moving their TVs that way. It's a pretty big R&D move to develop a system, because they can't screw up their TVs. They got to put a damn good OS in there.
But if Google has their Android TV OS that they'd much rather have Samsung TVs run, I'm sure it could just be like the Firefox. Like, let's show me some money and we'll get them on our TVs.
How many of these OSs are just grist for a battle of bigger players and will be left at the altar a year from now? We'll come back and they've all been abandoned because new deals have been cut between the same big players who worked out their differences. It's a very interesting avenue to watch for the year ahead on these. There also were a lot of, I'm not going to get into all of them, but there were a lot of content partnerships that were, not all new, but with 20th Century Fox and with different producers and with different chefs that are doing electronic menu technology into their devices. Over and over and over, unique content kept being brought up here, more than so far any other of the big boys we've seen today.
I suppose it was a lot of filler. It was hard for me to suss out those threads of actual
Most of it
content.
was tee-up for what I assume will be blockbusters tonight.
I hope so. This is going to be a very boring year for Samsung.
Well, plus we're also, Samsung's batting, 6th today or something like that, 6th or 7th that we're at here today. So they are at the disadvantage of being the 7th company to come out and talk about 4K, the 7th company to talk about bigger TVs.
Yeah. But, I mean, they didn't even put any models out there for us to chew on.
They had a little bit of what they call SUHD, which I guess stands for Samsung UHD, and UHD is the same as 4K. So everyone's talking about how their 4K is better than the other guy's 4K because they have better processing and they're jacking up the color space and all this stuff that consumers do not want to get a PhD in.
The only real products I saw there were that little portable hard drive that got flashed for a minute.
Which sounded like they went to their vault, pulled something out of the 90s.
Show them something. Just put that on my pocket. And then there was like the tablet that was somehow repurposed or designed for cooking. That came in like a faux, like a knife box or something like that that would look good in your kitchen.
Of course, it has
And then they threw in a vacuum cleaner right at the end. They're like, and it's this thing. It's amazing.
That was Trey Panasonic of them, I think. Very, very.
It was missing a blow dryer.
Just a hair dryer, maybe a lawn blower. And then we're good. No one's topped Panasonic yet for soup to nuts. I want to give that to you, Pana. Welcome. You had the most disparate products that don't relate to each other. Very good. Very good. It's a good business to be in. All right. Let's see now. We are now timing it out to Volkswagen, which is going to be coming up at top of the hour. First up, we're going to take a quick break. And then we come back, we're going to go visit with our old buddy BT out on the central floor, not the central floor, the CES floor here at the conference. Which, by the way, this is still press day. Formal opening is tomorrow when we really start to get the crowd here if you're attending, as well as lots of people making new technologies right here on the stage. Quick break, come right back for live coverage from CNET at CES 2015. All right, everybody, welcome back to our live coverage of CES 2015. Brian Cooley and Donald Bell here with you since early this morning.
Holding it down.
As we work through a lot of press conferences. Today is major company press conference day, as opposed to the many, many smaller companies that are out, of course, exhibiting at CES. But that starts officially tomorrow. This is sort of a pre-day as we get things ramped up in a big way. Now, coming up just very shortly, literally in moments, we're going to be taking you to Volkswagen's press conference. Among the things to watch from Volkswagen are a lot of things that could leak in from their cousins. I mean, look at the Volkswagen, Porsche, Audi group. Audi is one of the most high-tech, advanced cars in self-driving, in connectivity, in advanced powertrains, and Volkswagen's almost the opposite. They have consistently some of the most old-fashioned, unimpressive car stereos, or head units as we call them. Crunchy-looking small displays, crummy interfaces, just like, wow.
They don't want anything to get in the way of the Farfignugan.
Right, the Farfignugan and the Dieselnugan and all the Nugans that they love from like the 80s. I love Volkswagens in many ways, but they're missing the cutting-edge DNA that I know the corporation has in its portfolio.
So we're not going to see the hydrogen Volkswagen.
Well, that's interesting. They're a hydrogen player. Oh. They've been big in hydrogen, big in hybrid, big in diesel. Not so much in hybrids, not so much in battery. Although, every car maker is placing bets across them. So let's see where they come down. Do they come down like Toyota as saying hydrogen's it? Or are they going to say, well, we're going to trend more toward plug-in or maybe full battery electric? Which is interesting. The other story is that car makers are actually making announcements here at CES. This is the new automotive show, to be honest. We have the Detroit Auto Show, the biggest auto show in the U.S., coming up on the 12th. Just a week or so away, and yet car makers are unveiling cars. Last night, Chevy unveiled the new Volt. Did a very quick sneak peek, literally 20 seconds.
Well, I have to think that this is the audience that gets excited about that kind of stuff. I mean, maybe the Detroit Auto Show, you might have a lot of people pushing back, wanting to hold on to a classic, idea of what the car is, or more interested in,
minds are
cabin
more
tech
open here to connectivity and to self-driving.
This is probably the early adopter crowd they're looking for to get on board with the hydrogen.
This is the crowd that sees how the dots connect also and says, cars need to be better connected because everything else is. And they don't see that idea of a connected car as being some kind of a dangerous gimmick.
They literally, in the Toyota press conference, they dropped in a Star Trek
what more
comparison. They're like, this episode of Star Trek, I'm sure half the audience was could pull up the episode and season number in their mind.
Have it on their desktop right now.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, I was just watching that. So this is the place to be if you're talking high-tech cars. It's very interesting how many more car makers come here every year. So this is not just lip service. They aren't just showing up here to say, we were at CES. When you see Chevy bring the new Volt all the way out here, I'm sure they have more than one prototype, but to bring the car here and to make an event around it, that's a pretty big deal. So Volkswagen should have some pretty meaty stuff for us. So we'll look for connectivity, powertrain technology, and self-driving announcements. Those are the big three that any car maker at CES, if they're smart, is going to be talking about. Now, as we wait for them to get started, let's also remember we're going to have 3 more keynotes after this, I believe, or 2 more.
Not with me, but
Not with us. We're going to be handing over the desk here in just a few moments. When we get back from Volkswagen, you'll have Jeff Bakalar and Bridget Carey taking over to guide you through the afternoon. In fact, I'm back on the radio again doing the morning show here. I'm teasing our afternoon crew. Wow, this is going back a few days. So they'll be jumping in our seats.
Yes. We're keeping them warm. We're taking our pillows with us, though. We can't have our pillows.
Well, you can have that or the Preparation H. You can't have both. So when the VW presser is over, you'll have Bridget and Jeff back here. And let's see. You're back for CES In Depth.
Yes.
This afternoon.
This afternoon, or around 6 o'clock, I believe.
Okay, I'll be at the bar.
Right.
Good.
Yeah, we'll go through everything we've already talked about here, but more sharper, condensed.
Don't undersell it or anything.
Sharper, more condensed.
Shall I get you a can of hash?
I'm not going to be doing the Samsung chroming of the events of the day. I'll give you everything you need to know about what happened.
Baby boots. It's like just chrome it. It'll look good.
And then I'll be back again first thing in the morning to help you through whatever might have been announced.
That's right. You'll be on deck tomorrow morning as well. Okay. All right. So it's going to be a busy time coming up here. Again, waiting for Volkswagen to come up. Now, to give you a heads up what's happening, we have tomorrow is the formal opening of the show. And that's when we get really busy here. Tell us quickly about your 3D brain trust you've got coming up.
I've got a panel on new directions in 3D printing that's happening at 10 o'clock tomorrow. I've got representatives from MCore, who do a 3D printer that is based on sheets of paper. It uses copy paper as its medium, and it can do color printing in paper, but the end result is a 3D sculpture, fine resolution.
Yeah.
So totally different approach to 3D printing. I've got Form Labs that do resin-based 3D printing, where you're actually combining different chemicals and creating the resin on the fly and heating it up and curing it.
Okay.
And gives you much better detail. Really cool. It's a Kickstarter launch project. And then I've got Other Mill, or a company called Other Machine that makes a product called Other Mill that is like a desktop CNC mill. So instead of additive 3D printing, it's subtractive. It's whittling away.
Machining something down.
Machining something down. It's great for circuit boards, crafting. It's great for whatever kind of anything that a laser cutter might traditionally be used for. This is another approach to it without getting all the mean little laser grooves on it.
And which of you? Where do you see this going for the average user? Is there a 3D printer in every home in a few years, or is this a relatively niche market?
That's one of my questions I'll be asking our panelists tomorrow. It is a big one. I think that there is this divide between people thinking that there is this quiet but very powerful audience of home tinkerers that are just waiting to buy that perfect 3D printer, and maybe that's there. But there's also, a lot of times we're seeing these designs coming from in-house. Design firms, architecture firms, people who are paid as their job to design mock-ups, research and design research for products and things like that. The tinkerer market might be overstated, but there's also a lot of people are buying these in for schools, other institutions. We'll see. I'm curious to know what their answer is.
I think it's going to be a great panel. It really is, because this is one that has been so interesting, and it's such a huge departure from any other kind of technology. It's got a maker vibe to it. Yeah. It's got a tangible to it. I mean, there's not much else here where you create anything.
Right.
Most everything here at CES you just sort of consume. Okay, so we're back in tomorrow. Bridget and Jeff are coming up after the Volkswagen press conference that is starting now live here at CES. Your coverage live from CNET, and it's all there at ces.cnet.com. Here's the VW event.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Head of Brand and Product Communications for Volkswagen AG, Peter Tool.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the warm welcome. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. And before I start, I would also like to welcome our board members and colleagues from the brands of Audi and Porsche. Dr. Hakenberg, Mr. Hatz, Mr. Strothbeck, nice to have you here in Las Vegas at the Consumer Electronics Show in our venue. I'm very pleased to welcome you on our press conference here at the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas. The topics and systems we will talk about today clearly illustrate how cars and computers are merging to become more connected and intelligent than ever before. Volkswagen is focusing on 4 aspects here at CES. First, app and smartphone integration. Second, intuitive car operation. Third, comfort functions for electric vehicles. And finally, partially autonomous parking. Today, we want to concentrate on 2 of these 4 aspects: app and smartphone integration and intuitive car operation. We invite you to experience the other technologies at the show tomorrow. Volkswagen has taken these key elements from the consumer electronics sector and adapted them for use in the automotive industry. That was reason enough for us to participate in CES for the first time ever, to reinforce our commitment to innovation and be part of the conversation at the industry's premier event. We are here to highlight our latest technologies and provide a preview of the future of mobility. We will do this with the help of 2 experts that are helping to shape the future technology landscape at Volkswagen. With that, I would like now to welcome Dr. Heinz-Jakob Neuser, member of the Board of Management of Volkswagen with the responsibility for Development Division, and Dr. Volkmar Tanneberger, Head of Electronics Development at Volkswagen. Volkmar Tanneberger will first tell you about the innovations that will be introduced over the next few weeks and months of this year. After that, Dr. Neuser will take you on a journey into the future. But now it's Up to you, Volkmar. Join the stage.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Peter. And ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome and thank you for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, we at Volkswagen have our very own philosophy when it comes to operating an automobile. We allow intuitive operation no matter how complex the technology behind the system is. We have long followed this philosophy and will continue to enhance it in the future. And we've been using touchscreen since the beginning because they represent the most intuitive way to operate in-car technology. In combination with proximity sensors from our new infotainment system, driver distraction will reduce even further. This technology seamlessly integrates everyday devices like smartphones, smartwatches, tablets with the automobile. It goes without saying that our systems will boast extremely fast processors, extremely short computing times, and large and brilliant displays. Connectivity is the next major topic we are addressing, and this is illustrated by the e-Golf, which is also a connected Golf. This car will represent the most effective networked vehicle in the world. You may already be familiar with some of the online services this car provides today in some parts of the world. For example, Safe and Secure, Travel-Link, or eRemote. Safe and Secure offers support in a wide variety of situations. It's a true electronic multi-talent. For example, the system alerts you when your kids are behind the wheel and they drive faster than they should be. Another service is Travel-Link. Travel-Link can provide information like sports scores of your favorite team, weather in your area, or snow conditions as you make your way to the slopes. It also can guide you to the nearest restaurant and even make a reservation. Or eRemote, which is available with the e-Golf. For example, this app allows you to adjust settings and make inquiries with your smartphone or smartwatch. Things like checking battery state of charge or activating the climate control system before you get to the car. But you will not only find online services in the connected Golf. With App Connect, seamless integration of all your devices can be achieved. App Connect enables us to bring MirrorLink into the car for use with all types of Android smartphones. But that's not all. We are also launching Android Auto from Google at the same time. And if you are thinking that Volkswagen favors owners of Android phones exclusively, think again. That's because we are integrating Apple's CarPlay into our vehicles at the same time. All of this is made possible in Volkswagen cars with App Connect. In other words, anyone who buys a Volkswagen equipped with App Connect will receive a car offering maximum connectivity. These will be the most effectively networked models in the American market. And the best, all of this will be happening before the year is out. But now, I like to turn things over to Dr. Heinz-Jakob Neusser, who will take you on a journey into the future. Jakob, let's begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the member of the Board of Management, Volkswagen brand for technical development, Dr. Heinz Jakob Neusser.
Thank you, Volkmar. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please let me introduce two key members, two colleagues of the R&D department. They will assist me as I tell you more about this car. Please take a seat in the car, guys. Thank you. The CES is a compass that points us to the future. The ideas, technologies, the products born here set the trends for tomorrow. They shape the future. They must be aware of what will drive the world of tomorrow. Therefore, we are concentrating on improved information transfer from car to driver and vice versa. We want to make it more intuitive and easier to operate by transferring the attributes from the consumer electronic world into the cars of tomorrow. No other automobile manufacturer invests more in R&D than the Volkswagen Group, and with great success, we think. The e-Golf hit showrooms in the US last year, and the high-performance Golf R will follow in several weeks. The Golf R you see here today is a very special vehicle. We have named it the Golf R Touch. From the outside, it looks like a conventional Golf R, but inside it offers a preview of Volkswagen's future interior technologies. It's a car whose operation information offerings and ergonomic features are closely aligned with our consumers' and customers' needs. The Golf R Touch is also equipped with a gesture control system. Gesture control marks a further step in the pursuit of our goal to create highly intuitive and easy to operate infotainment systems. We took our lead from the consumer electronics interfaces and used it in smartphones and tablets and redefined it for automotive applications. We have been very systematic in our approach here. That's why the Golf R Touch doesn't have just one display, but rather three. First, the car is equipped with an impressive 12.8-inch main screen in the center console, offering brilliant resolution. Beneath the main screen, there is an 8-inch control center screen. And finally, there is a 12.3-inch active info display, which replaces the traditional instrument cluster. The content for the two large screens can be customized in accordance with the user's wishes. As is the case for consumer electronics, images or illustrations can be integrated as a screen background. Various windows can be arranged as tiles containing different content. Another step we took was the replace of all the mechanical buttons and rotary switches normally found in the car. All of this follows our philosophy, make it easy. The use of proximity sensoring in every touch panel is an example of this. Another new feature is the multi-touch slider. This new type of control element links functions such as volume control, balance, fader and lighting in the simplest possible manner. The setup here is extremely easy because the slider can recognize the number of fingers being used for adjustment, anything from volume to ambient lighting. The ambient light in the Golf R Touch is also quite sophisticated. For example, the lighting atmosphere selected by the user is transferred throughout the entire interior, creating the ultimate customized environment. To ensure drivers are not distracted, Volkswagen has incorporated haptic feedback within the control center screen. As adjustments are made, the system provides sensoring feedback, so the driver doesn't have to look away from the road to confirm that the selection was received. This brings me to another important technology that we will be using in the future, the gesture control. All of the functions I talked about before can also be carried out in this special Golf using gesture control. At the heart of the system is a 3D camera mounted in the roof console. The camera detects and recognizes hand gestures and converts them into commands. This is a highly complex technical setup, but one that's very easy to use. The system significantly increases user convenience. With a swipe of your hand, all functions can be controlled. Thank you for your help, gentlemen. It was excellent to assist me. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, simple operation of complex technologies. This is our philosophy. Volkswagen sets this pace for the automotive industry. This involves more than just smartphone, smartwatch, or tablet compatibility. It's about creating highly connected, safe, intelligent vehicles. This is just the beginning. Stay tuned for more to come from Volkswagen. Thank you very much.
So, thank you, Dr. Neusser. Thank you, Mr. Tannenberger. Thank you for providing us so much information of these exciting things to come. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for visiting us, for your interest and attention. We will be showing everything you have seen today, all of this and much more tomorrow at the show. So please come to our booth. We are happy to inform you. We're happy to talk to you. And now it's up to me to invite you. Come on the stage, take a look at the car, get in touch with our specialist, and thank you again very much for coming here and enjoy the show. Thank you.
Welcome back. I'm Bridget Carey, sitting here with Jeff Bacalar at the CNET stage at the Las Vegas Convention Center. And we just wrapped up a pretty short press conference from Volkswagen.
It was shorter than a half-hour TV show. It was very short. In and out. That's what we saw from Volkswagen.
It was their first time here at CES, so I guess I just wanted to keep it brief.
Yeah, they didn't get the memo that they're supposed to go about 4.5 hours over. But they announced some pretty interesting stuff. They didn't really get into a lot of details about fuel and in the future of how that would work out. But they focused more on connected cars, which apparently is something they haven't really been involved in a lot. In the last couple of years.
They haven't announced much on it. And in fact, one of the big things that they showed off was a concept, Golf R Touch. The vehicle has several touch screens that replace all buttons and knobs.
Right.
And it seems interesting. I mean, after all, it is a concept.
Sure.
And in fact, it's called the Touch, but you don't even have to touch it at times. You could just wave your hand across it.
But
it's
that's
supposed
what it
to sense.
should be, right? Because I feel like all these cars for so long, they've been, you get into it's like a cockpit and you're like, oh my God, there's too many buttons. I feel like it's nice and refreshing to have a company be like, hey, we understand your eyes need to be focused on the road. Instead of actually turning the volume down, just wave your hand a little bit. You'll actually be able to lower the volume or do whatever and continue watching the road, the most important part of the driving experience.
I don't know. If I'm sitting on the road and I'm waving, I mean, I think I'm a little distracted as is. I think I want to like just touch something tactile and know that I'm turning the volume up. But then again, I guess I'm just not into the future.
That's fine. Speaking of the future, and again, the Golf R is not, Golf R Touch, it's not coming out tomorrow.
Right.
This is a future-looking thing. It's got really interesting, obviously we said with the gesture stuff, but they have a 12.8-inch screen that's going to sit right in the center console. Well, that's like the prototype version. That's what they want to have. And again, just when we get finished talking about distractions, a 12.8-inch tablet in the middle of my car? I'm watching that. I don't... Yeah. It's a lot to look at, for sure. In addition to 12.8-inch screen, there's an 8-inch control screen. So you're going to have sort of like a tandem situation going on
screen. Screen
Some hot screen on screen action.
And then where's the screen ahead of me for my directions that I'm also looking at?
Right. Yeah. I have no idea. So they didn't talk much about fuel, like we said. Right. Also, and we're getting a lot of these tips from our resident auto expert Brian Cooley, and he said to look out for things that they'd be talking about in terms of the composition of the car, powertrain, stuff like that. Didn't discuss any of that. It's really only the sort of connected things. It seems like they really want to finally enter the marketplace being a brand of vehicles that consumers can also look to that will offer connected functionality, which, like we said, to top off, is something they really haven't been involved in for a while.
Everyone's looking to connect their car with their phone. You have the Apple's CarPlay, the Android version. Everyone's looking to that. They kind of talked about how they're going to be compatible in some ways with that too. So I think that's what consumers really want now. And of course, they kind of wowed us with what could be.
For sure. So they're going to offer Android Auto connectivity on their e-Golf, which is the car they had on stage at their short press conference, and as well as so Android, and then their MirrorLink sort of app connectivity suite, if you will.
Yeah. So this has been such a busy day. We're going to have more coming up next.
Yes.
We're looking forward to ZTE, a company that I don't think many people still know much about, even though they're
myself included. I just learned about them.
The cell phone maker's really trying to make a big splash in the U.S., but they're huge in China. That's where they're based.
Sure.
And they'll be offering a couple new gadgets. I remember last year I came to the show and they had some pretty wild mobile projector and hotspot in one. It was like 4 different things in one. It was also part tablet. It was kind of wild. I called it like the Megazord of gadgets.
It's like a Frankensteinian invention or something like that.
And then after that, we have Sony, which another big one.
Yeah, Sony, I'm really looking forward to that Sony show just because it seems like a lot of gaming stuff is slowly but surely leaking out. And every CES that goes by, they eventually sort of, they tease you with what's going to happen on the PlayStation side of things, which historically, CES is not a show for gaming. So it's nice to see that they're addressing, that sort of void that's been the case for about a decade of CES shows.
They actually talked a little bit about PlayStation Now. An announcement came out about some of the subscription plans.
That's right.
So that came out ahead of their announcement. They're going to have 2 different subscription plans to be able to stream PlayStation games from different types of consoles or smart televisions. You can pay either $20 a month or $45 for 3 months at once, and that gets you about access to 100 PS3 games.
Right. Which is kind of amazing because when they entered their beta sort of testing phase, they were doing it on an hourly basis. And I think the entire internet collectively slapped their own forehead and was like, that's not a sustainable business model. So it's cool to see that they sort of backtracked a little bit and redesigned a business model that is more practical for their audience.
Not only will you be able to play these PlayStation games on Sony smart TVs without owning a PlayStation, but Samsung announced that they're going to be having televisions in the first half of the year that also allow this. So Samsung came in and said, yeah, we'll allow that too. It's kind of interesting that, you don't need a console anymore. I mean, for older games at least.
It's cool. I still think the technology has a little ways to go in terms of creating or at least eliminating a game console from your living room. I just don't know how ready, willing, and able I'll be to jump on that. Especially from what I've played with so far, it's just not really up to snuff just yet. Lag is still a major issue, but that all deals with internet connectivity and how your service is wherever you live, so it's tough. Yeah, for sure.
And then after that, because it'd be such a big day, Sony's going to have several different types of products.
Absolutely.
I don't know if we're going to see any more fridges, though.
No.
There's been quite a lot of appliances today.
There's a lot of ways to cool your food and stuff like that, and things I never thought I would actually deal with.
Doors indoors.
Doors within doors.
Yeah, this is a wild world we live in now.
I like it.
But that's what CES is turning into: more appliances, more smart home stuff. So that's where things are heading.
Absolutely, and it's cool to see just what these companies come up with, because personally, I didn't think you could go beyond just doing a conventional refrigerator, but you can.
I want my app to tell me exactly who's been in that fridge and who did what last.
Absolutely.
I don't know, maybe that's too much information. All right, so we got a few minutes until ZTE's event. That's a mouthful. But we'll see what else is going on here at the Convention Center, because vendors are putting their final touches on their booths before the show opens to the public tomorrow. And we have Brian Tong coming up.
We do. He's probably causing trouble out in the Central Hall. We'll see where he takes us. Folks that are scrambling to finish their booths. So let's go check that out right now.
All right, guys, welcome to CES 2015 here on Tech East. This is the show floor, Central Hall. I like to call it Tech East the Tech Beast, because we got Tech West, which they like to call the Tech's Best. I don't know. I'm just making all this stuff up on the fly. But what we have here, we are here inside of Sharp's booth. They're giving us a first-hand look of as they're setting up their new TV displays, lots of new announcements. But what's cool about this is a lot of booths do not let us get any access inside because they're worried about how it looks. But we're here inside of Sharp's, and what we have here right behind me is some of the announcements that they just made today. Now, 4K we know is going to be huge in 2015. Everyone is really doubling down on 4K, and this is the year where we'll start seeing content from Netflix and Amazon, Hulu, and other providers bringing 4K so that we actually have content that we can consume. We know Sony kind of had their little hard drive server, but here, this is Sharp. This is their current Aquos 4K Ultra HD TV, one of their 4K pushes, but really the big one here, and we can tell you, right, they're setting up, right, so we can't really get underneath it, but behind me here, this is their Beyond 4K Ultra TV, and what it really means for them is it's really their kind of attempt at bringing a higher resolution, higher fidelity, higher image quality and color quality, but still it is at a 4K resolution. They're effectively cutting the horizontal pixels in half to bring you more pixel clarity. Again, it's not going to give you anything like an 8K image, but they're trying to bring that as close as possible to a 4K TV set. Now, that's another thing. They have plenty of demos here at the Sharp booth. In one of the corners, they have a tech demo of their 8K TV that we actually saw last year. They're bringing that again, but they really wanted to show from their product line, starting off with their Aquos 4K Ultra. That's kind of their entry level with 4K. Then they're Beyond 4K Ultra HD, which we showed you. That's their second tier. And then on the far right, the 8K. That's kind of the idea or the vision in the future into 2018. So again, really cool stuff to check out here at Sharp. And also one of the cool announcements that they made as we make our way over here is that they're quadrupling their product line with 4K and bringing 4K TVs under $1,000. That's more than anything what's going to get people to adopt 4K. not only content, but the actual price point of the TV sets. So that's going to be a big move to push that pricing down. And really, come on, everyone can afford a sub $1,000 TV these days. That's really, one of your big ticket items. So let's just kind of navigate through here. Again, this is setup day at CES 2005. Here, let's say hi to those guys. Say hi. Oh, see, Sharp. They don't like to wave hi like that. It's too bad. I'm gonna find some nice people. Okay. All right. Let's go over this way. We're heading over here to Vox Communications. They're under the umbrella of Vox. They distribute a ton of different tech products. But when you're at CES, you got to find some kind of fun things that you want to check out. Hold on, we're gonna navigate through this. A little taxi coming through. Come on through, sir. Working hard. There you go. Just like that. That's CES love, right? Okay. So we're gonna come through here. We are good to go. Oh, look at this. We're getting the caution tape treatment raised high so that we can get through here. And we're going to check out this really cool booth. Again, I'm telling you, it's all about fun. I'm a karaoke fan. I saw this booth. I freaked out. I'm like, what is going on? So we're going to check it out. This is called Sing Tricks, okay? Distributed by Vox. Let's go inside and see what they're cooking, okay? All right. My man, this is John. Is it Deveka? Is that? Deveka, yeah. See, pronouncing names is it's a skill, right, here at CES?
You did an amazing job.
All
Congratulations.
Right. Congrats. Now, John is one of the co-founders here at Sing Tricks. Again, I love singing, I love karaoke, but I wanted John to kind of tell me what this is about, what this demo is about here at CES, and kind of some of the cool bells and whistles that you guys are working on with Sing Tricks.
Sure. So Sing Tricks is the most revolutionary singing experience that's ever been created.
Is it revolutionary? You hear that a lot. You hear that a lot.
I can back it up, though. I can back it up.
Okay.
So if you think about singing and karaoke, what's changed in the last 20 years? You get a microphone, you get a speaker. What this does is it gives you the most advanced live vocal effects that the studios use, the pros use, in a plug-and-play system. So you can turn a dial, pick an effect. We have every genre and generation of music, and you just turn effect, pick it, and you could sing, and you could sound like your favorite rock stars with a really bad voice like I do. So you can instantly sound like your favorite singer.
I'll be the judge of that. Now, just to get people to understand this setup here with Sing Tricks requires this box than any tablet or phone. Is that correct?
Yeah, Sing Tricks. This is a Sing Tricks studio, so this is really where the magic is. This has all the effects. You basically turn a dial, and you can pick an effect, and then you have this hit button here. When you hit the hit button, you can actually kick on live vocal harmony, up to 4-part vocal harmony. So one person can sound like a choir, believe it or not.
One person like you, right?
Exactly, one person like me.
Yes.
All right, so here it goes. Here's my regular voice. La, not good, right? That's what most people sound like.
That was pretty bad, yeah.
Okay, so now when you take the Sing Tricks mic, now you point that towards the speaker.
Okay.
La, la, la. Boom, there you go.
That was quite nice. Do you agree at home that was quite nice?
That's pretty amazing.
Yes. Now, what about someone like me who wants to sound like a choir? I would like to try this out as well.
Oh, that'd be great.
Okay. No formal training. You want to hold the mic down there?
This way you can hear what you're doing.
I have never sung in a choir. Sing, 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 sing. Ooh, ah, ah, ah.
That was gold.
And if you can't, here's another cool feature. So I'm just going to switch over.
Okay.
So even if you can't sing, you could sound like a really great singer. Check this out.
Everybody, so if you listen to me, even if you can't sing a lick, you can make it with the ladies with this effect, right? So you put a little background music, a little soul, and you'll be good with all the ladies. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, I see what you're saying, but let's look outside that window and see how many ladies are actually listening. All dudes. All dudes. CES, nothing. They should call NBD, nothing but dudes. Okay, so take me away. Take me away with a little guitar solo, because this stuff is cool.
All right, so point that way. So
okay.
You don't have to play guitar; you can sing guitar.
I'm feeling that. I was like, you didn't see me, but in the back, I was like, ah!
That's pretty cool.
I was raging. All right, so Sing Tricks, when is this going to actually be available?
It's available now. We're going into all retail this year, so look out for Sing Tricks on your favorite retailer shelf.
And one thing that we didn't mention here is not only does it have these effects, you can plug it into something like YouTube where they have a huge catalog of karaoke and sing on top of those songs, right? There's a effect that kind of dims the vocals. Is that correct?
Yeah, you can actually use any music, any device. So YouTube, your favorite karaoke tracks, we have like a -1 feature where you press the button, it lowers the vocals in a normal track. So pretty much it's open source. Anywhere you bring it, any music you play, it's going to pitch correct your voice and also give you live vocal harmony at the press of a button.
And again, this demo only here at CES. First one? Yeah. Exclusive! All right, thanks a lot, John. Appreciate it. All right, cool. Thank you so much. Okay, again, another cool thing here at CES. All the gadgets, all the toys, all the fun. I know you like my choir singing. Bonnie, my executive producer, you like that, don't you? Okay, so we're going to keep on. Thanks to everyone here at Sing Trace. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. We're going to keep on rolling out this way, okay? We're going to take you now over to Sony's booth. It's going to be extremely covered. This is over under the yellow tape. Whoop! All right, there we go. So we're just going to kind of walk the rest of the floor and kind of show you a few things. We're going to stop by Samsung's booth. They're still covered in a completely, or I don't know if they might have taken it off. Last time I walked by, it was completely shrouded. They aren't showing or letting any of the press take any pictures or videos. But you know what? I might see. I might try and get you something. Okay? So let's head over this way. Okay? Uh-oh. DJ. I'm waiting for the bass to drop. Oh, here we go. Look at this. Big crate action. This is CES live in living color right here. Truck driver crates, forklifts up high. That's all real. That's CES. That's the life. Okay. So we're going to come around this corner. We'll walk down a little bit and then see what we have over at Samsung. But you guys can kind of take a look at some of the other booths that are still being built while we do that, okay? All right, so over here we have Casio, a lot of like active watches, rugged watches. They also have they're like XLM FR20. They're kind of detachable camera. Looks like a lens, split camera with a screen that you can kind of take on the go. We know that with the explosion of GoPro as just a portable camera experience, we're seeing a lot of other companies get into that type of action. But I personally, I like the dog camera. Sony was actually the first one like a year ago or 2 years ago to bring the little dog camera, so I got to give them props for that. I like the dog camera, okay? So let's keep on going. It's going to get a little dark here, but we're approaching Samsung's booth. Here we go. The logo's right up there. And again, Samsung is super locked down on everything, so you'll just see a black curtain, a security guard, but when we pass the booth, I'm going to try and give you a sneaker peeker inside, okay? We'll see what happens, okay? Let's keep on going. While we're also waiting, Sony's presser is getting ramped up, so we're going to take you there. They're not going to give us access, but at least we'll be able to show you a little bit of what they have. Okay. Let's go this way. Oh, can you see in there? Here we go. Look at that. Sneak peek. Samsung. Oh my gosh. That's pretty cool. Okay, we'll keep on going this way. See, that happens at CES when they tell you don't have access. We did a CES no-no, but we did it for you. I could have got kicked out of here, but you did for you. Okay. Let's go. All right, so ultimately, we're going to keep on walking through a couple booths. We're going to get you to Sony, get you situated, and then we'll take it from there. Here, Canon, with all their cameras, printers. I think it was the... their popular EOS Rebel line. They recently made some announcements with their cameras just right before CES. You have Polaroid over here, always a big booth down in the further back. But this is it. This is the chaos here at CES 2015. So we're now at the far, far end of Central Hall here. This is the Sony booth. It's completely covered up. They're prepping their press conference, which is coming up soon. There's media members of the press completely lined up around that backside. We won't be able to get access to it. We can't show you anything. But again, we just covered the floor from Sharp to Samsung, all the way to Sony. We'll have more from here later, and again, the press event. But for CES 2015, again, another sneak peek inside the Central Hall. Tech East, the Tech Beast. I'm Brian Tong. We'll throw it to a break, and we'll talk to you guys later.
Welcome back to CNET's live coverage at CES 2015. I'm Bridget Carey, he's Jeff Bakalar, and we've got ZTE coming up at the top of the hour, followed by Sony. So let's talk about some of the biggest news of the day so far. Well, there's just a lot. It's been all press conferences.
It's the mega press conference sort of day that that CES always starts off with. I think the biggest news for me personally, if we're looking at like what I'm actually excited about, it's what was announced with the Sling TV subscription.
Yes, with Dish.
With Dish. I think that's kind of a major deal in terms of people who are actually looking for something that could give them that, you know, hot sort of topic, cord cutting capability.
You always hear a lot about wanting to cut the cord, and the biggest problem people have is that, well, I still want to get my live news and I want to get my live sports, and Dish is coming into this offering solving that problem somewhat by letting you get just a handful of channels for $20 a month, and that includes ESPN and CNN. So there's your news and sports.
Right. So I think for the live streaming sort of stuff, you kind of have to have ESPN in this country. You have to have ESPN. So I think once they were able to sort of cross that gap, they could really have just piped in anything along with it. Once you have that ESPN/CNN tandem, you can really just fill it out with other channels. For me, though, you know, I'm really only interested in, you know, some of the other channels that maybe aren't involved in this. So, like, yes, the $20 a month sounds good on paper. Don't forget, you're still going to have to subscribe to your internet provider, obviously.
Because you're going to need an internet connection to even get this.
Right. And then, I'm starting to look at some of these channels that they're teasing, and I'm like, where's my Comedy Central? That's not there.
Let's see. Yeah, you get Cartoon Network.
Which is great, and Adult Swim, and I'm very excited about those too. But where's Comedy Central? I'm going to turn into my wife right now. Where's Bravo? Where's those Real Housewives?
Where's AMC when you're Mad Men and
Right.
your Breaking Bads?
So then it makes you think like, all right, well, they were only able to get for $20 those, those sort of channels. Where do we go from here? Am I going to just wind up spending the same I would getting the bare minimum, $80 cable subscription thing? Because don't forget, at the end of the day, the people who are providing you that internet connection are the same people providing the cable TV channels. They're not gonna. They want that money to still come in somehow.
It
whether
looks
or
like
not,
there's a lot of deals they made with Turner companies, TNT, CNN, TBS, Cartoon Network, Adult Swim,
for sure.
all Turner. So now you could add on a little more news and a little more kid programming, $5 each. But yeah, I'm not hearing about the other cable channels I want to pick a la carte.
Exactly. So all right, so you're paying $20 for this like Disney Turner hybrid thing they've done here. Then let's say you want to get HBO a la carte, which will eventually be a thing.
That could be maybe $15 a month on top of it.
Okay, we're up to $35. Maybe you pipe in for the Netflix. Sooner or later, you're back up to what you're paying.
Right.
So I
then
guess
you might as well just say, fine, let me get it all.
Right.
You given.
Exactly. And look, don't get me wrong. The added value here is, of course, you can stream all these things on a number of different devices, which is kind of great if you're on the go.
Yeah, let's talk about some of those devices. Okay, so you have the Roku, which is the most glorious device to be able to have this on, because the whole problem with Roku is that you really don't get live TV on that.
Right.
So now you can have live TV a la carte. And then there's your computer, Amazon Fire, the Fire TV stick. So Amazon has a win there in terms of being competitive. And of course, iOS and Android devices.
So what do you think? I mean, this is the generation sort of behind us, right? That's like coming up. Unfortunately, we're not the audience anymore, which is upsetting. But do you buy into that? Do you think this is a sort of attractive business model for that generation, for the people they're specifically going after?
When they want Comedy Central, they're just going up on the website and pulling up whatever clip they want to watch. Right. So, yes, this is for that generation. They're seeing the numbers decline, and they're trying to do something else to offer for someone who just goes, you know what, I'm going to see what I can get when I cut the cord. So maybe the bill will be cheaper with something like this. And if you don't really care that much about all your TV, you have so many options now that maybe you don't feel like you're left out if you don't have that station.
For me, the deal breaker is live local sports. I mean, how many people... I would imagine the vast majority of people care about their local regional teams, and those contractual sort of obligations are all tied up with the local provider, whether it's a Fox Sports, or CSN, or whatever it is. Locally in New York, we have MSG that does all the basketball and hockey teams. So, getting over that hump is just another hurdle.
You can
that
get
sort
the
of mixes into
antenna and fuss around with that, and then
I don't want this state of sort of ambiguity.
like, hold on, honey, I got to get the antenna now to do this, and then we'll get the Roku for that, and
I just want it seamless and just not have to worry about it at all. But we'll see how that shakes out. So what else has grabbed your attention from today?
There's so many wearables. I mean, even on Sunday night when CES Unveiled was giving us a preview of a lot of gadgets, so many different types of wearables that do a little bit more this time around and have a little bit more bling, which, I can appreciate.
Yeah.
But like, for example, the Misfit Shine, it's a product I've used. It's one of the more female-friendly fitness trackers because it comes in more different types of accessories and necklaces, and now there are crystals that you can get for accessories if you really want to glam it up on the night out and count your steps then too. But I'm more intrigued by one they worked with Swarovski, the crystal company. They made one that also has solar power, so you never have to recharge this thing. So you have your beautiful necklace that doesn't look like a fitness tracker, and you're walking around and the sun is powering it. And so, what's the big problem with these devices? You don't want to keep recharging them every night.
I don't understand why the majority of those things aren't solar powered. Simply because, they're clearly focused on fitness, and a lot of people, I get it, if you're at the gym, solar power doesn't really help you out as much, but you would imagine low power consumption sort of products like that. Yeah, it seems to just fit perfectly in with.
Isn't
the only thing we have is
advanced.
calculators. Still, it's just calculators.
Calculators, yeah.
That's it.
Solar isn't as there as you like it to be when it comes to complex stuff. So when it comes to the really complex smartwatches, it can't take it. It requires more than you can get from solar. Misfit's a very simple tracker. In fact, it even has a regular watch battery in it. So that's why that's why it can last longer even to begin with.
Yeah, very cool. I want to go back and talk about something that jumped out at me at that Volkswagen thing we just watched a couple minutes ago. They have this like safe and secure initiative that they're going to run, where a parent can be notified if their child is driving too fast in the family car.
So for your teen
It'll be like,
drivers.
oh, he's going 90 on 95. You should call him or something because he's going to kill himself. What do you think about that?
There are a lot of apps on the Android side that can kind of keep track and alert your parents of what you're doing on the road. And there's devices that you can install in the car. But if it's already in the car, then it's obviously going to be a better selling feature when you're out in the market for a car and you're like, oh, it's already built in. Maybe I'll get that. But then it's got to be future-proof enough to work with phones going forward. And what about the data plan involved with the GPS? Is that just included? It never is included to be able to have that kind of tracking.
All I know is being a kid now, you have to do a lot to trick your parents. You will really have to do your homework. When we were kids, it was just, I couldn't find a payphone, Mom. Now,
And then it became, I left my device at the friend's house, and no excuses
not going to get
anymore.
away with it anymore. It's going to be way tougher, but the kids will find a way for sure. So they had that sort of initiative, and then they talked more about having sports scores and weather projected right into a car. Cars already do this. This is nothing new. It's nice to see Volkswagen, get on board with that. Do you need that in your car?
No.
I mean, we don't really drive a lot anyway, being in New York. But would you want that in your car?
There are so many distractions as it is.
Right.
I mean, you're going to have a touch screen. You're going to be dealing with things like it's just more to take away from your eyes on the road. I know I sound like a killjoy here.
Like my mom, yeah.
But I mean, there is a limit where if you're going to tell me something, I'd rather tune into some news alert or hit a button to ask for it. I guess I'd rather not have something to look at.
Right. Another thing that I'm not sure a lot of car companies have addressed, and it's something that's been irking me. We just got through a bunch of these. I know Audi's tomorrow, they're going to have a press conference. I feel like storage inside cars is still not a priority.
Oh, like more cup holders?
Not like physical coffee storage. I'm talking about like gigabytes. I'm talking about letting me just dump my entire. I know I sound aged with having
you don't.
Actual MP3s, and like FLAC audio in my sort of storage. But I want to be able to just dump a terabyte of music into my car, and I don't really know anyone that's providing stuff like that.
It's all streaming now, so that way you can buy that data plan for another $10 a month, so you can have all that Pandora. But where's the storage to be able to dump your actual
storage?
And then they're going to say, oh, we'll get the phone that already has it on it, and then just plug in your phone.
Right.
Just more.
My thoughts exactly. Okay, so back to what you saw last night. Was there anything else that really stood out in terms of the wearable stuff? Because maybe this is my personal viewpoint, and some of my colleagues here at CNET share this. Well, I don't want to wear anything besides a wristwatch. So
I'm a fan of the old school wristwatch.
Yeah, of course.
Because I don't need something to recharge all the time. I got enough to deal with.
Right.
But they're doing a little bit more now with the data, and I think that's the problem. Because it's cute to know your steps, but you want to know something a little bit more. You want to make it actually useful. So you're seeing some go, all right, because we have continuous health monitoring, which is the new thing. It's not something that you could just track a workout, but all day long you could be able to track your heart rate. It's measuring with an accelerometer if you're moving, and now you can combine those two to see if you're stressed throughout the day versus working out.
Right.
So you get a little alert now that says, I can tell you're stressed during this hour. Here's your spike. I guess maybe you should, go online and watch something cute to relax. I don't know.
I want the sort of like the jury to come back and decide whether or not this is okay that we're doing this. Like, we've never had this level of awareness to your 24/7 everyday life.
And we don't know what we're doing with all that data.
Right.
And so that's the answer that, the question that needs to be answered from these companies who are just saying, it does more. Well, how long does that battery last? And how much does that actually help me out? We're seeing now smart watches and fitness trackers talk with smart home devices. So you have Jawbone that can talk with some devices in your home, so it knows when you're home and when you're awake to turn the coffee maker on. I guess we're making some baby steps.
Right.
But,
So, Bridget, take it away.
Oh, sorry. We're hearing a lot of commands in our ear. All right, so ZTE is about to kick off its news conference, and they sent a bit of a teaser that we're going to be seeing some wearables. You see, there's a new media streaming device, and of course, at CES, you have to throw in a few celebrities. They're going to be bringing on some NBA players. And now ZTE has actually been the official cell phone sponsor of the New York Knicks and a few other teams, including the Houston Rockets, the Golden State Warriors. So this is their way of kind of getting in and getting their promotion.
Right, because I mean, and it makes sense. They're not necessarily a brand that has penetrated the U.S. market in a way that's positive, I guess is the polite way to say it.
But if we get some basketball players, then people will buy it.
I mean, they're not silly in thinking that. I mean, the key to most Americans' heart is through a celebrity. So I feel like, sure, why not? Why not get some professional athletes while you're at it?
Yeah, exactly. I guess that's going to be their motivation for that one.
So it'll be interesting to see what they have to announce. Like you said, we know they are going to sort of come out with this NBA presence. But, I wonder if, that's enough. Are they going to be able to sort of convince people that this is a sort of viable option? Yes, they you told me before we came on that they're one of the largest, manufacturers of mobile devices in the world.
Yeah, they've been fluctuating between fourth and fifth largest cell phone maker.
Massive, yeah.
Right. So exactly, they're kind of probably going in though for a smaller market. I don't expect anything major. You're not going to see a smartphone that you're going to drool over probably.
Right.
But it'll be something that really appeals to a lot of people on the Android side. That's low budget, but still has some cool features.
Right, and obviously affordability is a huge issue when it comes to that sort of, a sweet spot for consumers. Can they, obviously, like you said, not have the latest and greatest, but can they sort of bump into that market where it fills all the sort of voids that we have with these mid-level phones that don't seem to really have any momentum behind them? I mean, they just don't want to be a burner company forever, right? I mean,
yeah. You put a curve on it or make it selfie focused. We see a lot of that talk lately
right,
too.
So it'll be interesting to see what they say about that.
And after ZTE, it's going to be Sony,
right?
Which expect more television talk probably, and also more PlayStation talk.
They have a lot to do and a lot to cover. And I guess the coolest thing about Sony too is you have to think, well, they're not going to be able to talk about everything.
Right.
So there'll be some speculation like, oh, what will they hold for the end? What will they sort of release as CES goes on throughout the week? So it's always sort of like a surprise to see exactly what Sony has up their sleeve.
But, last night at CES Unveiled, we talk about these big press conferences where they show off refrigerators and televisions, but sometimes it's the smaller gadgets that everyone kind of goes ooh and ah over.
Right.
And one that was pretty interesting that everyone went crazy over 2 years ago was the Happy Fork. Do you remember that one? The smart Bluetooth fork. Well, the company has come back. The original creators have given it a new name, and it now comes with a knife. So I don't know if we need smart everything, but certainly it's one of those things that make you turn your head, that make you talk about things.
So how does that work? You use the fork once, and then you have to wait again to wash it and eat? Or do you buy like a set of them?
No, you're good with one. You're supposed to work with a nutritionist if you really care about slowing down how you're eating.
Right.
So it senses when you put your food, your fork into your food, and you come back up, and you have to wait 10 seconds. If you don't wait 10 seconds before you stuff your face, then it'll start to vibrate in your mouth, which I'm sure dentists don't approve of. And then you're supposed to kind of just be more aware of slowing down. It records how often you're eating and throughout the day too, and sends that data to a nutritionist. These guys who made it say, it's popular with some nutritionists in Europe. It's $100 for the set of two. Popular is a gimmick. I don't know. They haven't gotten to the States this new version that has the fork. And the reason they need the knife, the reason they need the knife is because sometimes it doesn't know when you're actually stabbing your food versus putting it in your mouth.
Gotcha.
And so this is supposed to
That's a
talk.
tough distinction.
There is so much going on with this bulky thing, but you know that's the kind of innovation that you see at CES, and you don't know if it ever really makes it.
Right.
But they're back after 2 years trying again.
Right, so they're back after 2 years. Doesn't mean they had any sort of success, or maybe they sort of get this pop after CES, where they're like, oh, we could sustain for another 24 months, and then they have to come back. And I don't know, if I went to a nutritionist, and the first thing they said is, all right, Jeff, we're going to give you this Bluetooth fork to go around and eat with, and you come back, I'd be like, all right, well, thanks for your time. I'm going to go see who else I can go seek out, because you're a crazy person.
But you know that's the spirit of the innovation, right? You know, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more interesting takes on things at Tech West,
right,
where you have at that Eureka Park that whole entire atmosphere of newcomers and startups, and we have our own stage over there.
It's like the farm team there.
Yeah,
you know, it's like I don't want to call it like the B squad, because there's some relevant sort of stuff going on there, but it's a nice like farm team of rookies and stuff like that, and see who makes it to the big show next year.
I don't think the smart belt is going to make it. I saw that one too.
What's that?
Oh, it's a belt that is also talking to your phone and changing the way it goes on. If you eat too much, it might loosen.
Do you know how long it takes to change a belt size to eat that much? I mean, that's a very long time.
Yeah,
it's months.
I'm good with the bracelet. I'm good with that. You know, or the smart shirt is the next thing, which is not washable probably.
That's a big trend at CES every year. It's a lot of like, just because you can, should you?
Mm-hmm.
Should you make a smart fork? Should you make a smart belt? I don't know, but these people decide to do it.
And there's a lot of fitness tech too. There's a smart bicycle pedal that you could just attach to your existing bike instead of having to buy a whole nother smart bike.
Okay.
So
all right.
I can dig that.
That's practical.
like now we're getting somewhere with useful accessories and,
Sure.
and innovation that maybe you actually would buy.
All right, you've been mostly positive. I want you to get more realistic. I want you to tell me about something you saw last night where it took all the willpower inside of you to just tell these people not to pack up and go home.
There was a pretty noteworthy one. There's a light bulb, because we're used to smart light bulbs.
Right.
But the light bulb also has a camera inside of it. 2 for 1.
Okay, what kind of situation would I enter? What is it called, first of all?
Well, I have to look it up because there's so many different names. I forgot. But it basically is built inside the light, so that way you have it in your front porch, and you want a light to turn on when someone walks in, but you also want to monitor who's walking in the home.
I kind of take it back. Well, it sounds like an expensive light bulb.
Yeah.
Right, and once it goes out, is the camera done too?
Yeah, you'd hope not.
Right.
You hope you'd be able to work that out.
All right, so that sort of practical question aside, so the light bulb has a camera facing out of it. Actually, I take it back. This is a good idea.
Finally, something that you don't have to have 2 different things for. But
sure.
then again, it is a camera that's kind of hidden. It's just a little dot on that
Right.
light. So, more ways to hide cameras in your home.
No, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I really wanted to see something with. Okay, forget what I'm about to say. We're about to toss to ZTE. Their live press conference is kicking off right now, so let's join them in progress.
Welcome. So, we have a lot of great information to share, as I mentioned to you. There's 4 key things that we want to be able to share with you today. 1, we want to give you a quick update on 2014 results. 2, we want to unveil some new products that have never been shared with the public before. 3, we got a nice little surprise in here for you for something else. And then lastly, we have an opportunity for everyone to be able to experience the products that we're going to be sharing with you today. So let's get things started. I'd like to introduce you to Li-Shin Chang. Li-Shin is our chairman and CEO of ZTE USA and also senior vice president at ZTE Corporation. Li-Shin has been in the telecommunications industry for more than 25 years, and he joined ZTE in 2010. Li-Shin has been instrumental in delivering the success that we've seen here at ZTE in the USA, taking us from nearly 0 market share to being in the position that we're in right now, being one of the top handset manufacturers in the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Li Xin.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm so glad to see so many good friends here today. 2014 was a big year for ZT, globally and especially in the United States. Globally, in 2014, ZT shipped more than 100 million wireless devices, of which 48 million are smartphones. So our smartphone sales now counted more than 70% of our global wireless revenue. As our Chairman Ho said, ZT's global success is coming from local wisdom. In the United States, our handset shipment climbed by 40% year over year, while the other manufacturers experienced decline of their business. Why ZT? What we did right. We delivered what consumers wanted when others would not or could not. It may come as a surprise to some, but ZT is the second largest prepaid smartphone brand in the United States with 19.4% market share. We are also the third largest Android manufacturer with 10.3% market share. In less than 4 years, we solidified our position as the fourth largest smartphone brand in the United States with 7.8% market share. We become the fastest growing brand with devices now available with every US carriers. ZT's brand awareness among all US smartphone users increased from 1% to 16% within last year. As I'm speaking right now, ZT has 68 devices active selling in the United States. We now have 20 million consumers using ZT devices in the United States. For many of them, ZT smartphone is the only portal for them to the connected world. Our success in the United States was supported by ZT's global experiences and the presence in more than 160 countries. ZT is a global leader in innovation. We're holding more than 13% essential patent of the 4G LTE standard. ZT has more than 30 LTE devices selling in the United States, and we are going to launch even more this year. We are also the leader for the future next generation 5G technology with big investment in research and development. ZT has efficient design and engineering resources. We are able to bring innovations to the hands of the US consumers faster than any of our competitors. As once a CEO of our competitors asked me, "Hey, Li Xin, how come my guys just finished a deck of PowerPoint and you guys already launched the phone?" At CES last year, we created a complete new product category, the smart projector, by announcing first ever smart projector powered by Android. Packed a 4G LTE hotspot, a power bank in one. We launched that devices with Sprint later in July called Spring Live Pro. These devices is another approval of ZT's innovation DNA. In October last year, we delivered the ZT Z-Max, the best feature-packed phonelet, and $250. Just a few months later, we broke the record with $199 ZT Ground X Max. We proved you the premium devices does not have to be $500. By delivering affordable telecommunication tools to the consumers, our customers had more choices. And in third quarter of 2014, it is very clear that the whole US market began shifting to affordable premium devices. Some of you are familiar with ZTE unique ACW business model, America, China, and worldwide. We work very close with US technology giants by integrating their products and licensing their technology together with our efficient engineering and supply chain in China and sell products worldwide. During the last 5 years, ZTE has spent more than $18 billion with those American partners. We are going to continue work with those American tech giants. But by announcing ZTE North America Innovation Venture Fund today, we are also going to work very closely with innovative startups. We are not only providing financing and equity support to them, but also going to help them commercialize their innovation by integrating into ZTE products to better serve consumers in the United States and in 160 countries worldwide. When the first cellular phone was introduced, they were created to satisfy basic communication needs. As the technology evolved from first generation to second and third generation, especially when Steve Jobs introduced the first generation iPhone, he changed the smartphone industry and the consumer behavior. You will be able to get to where you want within one touch. Now we are moving into 4G LTE and beyond. Consumers are expecting the next generation smart devices will be able to understand their needs. At ZTE, we call it Smart 2.0 area. ZTE is investing heavily to deliver smarter devices which will understand you. On December 30th, ZTE launched a new brand identity and a commitment to put consumer experience at the heart of everything we do with cool, green, and open philosophy. We believe this commitment is helping us to change the US market for better. We are re-engineering our process by embracing the 20 million users of ZTE devices into our product planning, definition, research and development, sales, and services. We are committed to affordable premium product positioning with more emphasis on affordable premium. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Li Xin. Thank you. And now I'd like to bring up on stage Jeff Yi. Jeff is the Vice President of Technology Planning and Partnerships. Jeff is a veteran of the mobile industry for the last 20 years. His expertise lies in the areas of mobile applications, services, and developer relations. Please welcome Jeff Yi.
Thank you, Andrew. It's my honor and privilege to introduce two new products that have never been seen before by the general public. Now, here at ZTE, we listen to our customers. We value their feedback. As Mr. Cheng mentioned earlier, ZTE is now second in the US prepaid market. It's a very important market for us, and of course, we listen to these customers. And do you know what they told us? They said, we want a phone like everyone else. And there's a reason for that. It's because the prepaid market has always lagged behind the postpaid market on the technology curve. It's often a year or two behind. For example, when smartphones were first introduced, they were introduced for postpaid customers. Prepaid customers at that time could only choose from a feature phone. Today, premium smartphones have wonderful capabilities. There's all sorts of things you can do with that phone. But again, for postpaid users, a prepaid user will look in awe at his friend and the things that he or she can do on that phone. And meanwhile, that prepaid user might have upgraded from that feature phone now to the smartphone, but if they have, it's still a basic smartphone. And again, it's a year or two behind on the technology curve. And the question is why? Why that difference? Well, here at ZTE, we believe in equality. We believe in a standard level of communication for everyone, regardless of how they pay their bill. And that's why we're excited to announce the ZTE Grand X Max Plus. Equality. This phone has a 6-inch HD display. It has a 13-megapixel rear-facing camera, a terrific 5-megapixel wide-angle, 88-degree wide-angle front-facing camera to get everyone in that picture. It has a 3,200 milliamp hour long-lasting battery. It'll last the entire day. And this phone is available on the fastest 4G LTE Cat4 network from Cricket. It's no longer behind on the curve. But this is a Cricket phone. It's a prepaid phone, but with all the features of a premium smartphone. But you know the best thing about this device? Its price. Available January 9th from Cricket for a no-contract price of $199. $199 no contract. You will not find another phone with these features on the market at that price, period. The Grand X Max Plus. Now, another cool thing we're going to be doing with the ZTE Grand X Max Plus is we're going to be taking, for the first time ever, an iPhone application and making it available on Android, exclusively preloading it for Cricket. Now, our users will have the same access to a popular healthcare application that was designed by Dr. Oz, and it's produced by ShareCare. And again, we're exclusively preloading it for Cricket. Grand X Max Plus. Now, SCMD is a great example of an application in the smart revolution. There are applications that can take advantage of the internet and all the power and capabilities of an operating system. Now, Mr. Cheng mentioned earlier that ZTE was first to market with a smart projector. Well, what is it? If you think about it, it's really an evolution of smart devices. We'll start first with a smartphone. It's a small screen, single user, but yet mobile. I can take advantage of the internet and all the great applications anywhere I am. Mobile, single user. Now that evolved, and now we have smart TVs. They're multi-user, right? Play a game with friends, watch a movie with family, multi-user, but it's fixed. It's not mobile. ZTE was first. We defined a category. We defined a smart projector last year with a mobile, multi-user device that has the ability to take advantage of the internet. That's a smart projector. But there's a lot that you can learn from version 1. And again, we listened, we learned from our customers, and we innovated. And now 6 months later, we have an awesome second version. So please welcome the S Pro 2. The UI, I'll show you the front, the projector, and here's the rear. Now let me talk through some of these features. I'm going to start first with the projection. We've made a lot of improvements to this device. Again, listen to our customers. We doubled the lumens. That's the brightness. We added HD. And now we have a beautiful, up to 120-inch HD projection at 200 lumens. But that's not all. And we asked our customers, what do you want out of the projection? They said autofocus. No problem. We gave it to them. We added autofocus. We added auto keystoning. If you're not familiar with auto keystoning, it's the ability, no matter the angle that it's projecting, to be able to have that rectangular view. Auto keystoning was added. Brand new. We also added anti-glare. This version has an accelerometer, and there's a lot of cool things that you can do with an accelerometer. I think you'll get an example of some of the use cases in the next room of all the things that S Pro can do. But one of those things is it can detect motion. So it can automatically detect when I'm moving it around, so as I'm panning, it will dim the projector and will not glare in somebody's eyes. Anti-glare is brand new. We added that as well. And those are just some of the features that we've added to the projection capabilities of this device. So now I want to move on to the UI. User interface has been upgraded to a 5-inch Android touchscreen display. We learned a lot, and what we learned is that it has to be user-friendly. It has to be intuitive. A user has to be able to get to the projection capabilities that they want, the network settings, all the things that they expect out of a projector. Upgraded, ZTE, redesigned to skin on top of Android. Brand new with the S Pro 2. Now, Android has the capability of taking Google Play applications, web conferencing software, file sharing applications, so you can take content literally from anywhere around the world. That's the beauty of a smart projector. This device also has the ability to take advantage of local capabilities. An HDMI port to connect to your computer. It also has Wi-Fi projection capabilities. Your smartphone, your tablet, your computer can all be projected wirelessly through this device. Now, I've talked about a lot of features, but of course, the most important to customers as they're projecting mobile is usage. How long will it last? And we made a lot of improvements to the battery. We effectively have doubled the battery, and it now has a 6,300 milliamp hour battery. Through a combination of a battery capacity increase as well as optimization, a lot of work, engineering work to optimize the battery, we now have up to 3 hours worth of streaming and projection from the S Pro 2. And last but not least, I want to talk about a great feature for the business professional. Because as you're walking into a meeting, you place this device on a meeting room table, and you no longer have to worry about plugging in your computer. The other thing that often happens in a meeting is dialing out to somebody. Audio conferencing and video conferencing, now all in one. One device to handle all the needs of that mobile business professional. Great features. And again, it's through the power of Android that we have the ability to take advantage of Skype or WebEx or GoToMeeting or anything that you want for your communication needs. The S Pro 2. This is a great device, and I know what you're all thinking. How can you get your hands on one? We're pleased to announce the S Pro 2 will be available here in Q1 from a major wireless carrier. We're excited about this device. We think you will be too. The S Pro 2. Thank you very much.
Way to go, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. I can't wait to see you guys get your hands on this over here. You're going to have a great time playing with this product. You know, the ZTE is the official smartphone of the Houston Rockets. And so today I'm delighted to have one of the Houston Rockets legends with us here today. He is a 10-time NBA All-Star and has been named one of the top 50 greatest NBA players of all time. Please welcome Clyde the Glide Drexler. Clyde, come on out here.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Hope everyone here is having a great time. I'm delighted to be here on behalf of ZTE at the CES. What a great weekend. Obviously, ZTE has been a corporate partner of the Houston Rockets the last 2 years. And so we've seen firsthand the great innovative and exciting products that they have. We know firsthand that they're positioned to be a global leader for many, many years. And it's really an exciting time. I also had the opportunity to go to the Research and Development Center in Shanghai. And when we got there, obviously I was blown away by all the latest and greatest product line, some of them that you've seen here today. It just continues. The things, the engineering, the innovation is incredible, second to none. So it's really an exciting time to see that as a consumer and as a part of ZTE. And so I am delighted to be here on their behalf today. Also, while we're in Shanghai, had the opportunity to participate in a little round of golf with Li Xin, who not only is one of the greatest innovators in the country, but also as a mean little golf game. We had a great time. But it's a great association, and we're very proud of it. I am delighted to be here today, and Andrew, thank you for having me.
Thank you. And I understand they showed you a little bit about technology, and you showed them a little bit about basketball there. Didn't you give them a little session on slam dunking or something?
Well,
like
a little
that?
bit of a session. I don't go anywhere without my Nubia. Obviously, you can customize it. I'm a Rockets fan. Come on. I can't help it. But what a great product. But anytime I get a chance to learn more about technology, it's a great day. My generation, technology, some of it kind of gets overwhelming. But some of these products you see today, especially what do you call it?
S Pro 2.
The S Pro 2 is phenomenal. My first time seeing it, a projector, I could use that in some of my presentations, whether I'm teaching the game of basketball or giving a clinic for kids. And so there's so many great products because they're all wireless, easy to use, user-friendly, and just even a guy who's not really a techie like myself can make it happen.
Thank you. Hey, hold on just a second here. This is a little bit of a surprise that I talked about earlier. So, for 2 lucky winners, we're going to be giving away an S Pro 2 today.
Nice.
In fact, for 2 people, under their seats are a Topps player card. So if you reach under your seat and look for the envelope, anyone find their envelope? Yep, we got one over here. And this young lady over here has one as well, too. Raise your hand. Congratulations, guys. After the press conference, just join me over here on your right, and we'll get you hooked up with an S Pro 2. Also, the other thing that we'd like to be able to do is, because Clyde is just a wonderful gamer as well, too, we're going to give you an opportunity to do some one-on-one gaming with Clyde. Now, how are you going to be able to do that? So right next door, we have set up our experience area. We have the S Pro 2 in its natural habitat, in your living room, in your gaming room, in the office, outside. We also have it in its natural habitat with food, beverage, as well for you. At this time, I want to thank you all for being a part of ZTE's press conference this afternoon. Have a wonderful CES. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, there we have it, the ZTE press conference complete with Clyde Drexler, who looked like he was very excited to be there.
And very excited to use his ZTE phone, which I'm sure is totally truthful.
Absolutely. You're right. He got an envelope under his chair this morning, I'm sure. So I'm a little curious. I didn't know a lot about ZTE. I know a little more about ZTE and how much of a difference they've made in the prepaid market, which is actually a gigantic market in the U.S. They're the number 2, which I was sort of impressed with. And then they come out and say, hey, we've got this, say it for me again, the Grand X Max Plus.
Grand X Max Plus.
He kind of said that all as one word. It's like 3 or 4 different ones. And it's kind of amazing. It's a phone that competes with the high-end smartphones that are available now, but straight up $200.
Without a contract.
Without a contract.
Right.
So I think that's actually kind of impressive.
They know their market.
They know their market. It has impressive specs. It's got a very decent battery life.
Yeah, it's 6-inch HD display. I'm going to read some of the specs that I wrote down here. 13 megapixel camera in the rear, and the front they were boasting about how it's wide angle camera, so selfies, more people in your selfie.
At least they didn't say that word.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know. But then, yeah, so they really were just going about how powerful it was. Has a battery that's going to last you the whole day. You don't have to worry too much about that. So it sounds like they're not skimping on the small specs that you want out of a smartphone.
Right, and I guess it takes a couple years of sort of rollover for this to sort of infiltrate that market, which is great. So January 9th on the Cricket network, which is sort of AT&T's.
Yeah, they're owned by AT&T
Right.
now. So it's, if you're going with Cricket, you're really going with their network.
So yeah, so after the Grand X Max Plus, we had their HD projector.
The S Pro 2.
The S Pro 2, which is an evolution of what they had last year.
Right, yeah. So that was the new version of this hybrid projector we were talking about earlier in the show, about how it's not just a projector, but it also has a screen on top of it, and it also is a hotspot for up to 10 devices.
Right.
So, yeah, lots going on with that one. It sounds like it's something for obviously more of a business user who also might have a family and wants to stream Netflix easily when they're out on a trip and project something on the wall. Right, but it only lasts about 3 hours of battery life, so no Lawrence of Arabia, just keep those movies short.
That's it, just maybe a couple of regular TV shows.
Yeah.
So it can project up to 180 inches, which is crazy.
Yeah, they were upping the brightness, talking about how they improved the quality there, talking about how they improved the battery life a little bit and autofocus, small tweaks.
Right. So it can do, like we said, 180 inches, 720p HD. You mentioned autofocus. The screen, the 5-inch Android screen, runs on Android. That screen has an anti-glare coating. There's an accelerometer. Why are we moving around a projector? I don't. It's got to stay still.
Adjust itself.
Sure.
I'm going to go with that.
Why not? I feel like an accelerometer is very cheap. You might as well just throw it in there. That's fine. It can detect motion.
I mean, you have a 5-inch screen. You could probably play games on it.
Right. I would imagine.
You could do anything you want with it. It's an Android device. It's just where do you want to go with it? I mean, the convenience is going to be how easy it is to just pop in a memory card or just throw your files on there when you want to go somewhere.
So what do you think? I mean, mobile projectors aren't necessarily a gigantically popular category.
But they're the ones who are at least giving you more options because it's also a hotspot for 10 devices. This is a really good business tool.
Sure.
But you can use it for entertainment too.
Right. So it was great to see the NBA sponsorship that they've created. You said they're also the official smartphone of the Knicks.
Yeah, the Knicks.
It's amazing that you'd want to. They didn't mention that because maybe the Knicks are so terrible they wouldn't want to associate themselves. I don't know.
Well, on that note, we should probably take a break.
Okay.
So Jeff and I will be back soon after a short break, and then we're going to be having Sony coming up later. So stay tuned for that. Welcome back to CNET's live coverage of CES 2015. I'm Bridget Carey.
And I'm Jeff Bakalar. We've got one more press conference that we're going to be streaming live to you in just a little bit. That's Sony at the top of the hour.
There's lots of news today. First off, what are the big headlines? Samsung's SUHD nanocrystal television.
Quantum.
We got quantum dots.
Nanocrystals.
We got nanocrystals. All these new terms every year, something new. And then they throw in, it's not just Ultra HD, it's S Ultra HD, because the S is just what Samsung likes to throw on to things.
And what's crazy is the S never really means anything.
Yeah.
It's just, that's...
Your Galaxy S.
It's just quality. It's S for quality.
But super. It's a super HD. Yeah, so anyways, there's more 4K. And the thing about these nanocrystals and the quantum dot is really getting down to being able to see more color in your... So there's a wider color palette, and things are brighter. That's going to be, the big thing. LG also had their own version of this kind of technology. So no more, 3D TVs, goodbye. Plasma, goodbye. Now, quantum dots.
Can we have a funeral for 3D TVs, though?
I feel like we didn't properly mourn them, right? Nah, it's okay. I really didn't care that much.
No, I'm not going to miss them. So I had no idea what quantum dots were at all, so I wanted to read up a little bit about what exactly they are. So they are tiny, tiny nanocrystals.
Okay.
And they're applied to the blue LEDs that comprise the backlights of what these LCD TVs are. You got that?
I'm with you.
There's going to be a quiz later, so I want you to have that ready to go. And basically, because they're so small, those crystals are so small, it allows them to display a much wider spectrum of color.
More color's good.
More color's good.
People like more color. Although I don't know if they're going to have more branding thrown on this. Throw some more words that people could just get, like super color, awesome TV.
I mean, they're already adding the word quantum, which implies like time travel. So I think they're really going a little bit overboard. It's going to be 2.5 times brighter than the standard light output of current generation LED LCDs. And you're really going to have to dig deep into your wallets because this sort of stuff is not cheap at all.
It never is when they first come out at CES. This is more of the showpiece, the wow moment, and it takes a year or two before you can actually go pick it up at a store for an affordable price.
For sure. So we had Samsung with their gigantic SUHD TV announcement. And then also one of the biggest headlines of the day was what Dish and Sling did together with Sling Television. Mm-hmm. The Sling brand is alive and well. And now it is in the form of live $20 a month subscription-based live TV streaming.
They're targeting the millennials.
They're targeting people younger than us, which is upsetting to me on a personal level.
I don't know. We can maybe squeeze into the millennials, but I'd rather let them have their thing.
Okay, fine. They're good with that label.
But yeah, it's for people who are cutting the cord.
Sure.
So there's this big trend now where people are deciding, maybe I don't need that package of 100 channels because you're not watching everything anyways, and how can you save money? So you just go to the Netflix and you go to Hulu, but you don't want to lose the sports, you don't want to lose the news.
Right.
And so that's what they're offering, about a couple dozen, about a dozen channels or so,
sure.
just with CNN, ESPN, the key ones, and they throw in Disney Channel and some entertainment like TNT, I think is in there, and a few others, but it's not everything. It's not perfect a la carte just yet.
It's weird though, because a lot of these channels they go off air at like 4 in the morning. Not that I'm up at 4 in the morning all the time, but I am. And it's just going to be weird seeing infomercials. Like, I don't know. That's like a weird sort of...
Yeah, because that's not in the streaming world. Is that what you're getting at? It's not in the high-tech streaming world.
Infomercials don't belong on the internet streaming, and I'm going to have a personal struggle with that sort of stuff.
I think we're looking for something, like you said earlier, where you just want something that is just being able to go on your Roku and just pick the channel within there. So it kind of blurs the world of streaming on demand, but being able to just treat this like another app on your TV.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty cool, and there's a lot of platforms that you'll be able to do, or rather subscribe to Sling TV. One of the ones that caught my eye was Xbox One, and it's kind of amazing. I guess a lot of people always ask Jeff, which console should I get? And the knee-jerk sort of reaction was always PS4, but now, and obviously with Sony coming up in a few minutes, that'll be interesting to talk about afterwards. But with Xbox One, if you're solely focused on streaming devices and you want content and other things than just gaming, Xbox One might be the way to go with that sort of stuff. And then Sling TV is going to hit that later this year.
They've been trying to get in that TV entertainment space, and most people aren't really jumping into Xbox One for that reason.
Right,
But this
absolutely.
kind of blends that.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how that plays out.
I think, though, that there might be a little bit of a confusing consumer issue with calling it Sling TV, but there's a separate Sling box.
Right.
Actually, Dish owns Sling and the whole, package of all the products they have, but it's a completely separate thing from the Sling box, which takes your live TV and throws it to your mobile device. But this is just taking those certain live TV channels from this package of a subscription and throwing it to wherever you want to watch it.
Right, I didn't even consider like how much of a problem they're going to have, kind of almost rebranding that Sling brand, where people use Sling as a verb now, where they're like, oh, I could just sling it to my phone and sort of do. Now they have to sort of rework that, but it'll be interesting.
There's another big topic here.
Yes.
Kitchen appliances and home appliances have been big. We've seen refrigerators, and now LG has this twin wash system that they showed off.
Okay.
You don't get one load, you get two loads simultaneously.
So you're telling me you're going to sit there and tell me you can dump two loads into this twin washer?
I kid you not.
All
Okay,
right.
so basically you'll be able to do two different things at once on the bottom. This is a dream come true for those of you who, have delicates, but then you also have to wash the heavy duty stuff at the same time. You can do that. You can set a smaller load on the bottom for separates.
And then an upper deck
For
load.
all your husband's smelly junk. Yeah.
What? That's sexist. No, I'm kidding. All right, but I still don't understand. And I guess the big thing is the technology, being able to sort of reuse the water for two washes. That's like the big breakthrough here.
It's another interesting thing that I don't even know. Have they even announced the price on this thing? If it's really going to be, it's going to be a time saver, so maybe people will pay more. But I don't think they've announced a lot of details yet on this, so I don't even know exactly how everything's going to work out.
Right.
But it's one of those wow things. We're seeing more appliances now at the show. Look at the refrigerators with two doors inside of other doors.
Yeah.
So now washers inside washers.
Which it's interesting. I want to.
Not a lot of cell phone talk, not a lot of laptop and other talk. This is where the advancements are happening.
I'm positive you'll be able to call your washer if you want.
Soon.
You will be able to do that. All right, we are going to check out some of the products that CNET editors have been seeing in the last 24 hours right here in Las Vegas. First up is the new curved OLED TV from LG. Let's check that out.
Hi, I'm Sarah Mitroff with CNET at CES 2015. I'm checking out the new LG curved OLED TVs for 2015. And they come in 55-inch and 65-inch models. The 4K resolution promises super sharp video, and as you can see on the screen, it's really crisp and clear. The two TVs also have anti-reflection coating so that you don't see any glare or any reflections in the TV. The 65-inch model is going on sale in Q1 of 2015, but we don't know any pricing or details, and we don't know availability for the 55-inch yet. For more about CES 2015, head over to CNET.com. I'm Sarah Mitroff. Thanks for watching.
Smartwatches are big business here at CES 2015, and the latest one from Martian, who have had a couple of smartwatches over the past few years, is called the Monarch. There are actually 4 different new models that are going to be released in 2015, but all the features are the same. The Monarch has a stainless steel finish. There's also resin available on the other models as well. The big selling point for the Martian smartwatches is the voice control. Now, this works on iOS or Android using Siri-like commands on iOS, of course, or on Android, things like S-Voice or Google Now. You can do things like send text messages. You can also use the smartwatch as a remote camera shutter. All you need to do is find the remote camera release in the menus. So you do that by pressing the second button below here, scroll through until you find the camera mode, press the top button, and then on your Android smartphone, it should start up, and you'll be able to see the remote shutter in action. Then you can simply take the photo by pressing the button, the top button on the smartwatch, and it will start the shutter automatically. Plus, if you leave your smartphone behind in various different places like I do, you can get an instant buzzing reminder on the Martian watch when you are out of Bluetooth range. Within the app itself, you can also find the watch if you like to lose the watch rather than the smartphone. If you want to find out more about the Martian smartwatch here at CES, make sure to check out the full coverage over at CNET.
Hey guys, I'm Megan Mullerton for CNET Appliances here at CES 2015 with Smarter Coffee, a 129-pound, $199 Wi-Fi enabled coffee maker. It will grind the beans and make the coffee all in one go. You just press the start button on the app and it will make your coffee for you fresh, so you don't even have to leave bed. This handy device will be launching in March in the UK and May in the US, so stay tuned for more on the Smarter Coffee machine.
I'm Tim Stevens in Las Vegas for the International CES, and behind me is a 2015 Hyundai Sonata, the kind of car that you can go to your dealership and buy today. That car comes with a service called BlueLink, which you can right now use on your Android smartphone or your iOS smartphone to do things like lock your car remotely, unlock it remotely, even start and stop your car. What Hyundai is announcing at the show this year is an extension that will allow you to do the same sort of things through your smartwatch. Now, I'm wearing a Samsung Gear Live here on my wrist, and by launching the app that they are demoing here in CES, you can do the same sorts of things. So I can now, from my wrist, lock the car, unlock the car, start the car, flash the lights, and if I can't find my car, I can actually get directions right to find it. So we're going to go ahead and try to start the car from here. Now, you have to enter in a 4-digit PIN, and the request at this point goes from the watch to the phone, up to the cloud, and then back down to the car again. So it does take a little bit of time. We're seeing delays of about 20 to 30 seconds here in Las Vegas. Things might be a little bit quicker when the networks are a little bit less stressed than they are here at the Consumer Electronics Show. So we'll wait for the result and see. Fingers crossed. And there we go. I just started my car from my wristwatch, which is pretty cool. Now the Android Wear support is going to be available sometime, hopefully in the first quarter of this year. Hyundai is also planning to add support for the Apple smartwatch that's going to be coming out a little later this year once they get some hardware that they can actually test on. Again, this is showing off the Hyundai BlueLink app running on an Android Wear smartwatch at the International CES 2015.
Behind me, you're looking at Samsung's perhaps craziest TV I've seen yet at CES. This is the 105-inch bendable SUHD TV. Samsung says it has all the benefits of the SUHD line that are available in smaller, non-bendable sizes, but on this guy you can actually press a button on the remote control and change it from flat to curved and back again. Of course, with the TV this large, one of the advantages is if you wall hang this thing and you have it in curved mode, it can actually take some people out if there's a large party and they're walking along the side. You just put it back into flat, and that's not a problem. If you prefer to watch a flat TV or a curved TV, depending on the source that they're watching, for example, if your friends come over, they're all gathered around, they can't see it as well because it's in curved mode, you can flatten it out and everybody gets the equal seating position. Or you could curve it when you're just that one guy in the middle in the sweet spot. Of course, it's a 105-inch TV, absolutely gigantic, and Samsung doesn't really want to name any pricing, but they are going to sell this thing in the second half of this year, so this is a real product. That's a look at the 105-inch curved/flat flexible TV from Samsung. I'm David Katzmeyer at CES 2015. I'm at CES, and this is Samsung's SUHD TV. Samsung's highest-end LCD TV yet. This promises the best picture quality Samsung's ever produced in an LCD-based television. The secret is nanocrystals wrapped around the LEDs are on the edge of this TV. They allow the TV to be a lot more efficient. Samsung's claiming 1,000 nits of brightness for some of the models, as well as a lot better color, so it can actually achieve very close to the DCI color space, which is a lot wider than your standard HD color space. Of course, to utilize that color space, you're going to need new material, but people own TVs for a long time. We do expect those color standards to evolve to accommodate this television. The set is curved on the model behind me. This is an 88-inch model behind me, but the series is available in 3 different series, one of which is flat, so you do have a large variety of screen sizes and curvatures to choose from on this model. Another picture quality advantage of the SUHD TVs is local dimming. These TVs all have hardware-based local dimming to get that improved black levels. The TVs also have a new screen filter that is supposed to increase the ambient light rejection to make the picture look even better in bright light. Beyond the picture quality, SUHD has Samsung's highest end features, including the quad-core and 8-core processors, depending on which model there is. They also have a new smart TV interface powered by the Tizen operating system. Tizen is an open source operating system. Samsung's saying the Tizen operating system is a lot faster and actually allows the TVs to have a lot simpler interface than before. Of course, these TVs have 4K or UHD resolution and the ability to stream from 4K sources, including Netflix and Amazon, as well as a few exclusive Samsung partners, including DirecTV, Comcast, and now MGO, which allows you to download and play back UHD content from the TVs themselves. So, again, the content selection is not very wide for 4K, but among these Samsung TVs, it's about as wide as you can get these days. That's a quick look at Samsung's SUHD line of televisions. I'm David Katzmeyer from CNET.
Welcome back to CNET's live coverage of CES 2015. I'm Bridget Carey with Jeff Bacalauer, and up next, we have another major press conference from Sony. Every year, they always have a lot to show because they do a lot. I'm sure 4K TVs are going to be a big part of it. Televisions always are. But you have to wonder what other things we're going to see. Are we going to see things in wearables? Are we going to see items in, or just learning more about to get 4K content on the TVs that we're buying?
Right. It'll be interesting. I think that's the biggest issue with 4K right now.
Right.
Is where is the content? I'm not just loading up high-res photos and playing slideshows all day on a 4K TV. Let's get some real content.
At the end of the year, actually, Netflix did announce that they're going to have some 4K content out there, and so are some other streaming services like Amazon.
Right.
So it's getting there, but yeah, we need more.
Absolutely. I'll tell you one thing Sony will almost 100% likely talk about, and this just came out over the wire a few minutes ago. PlayStation 4 sales have surpassed 18.5 million units worldwide.
Well, there you go. That's something to talk about.
So that's, Sony really is very, as they should be, they're very excited about the current console landscape and how they've had a really good time going up against Microsoft. So I would be completely shocked if they did not sort of milk that headline for all it's worth.
And talk about PlayStation Now, maybe?
Right, and that's a major deal as well. None of the consoles right now, the current generation consoles, have an answer for last generation legacy compatibility. There's no backwards compatibility whatsoever. So PlayStation Now is a half answer to that, and it'll be really cool to see what they plan on doing, not just for now with what we know about the 100 PlayStation 3 games that's going to be available, but what goes on in the future. All right, Sony's about to start right now. Let's head over to the live press conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kazuo Hirai.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us here. Both those of you who are right here at our CES exhibit, and of course, to those of you that are watching via live stream. And we also want to invite you to participate in real time and in our post-show Q&A at hashtag #SonyCES. Now, before we get into the actual presentation of some of the exciting things we're going to be talking about here at CES, I just wanted to spend a couple of minutes because I think it'd be remiss if I didn't mention Sony Pictures Entertainment and, of course, the comedy movie, The Interview. But before that, so how many of you actually went to see a great Sony movie this holiday? That's great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Annie is a fantastic movie, isn't it? So I want to thank you for seeing Annie as well. Anyway, but seriously, I think that both Sony Pictures Entertainment, former employees, and certainly current employees, they were unfortunately the victim of one of the most vicious and malicious cyber attacks that we've known, certainly in recent history. But I have to say that I'm very proud of all the employees and certainly the partners that we've worked with as well, who stood up against some of the extortionist efforts of the criminals that actually attacked Sony Pictures and its employees, and worked tirelessly, literally 24 hours a day, sometimes on days on end, to bring The Interview to audiences here in the United States and also up in Canada as well, across online venues as well as in motion picture theaters across the United States and Canada. And I have to say that freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of association, those are very important lifelines of Sony and our entertainment business. And today, as you all know, The Interview is now available for audiences to enjoy through multiple online venues, as well as through our satellite, telecom, and our cable partners, and as of the 1st of this month, in more than 580 independent theaters, just alone here in the United States. And I certainly want to take this opportunity to thank all the partners who've made this possible, the members of the media who have supported our launch, but most importantly, the people who have gone out to see the movie in the theaters or through various online venues. And I want to take this opportunity to thank you very much for being a part of that great event where we were able to launch the movie publicly to everybody here. So thank you very much. By the way, Annie is also a great movie as well. 2 Golden Globe nominations, so go see Annie as well, please. Okay, so now back to our originally scheduled programming. So at Sony, we spent the past year emphasizing and talking to everybody about what drives us as a company. And those of you who have followed our conversations really know that Sony's deep desire is to deliver products and also experiences that are both technologically innovative but also emotionally moving. Our spirit of innovation, fueled by deep curiosity, remains an absolute essential dimension of our strategic plan going forward. And today, right here, we'll show you and share with you many examples of our industry leadership across premium products that leverage strength and also show inventiveness as well as technological advancement that is defining our path forward. So, as an example, just this past November, right here in the United States, we unveiled PlayStation Vue, an innovative new cloud-based TV service that reinvents the television viewing experience. And PlayStation Vue brings the best of live TV and also an extensive catalog of the latest programming and content together, keeping you constantly connected to what's popular, what's new, and what's trending. From easy access to favorite shows, channels, and movies, to smart search capability, to catch-up and on-demand content, PlayStation Vue will allow viewers like yourselves to watch TV on your terms and on your schedules. So no longer bound to network programming schedules, you are in control of when and where you enjoy your favorite movies, television shows, and live television events. And PlayStation Vue has begun an invite-only beta preview during November in New York for select PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 3 owners, and PlayStation Vue will launch commercially during the first quarter of this year. And also, when we talk about innovation, one of the best examples is the application of our expertise to image sensing technologies, or image sensor technologies. And Sony continues to be the leader in this space. Now, we all know that many device manufacturers have been evolving their image sensors in an attempt to capture more accurately what our eyes can see. However, Sony's image sensors are surpassing the proficiency of our vision, and they're able to gather visual information even our eyes cannot perceive. Like, for example, speeds over 1,000 frames per second, higher sensitivity and dynamic range in varying light conditions, or a wider viewing field and further distances, especially when combined with advanced optical lens and signal processing technologies. Our original super high sensitivity CMOS image sensor is already used in our flagship interchangeable lens camera, the Alpha 7S. And with the sophisticated sensor that's contained within the Alpha 7S, this camera enables you to capture superb images with incredibly wide dynamic range in all types of conditions, from extremely low light to the brightest of sunlights. And this impressive capability means that you can capture great images even when conditions don't allow you to see the scene with such clarity with your own eyes. So think about it. This opens up countless opportunities for what you can shoot, when, and also where. Photography becomes more dynamic, more flexible, but more importantly, more fun. And with the achievement of such precise and advancing sensing technology, we're putting our sensors to work also in a new industry, automotive. As we have recently seen here at CES, the connection between the consumer electronics business and the automotive industry is certainly strengthening. And you all know, if you bought a car recently, I'm sure you've also been amazed at the number and also applications of various in-car sensors. And this growing automotive segment has enormous potential for Sony's advanced image sensors. Now, according to research, the quantitative market size of image sensors right here in the automotive segment, it's expected to grow by 4 times in the next 5 years. So that actually means that it's going to be an increase to about 120 million units on a worldwide basis. So we're aiming to take a leading position in providing advanced sensing technologies for this growing automotive industry. And Sony's sensing technology has the potential to offer critical support to automobile manufacturers seeking to provide better advanced drive assistance systems, or ADAS as we call it for short. And we anticipate that within a couple of years, our imaging and sensing expertise will help automotive manufacturers provide even more advanced drive assistance systems that ensure visibility throughout your drive, throughout your journey, whether on a dark road at night, or in inclement weather, or even in visually challenging high contrast moments, such as when you're driving from dark tunnels or garages right into bright sunlight. And Sony has also been a pioneer in developing ways to revolutionize your living space by integrating the audio-visual experience that you desire in your daily life and in very familiar surroundings. Now, our concept, which we call LifeSpace UX, brings a new way to enjoy audio and visual content by eliminating completely the need for conventional displays and casings, and animating and illuminating the walls, lights, and sometimes even the ceilings of your home, giving them life. And this is an exciting concept that we are passionately pursuing at Sony. And we imagine it will offer you a seamless listening and viewing experience in your living space that enhances your enjoyment of your favorite content. And as you probably know, we've already introduced exciting, groundbreaking products in this LifeSpace UX category, starting with the Ultra Short Throw 4K projector. And that product will be followed by the arrival of what we call the LED bulb speaker and also the portable short throw projector. And here at CES, we're showcasing another concept, and we call that the symphonic light speaker. This innovative product allows your favorite music to flow from a beautiful lamp fixture. The sound radiates outward in all directions, and it differentiates it from a more traditional speaker, which is best heard, obviously, when you're in front of it. Our symphonic light speaker has a crystal clear sound that surrounds you, which is enabled by Sony's proprietary advanced vertical drive technology. With this technology, the organic clear glass that envelops the lamp is able to actually reproduce even the higher frequency sounds without any exposed speaker units. It fills your room with music while obviously lighting up your daily life. And the symphonic light speaker demonstrates one of the countless opportunities for design and functionality to come together to create an ambience of light and sound that feels right at home in your living space. LifeSpace UX is just another example of how Sony is opening up new possibilities, turning ideas into reality with our innovative technology and, of course, our engineering expertise. At every opportunity, Sony is responding to both your curiosity and our own about what's possible for technology. And we're committed to delivering emotionally compelling experiences that, of course, wow everyone in this room and consumers around the world. Our philosophy of kando is at the heart of every new venture that we pursue. Now, since I became CEO of Sony back in April of 2012, we've continued to accelerate our transformation efforts. Becoming more focused and driven, I have been committed to putting Sony on a course for future growth in fiscal 2015 and beyond. And our efforts have been concentrated in areas where we're uniquely positioned to outperform the competition. So in order for us to advance our turnaround efforts, we must continue to deliver innovative products that satisfy not just functional needs of our customers, but products that stimulate a more deeper emotional response. So let me introduce some categories where we're already seeing some promising results. First, the success of PlayStation 4 has enabled a broadening world of PlayStation. The PS4 platform is providing more immersive gameplay than ever before and allows PlayStation fans to enjoy a wide variety of game content. And with acclaimed blockbuster titles, as well as great network services, including socially connected experiences, PlayStation 4 sold more than 4.1 million units during this holiday season. And the total sell-through has now reached more than 18.5 million units since its launch. I'm liking those numbers. I'd say this is a remarkable success for this next generation console. And actually, this is exceeding the rate of adoption of any other PlayStation platform. And PlayStation Plus also continues to grow, offering a subscription service for content and services for the platform, and reached 10.9 million subscribers. Network services include Video Unlimited, Music Unlimited, as well as new initiatives such as PlayStation Now, as you know, a streaming game service on supported devices covering most PlayStation platforms, and of course, Sony devices such as the Bravia television. And with the arrival of PlayStation Vue that I talked about earlier, we now offer a comprehensive product platform with unparalleled entertainment experiences. PlayStation 4 continues to attract our valued users while providing the best place to play. And together with our third-party developers and publishers, including a remarkable group of independent game developers, we will continue to provide the best entertainment available while delivering Sony's signature wow to our valued customers. Our premium consumer cameras, such as the CyberShot RX series and the interchangeable lens camera Alpha 7 series, are critically acclaimed and have really established a loyal following from both photography enthusiasts as well as from professionals. And the latest addition to the Alpha 7 series is the Alpha 7 Mark II. We have further enhanced the image stabilization capability in this new model with the world's first full-frame camera with an optical 5-axis image stabilization technology that's built right into the camera. So you're no longer tethered to the tripod when you shoot at slow shutter speeds in low light situations or when you shoot extreme close-ups. So for example, with this camera, you can capture freshness of a quiet morning after a light rain as you zoom in on an extreme close-up of drops of rain on the petal of a flower. The images will be clear and crisp in the hazy morning light. This is just one example of the ways digital imaging products enable you to capture exquisite, even evocative moments with your Sony cameras. And we continue to lead with innovation. Innovation that delivers not just functional capability, but as I mentioned before, emotional resonance. Now, another innovation in the interchangeable lens camera segment is our fast and accurate focusing system called 4D Focus. Thank you. This autofocus system satisfies even the most discriminating camera enthusiasts when shooting fast-moving objects. And 4D Focus is already at work in our latest Alpha APS-C format cameras. And so we will continue to lead in the worldwide mirrorless camera market, capturing over 40% market share, and also continuing to expand our lens lineup that will grow to a total of 64 lenses by next spring. We believe that the richness, realism, and freedom of creative expression that is made possible by these advanced cameras and also lenses offers a more rewarding artistic experience backed by Sony's quality and also innovation. Turning to our studios, including music, motion pictures, and television, they continue to turn out smash hits and, of course, very highly anticipated titles. The Amazing Spider-Man 2 grossed more than $700 million worldwide. 22 Jump Street, the sequel to 21 Jump Street, performed very strongly, and its opening $57 million opening in the United States marked the second highest opening of all time for an R-rated comedy. On the television side, our television series, The Goldbergs, returned for its second season and is the #1 scripted program in its time period and up 16% from last year. And of course, our worldwide hit, The Blacklist. Thank you very much. The Blacklist is the #1 sophomore drama. And also, our studios have partnered with our own PlayStation to create Powers, an exclusive television show based on the hit comic book series. And we believe that PlayStation is the ideal platform for this series and very much look forward to making it into a huge hit and another cross-Sony success. So with a growing number of companies looking to original programming as a way of distinguishing their brands and attracting viewers, we're seeing new opportunities in this exciting market and anticipating growth in television production. So we will further strengthen our portfolio in this area with 4K content in both creation and delivery, and will provide even better experiences than ever before. And 4K will definitely continue to be an important area of development and also distinction for Sony. In fact, in looking at what's currently in production or has already recently wrapped, we're seeing a fantastic rate of adoption of our 4K capability and technology among our Sony Pictures colleagues. So shows such as The Blacklist, Night Shift, The Goldbergs, and Masters of Sex, just to name a few, they are all currently being shot in 4K or will start being shot in 4K very soon. On the music side, Sony Music continues to produce hit music from our very popular artists. So some of the commercial achievements from the past year include Pharrell Williams' Happy, which became the year's biggest selling download with 6.4 million units sold just here in the United States. Sony ATV's brand new signing, Iggy Azalea, whose hit Fancy was #1 for 7 weeks on the Billboard Hot 100, and the long-awaited album from legendary artists Pink Floyd that debuted at #1 in the UK and several other countries. So, as I've said many times before, Sony's focus continues to be not only on great products, but on providing you with unique and sought-after entertainment experiences. These wow experiences are what differentiates Sony from our competition, and they are backed by our commitment to quality, leadership innovation, and also supported by expanding entertainment content. And now, to walk you through the latest products and technologies right here at CES, delivering innovations from the area of 4K, high-resolution audio, digital imaging, and also smartware products. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mike Fasullo. Mike?
Thank you, Kaz. Hello, everyone, and welcome. I am so excited tonight to be here to share with you the many great new products that Sony is delivering at this CES. And I'm so excited because I believe our products this year demonstrate even greater focus and, most importantly, relevance, more relevance than ever. And it's our belief that everyone, from professionals to consumers, will see the value of where we're going as a company, which is providing state-of-the-art electronics and digital tools that make life, work, and creative pursuits more rewarding. And folks, there's no better way to start than with 4K ultra high definition. Now, over the past couple of years, Sony has been leading in the evolution and consumer adoption of 4K technology, which follows more than 10 years of 4K leadership on the professional front. And as 4K content gains momentum and additional delivery platforms become available, we're seeing even greater demand of our 4K televisions. You can see the difference with 4K. Stunning visuals, unparalleled color, contrast, and clarity, and now televisions worthy of this advanced viewing experience. At this show, Sony is introducing innovative models that offer unprecedented design, performance, and convenience. We want you to have a perfect picture and an intuitive user experience. But the real showstopper at this year's show is our X900C series 4K TV. As I often say, you have to see it to believe it, so let's go live to the booth and see the engineering and design marvel that this product is. Look at that. It's thin, it's elegant, and at only 0.2 inches, I probably should say 0.2 inch, it is the world's thinnest LCD TV and even slimmer than our Xperia smartphone. The new X900C series is an impressive innovation. Its ultra-slim floating style makes it appear to almost merge with your wall. And the flush surface with edge coating technology makes the bezel virtually disappear. Most importantly, the premium is on the picture. Expansive, borderless, and vivid. It is a design and engineering achievement bringing a remarkable advancement in television in a way that only Sony can. And all of our 2015 Bravia 4K television series bring you the best viewing experience possible by upgrading the picture quality of everything you view, whether broadcast, download, streamed, or played back. And the key to this is our new 4K processor we call X1. In the past few years, we have been enhancing the key elements of picture quality, each year focusing on clarity, contrast, or color. This year, we have made all of these aspects better. The X1 upgrades the picture quality of any source, and it does this by analyzing not just the source's resolution, but also its bit rate to ensure the best possible picture. It enhances precision and clarity and enriches all color to optimum levels with more dynamic range and contrast for peak brightness and deeper blacks. Now you can enjoy everything you watch in more dramatically clear and vibrant picture quality, including natural skin tones and lifelike textures with, of course, enhanced details and less noise. So here's what you can expect to see when you check out our televisions in this very booth at this very CES. No more blurry edges and noisy imagery when viewing lower bitrate and highly compressed 4K streaming content. More true-to-life picture quality for live broadcasts and other high-definition content that make you feel as if you're part of the action and not just a passive observer. Movies and other creative content displayed in their original theater-quality picture, allowing you to have the visual experience intended by the filmmaker or creator. And when you combine all of this with Bravia's new user interface, you get even greater convenience and simplicity as well. And today, I'm pleased to announce that all of our 2015 televisions will run on the new Android TV platform. Go ahead, you can applaud. And we all know that Android is such a widely accepted operating system in the mobile space, and now you can use your TV with the interface that you're familiar with on your OS devices and enjoy content on smartphone, tablet, and TV seamlessly. The Android television experience includes quick and easy user interfaces such as voice search with unparalleled precision and accuracy. And again, when you visit the booth, you got to try out the voice search. I guess I can't say seeing is believing here, but maybe speaking is believing. It'll pick up on accents. Try to trick it. It's pretty amazing. When we launch, it will translate 42 different languages. and it will enable you to explore a huge range of apps, games, and content from Google Play and enjoy them on the Sony big screen. Now, Bravia's Google Cast will enable you to throw content that you're enjoying from your mobile device to the TV screen easily and intuitively. And we also provide an app for our smartwatch to control your TV from the device on your wrist. Of course, we'll also have Sony's easy-to-use one-flick remote. And this intuitive device allows you to flick through content from broadcast to your personal photo library to streamed content without ever interrupting your current viewing. In addition, you can quickly launch your TV or your apps and directly access your content with our content bar. So with the ease of a flick of your finger, you're able to navigate the vast possibilities of your media and programming content. And one of the most exciting benefits of our expanding 4K offering and our Android-based user interface is the way in which our partners in content creation and distribution are getting on board. Last year, you may recall that on this very stage, at this very show, Sony and Netflix came together to deliver you the largest library of 4K content on the planet. And Netflix has grown into a powerful industry leader. Check out some of these stats. 53 million global subscribers. 63% of US users watch Netflix on their television. We love that stat. And a mind-blowing 2 billion hours of Netflix content is watched every month. Pretty amazing. So this year, in addition to expanding our 4K offerings with Netflix, we've got a few more things up our sleeve. And to talk more about our progress, please join me in welcoming Chief Streaming and Partnership Officer at Netflix, Mr. Greg Peters. Greg? Greg, how you doing? Happy New Year.
Great. On behalf of Reed and all of Netflix, it's great to be here with you today.
Oh, it's great to have you here. You had a great holiday?
Absolutely.
How could you not with those amazing statistics?
What are we going to say, right?
So I was just telling folks, our guests, that last year we came together and we delivered this library of content, the largest on the planet, and we're going to continue to do that. But we also talk a lot about the customer experience and taking the pain points away from the customer experience. So I talked about some of our new television technology, the X1 processor, faster processing rate, actually looks at the resolution coming in, streaming or otherwise. And I also talked about our one-flick remote. Yep. So simplicity, convenience for the customer and the customer experience. I know this is top of mind at Netflix. How's the alignment there? Can you talk a little bit about what Netflix feels about that?
Much of what Netflix users have experienced on smart TVs the last few years has been about the internet capabilities bolted on the side of the traditional linear broadcast experience. Now, Sony and Netflix have worked hard together over the years to make those experiences better and better. But I have to say, I'm tremendously excited by the work that Sony's done this year to re-engineer the TV from the ground up with the internet at its core, and internet TV is a first-class critical component. At Netflix, we want to help Sony communicate the benefits of this new experience to consumers. With Netflix recommended TV, consumers who want the very best internet TV, the best Netflix experience, can rest assured that with that Netflix recommended TV, when they hit the Netflix button on the remote control, they're going to get the best. They're going to get everything that the Sony teams have worked so hard to deliver. Instant on, fast and easy access to the Netflix application for content choosing, and video playback that starts so quickly, it's almost instantaneous. Consumers are going to love this new experience.
Well, that's awesome, and we're really happy to hear that you came up with that identifier. I really think that's going to improve the customer experience. So the other piece that we always talk about, it's in our DNA, and it's top of mind, and I'm sure everybody in the audience it's top of mind with, as well as high dynamic range. And how do we improve the picture quality in all that we do? So can you talk a little bit about how our engineers are working together and working towards bringing high dynamic range to the consumer living room both from Sony and from Netflix.
Well, we're delighted to continue the collaboration with Sony engineers on delivering the very best in video quality. Last year, we took beautiful, high-resolution 4K Sony displays and paired them with amazing content like House of Cards, shot and mastered in 4K. That was the first step. This year is the next step, high dynamic range, or HDR. Now, 4K is great, but when consumers see HDR, I think they're going to be blown away. This increased spectrum of brightness from the darkest darks to the brightest colors and the whitest whites. It's stunning, and it adds tremendous realism to the content you're watching. And I know every year, Sony engineers are working tirelessly to close the gap between what the human eye can perceive and what these beautiful displays are capable of rendering. And HDR is a significant step in closing that gap. One of the most significant steps that we've seen in the last decade. So I'm tremendously happy to say that Sony and Netflix are going to work together to deliver HDR content from Netflix to Sony TVs this year.
So I guess it's fair to say last year we had a great year. This year we're about to have a phenomenal one.
Let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
Awesome.
Thank you, Greg.
Great.
Ladies and gentlemen,
thank you.
Greg Peters. It's actually quite fascinating to see how streaming content such as Netflix has become such an influential force in the evolution of consumer television viewing. But in addition to Netflix, we continue to work with a number of partners to provide more native 4K content. In the coming year, you'll be able to enjoy popular 4K titles from a broad array of services. Whether or not you want to stream, whether or not you want to watch television, whether or not it's user-generated content that you would like, don't worry, we've got you covered. Consumers want choice. Sony is delivering choice. And consistent with our vision to not just deliver devices and content, but to be a part of the content creation process, we are committed to improving the tools you use to create, document, and make. We want you to have the tools of the professionals. And let me share with you just a few ways Sony's innovation is creating a revolution in content creation for you. We have a new 4K Handycam which turns your personal experiences and adventures into vibrant, high-resolution memories and personal narratives. Not only has it become 30% smaller and 20% lighter, it is also 50% less cost, offered at just $1,000. So let's just say 4K for 1K. Folks, this is the world's first 4K Handycam equipped with balanced optical steady shot. And what that means is that you can record your moments in crisp, clear 4K resolution without the need of a tripod, simply in the palm of your hand. In addition, we are introducing our first 4K action cam for the active enthusiast, the adventurer, and the mobile content creator, or the mom and dad in the moment. Our light and compact 4K model has 4 times more resolution than Full HD. And now, it offers shooting capability at a high bit rate of 100 megabits per second while delivering 4K images with exceptional realism. Additionally, when you capture full HD video with this 4K action cam, the steady shot function enables outstanding image stabilization 3 times more effective than the previous model. And what this does, it allows users to capture high-quality movies during surfing, cycling, skateboarding, and fast-moving actions of all types. In fact, sports legend Tony Hawk spent a little bit of time with our new 4K action cam and sent us some recent footage. So let's please take a look at the footage.
What's up? I'm Tony, and I just got the new Sony 4K Action Cam. And luckily, I have a couple of pretty major trips coming up. And I think I'm more excited about the camera at this point than the actual trips, but I'm going to document them well. And here we are, Mammoth Mountain, day 1. Bluebird, are you serious? Check it out. Have a chance to escape with Lizzie Armanto and shoot some 4K footage together. Off to Tahiti.
That's pretty remarkable. Come on. So, what could be better than watching Tony Hawk shoot on a 4K action cam on video? Actually, having him here live. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tony Hawk. Tony, I was going to ask how your holiday was, but it's obvious and clear.
A lot of hard work.
Yeah, a lot of hard work.
Yeah.
You know what I was doing, right? I was here practicing, rehearsing. Never mind.
It was cold, you know, in the bluebird conditions and paddling out to surf. It was, you know, it was a lot of sweat and tears.
It's a tough job, but somebody has to do it. So, Tony, let me just ask you a couple of questions about the Sony Action Cam, and then we'll get to 4K. But it wasn't long ago that, you know, to capture a video, actually you couldn't capture a video in 4K like that, but it wasn't long ago to capture a video like that. You would need a crew, you'd need tripods, you'd need multiple people with cameras. Now with the Sony Action Cam, it seems it's become more personal. So how's that helped your creative?
You know, it's now we can take the cameras for granted. It used to be so clunky and it was a process, and if you were trying to actually shoot yourself, you'd get this giant lens and you couldn't do some of your better tricks and things like that, and it was just more of a compromise. And now it's seamless, and you turn this on, you hit the button, and you know that the exposure's right, you know that everything's going to work out, and you take it for granted, and you literally strap it to your skateboard, and it's really changed the way that I view how we video everything.
And you've been shooting video for quite some time. I mean, everybody knows you as the legend in skateboarding and extreme sports, but you've also got a long background of video shooting.
Oh, sure. I had all the Sony Hi8 cameras and the mini DVs and video toaster and yeah, some OG stuff for sure. And but now it's just so it's the way that I always dreamed it would be.
That's cool. So let me ask you a little bit about shooting in 4K. So you're always doing something fast, and now we can capture 4 times resolution high definition and a whole lot more data. So how has that helped in your craft, and how is technology helping capture more of what you want the audience to see?
It puts them right in the POV, you know, the way that we use it, the way that we use the selfie sticks, the way that we put it on our equipment. It doesn't interfere with what we're actually doing, so we can do our best stuff and put you right in the center of the action. And with the 4K, the clarity is unbelievable. I mean, I had a blast with those cameras for the first couple weeks, and it shows.
So Tony, when we heard he was going on trip, we gave him one of our early units of the Action Cam 4K, and that's what he was actually shooting here. By the way, I'll let the audience know it came back in perfect condition. So no hardship there. And let me ask you also about, I don't even want to call it the form factor, but you know, from a style and design, it's sleek, it's trend setting, but it also gives you convenience, I would think, it gives you convenience and flexibility as an expert to do different things. Like you said, mounted to the bottom of your skateboard.
Yeah, that was day one actually when I got my first Mini, putting on my skateboard, and it's intuitive too. I mean, the way that you can hold it, you hit the button right away, and it starts recording. I mean, immediately starts recording, which is a huge bonus for what I do. And I've never been able to get shots like that before, and I actually have shots of my board from underneath, and learning new tricks and things like that. It's been a fun journey.
That's a pretty amazing invention right there.
I wouldn't recommend that to everyone, because when it goes wrong, it goes really bad. Yeah.
That's great. All right, one final question. They tell me we've got about 2,000 journalists in the room, so we want to write a little bit and get a little bit of scoop. What can we expect from Tony Hawk Inc.?
Well, new console game this year.
On PlayStation, of course.
On PlayStation 4, of course, yeah. And we're actually much further along than I imagined, so I'm excited it'll be sometime late this year. And I wish I could tell you the name, but I've been put on embargo. But I'll give you a hint, it's got TH in it.
Tony, thanks for joining us. Thanks for being here. Great video. Ladies and gentlemen, the legend, Tony Hawk.
Thanks.
Thanks, Tony.
Thanks, everybody.
So while we're speaking of shooting video in 4K, please remember that our flagship phones, the Xperia Z3 and the Z3B, are also capable of capturing 4K video on the go. So it's got to be clear to everyone that Sony remains committed to providing the very best possible 4K experience, whether you're enjoying content at your home or out in the world creating your own. So naturally, complementing visual quality, we are equally committed to consumer audio quality. Now, for a while, there was novelty in carrying 10,000 songs in your pocket. But now, new generations of music fans are seeking a better listening experience, a higher quality experience, with a variety of products and technologies designed to optimize everything they listen to. High-res audio provides you the best listening experience available. And Sony has been offering the broadest line of high-res audio products in the industry. As the pioneer in developing and promoting high-res audio products, we're happy that the Consumer Electronics Association and its members will be endorsing high-resolution audio with Sony under the same logo. Now this, folks, will give customers and consumers the reality and education they need, that high-res is here and it's available for them today. And we'll continue to give you more choices with our new 2015 lineup, introducing a variety of high-res wireless speakers, home theater systems, and premium headphones, and of course, our flagship high-res Walkman. The new Walkman ZX2 is a great example of the quality of our high-res audio offerings. This Walkman is tailored for outstanding sound, and every piece of material and component has been crafted to realize the ultimate high-res audio experience on the move. But I'm sure everyone here is not ready to delete their personal MP3 library, along with the sizable investment that you've all made in it. Again, no worries, we've got you covered. With Sony's DSEE-HX upscaling technology incorporated in all high-res capable models, including our Walkman, our Xperia smartphone, home audio player, and wireless speaker, you will be able to elevate the audio quality of your existing music library. So please be sure to go through the booth and hear how our audio products can add clarity, depth, and more emotion to the cherished tunes from your personal music collection. Additionally, we've enhanced sound via wireless transfer using Sony's new digital audio coding technology we call LDAC. And LDAC transmits 3 times more data than conventional Bluetooth. With LDAC embedded on all 2015 high-res capable models, you can enjoy the richness of your music catalog with more ease. By going wireless with Sony, You don't have to compromise sound. And like the new TV range I talked about earlier, our new audio products are also equipped with Google Cast and enhanced music streaming capability. Google Cast now allows you to enjoy major streaming services like Pandora, Google Play Music, Deezer, and others. And it also allows you to expand these services to ensure the best listening options possible. And you can enjoy your music content with our new multi-room capable products as well. At home, your music catalog can be played wireless in any room by grouping your wireless speakers and soundbar to sync in each room with just the tap on your smartphone. Imagine your entire house filled with your favorite music. And the high-res content just keeps on coming from Sony Music Entertainment and from an increasing number of music creators, including Universal Music, Warner Music, and more. So once again, I encourage you to explore our booth and hear what you have been missing. In the mobile products area, our goal in 2014 was to deliver choice across our product portfolio. And we made great progress here in the United States market with our critically acclaimed flagship model Z3, Xperia Z3, and Xperia Z3V, as well as an exciting new partnership with Verizon, in addition to our very strong relationship with T-Mobile. And as you may have heard, both devices are part of our initiative to bring Android 5.0 Lollipop to the entire Xperia Z series, starting globally next month. In addition to the best smartphone and tablet experiences, we continue to expand our vision for smartwear with devices designed to provide you choice. Now, smartwear will help you set goals, monitor progress, get to know yourself better should you desire, and make smarter choices about your health, your body, and your entertainment, and more. It's inspiration through insight for any Android user. To accommodate individual style and taste, our new sleek stainless steel edition Smartwatch 3 will roll out next month, followed by our modular holder, which lets you pair your Smartwatch 3 with any watch strap of your choice. We're also continuing to introduce new smartband styles designed in collaboration with well-known fashion brands. And matching our own internal innovation with the creativity of our partners, we're delivering more variety and depth in smartwear. Smartwatch 3 is the only Android Wear device with built-in GPS sensor. And GolfShot and iFit will both offer Smartwatch 3 users exclusive premium versions of their popular apps for improving your golf and fitness performances. And we're also excited to announce a new collaboration with Virgin Atlantic. Together, we're exploring new ways to use our smartwear products to develop and trial new business solutions across Virgin Atlantic's day-to-day operations and customer service experience. You'll be hearing more news about this in our partnership soon, with trial programs starting from next month. And we're fostering fresh collaborations with developers and partners to integrate their experiences with our popular LifeLog app, using the Open API, which launches publicly today. So in 2015, we're going even further to deliver Sony's connected digital life. And this includes our vision for next-generation smartwear. And today, let me touch upon one example of what you'll find from us here at CES. It's our new concept model we call Smart Bee Trainer. It's an all-in-one sports headset that means you no longer have to carry other devices such as a smartphone or GPS watch. Not only does it keep your running log, it also selects a tempo that guides and supports you through your pre-selected training menu to achieve the goals that you set such as fat burning or improving endurance. And this is pretty cool. It also gives you encouraging vocal advice throughout your training. Just what I needed. So be sure to check out and try Smart Bee Trainer on our treadmill in our booth. By the way, we won't let you on the treadmill, but check it out anyway. So we've come a long way in the last year, and this year promises to bring even more exciting products to market. We've set out to not just be good, but to be great in every category we pursue. I call that focused. And I'm thrilled with how far we've advanced our television, 4K, high-resolution audio, digital imaging, and mobile businesses. But more importantly, I'm excited about the ways our products are aligning to the experiences consumers want to have. As Kaz said at the beginning of this press event, Sony's success in bringing innovative products to market relies on our ability to connect those experiences and products in unique ways that matter to consumers. And throughout my tenure at Sony, I've always been energized by what's new and what's next. And tonight, I think you can see we've showed you quite a bit of that, but we're not stopping here. Sony is uniquely positioned to bring together content and delivery, creativity, and innovation. Our studios, our engineers, our product designers, and our partners share a common vision to surprise and delight you. We want you to say, wow, when you encounter a Sony product. So please, once again, spend some time in our exhibit and discover for yourselves the many ways we can help you be inspired, be connected, be entertained, and be moved. Thank you all. Have a great CES and have a great night.
So there you have it. That was the Sony press conference here at CES 2015. So what do you think, Bridget?
Well, at least we ended it with a ton of news, with a real substantial press announcement.
There's some substance going on
Lots
here.
of 4K, although it took them about 20 minutes to start talking about 4K. 4K was a big topic, as you and I discussed earlier. Will there be content? They stressed on it. Yes, you can buy that beautiful 4K TV, and we'll keep making content for it, or you can make it yourself.
Right, and that was, for me, the biggest surprise of the show. They're going to have a 4K camcorder for $1,000, which they made it sound like was a deal. that
4K
seems,
for 1K.
Yeah,
oh,
a 4K
sure.
camcorder for $1,000. It has really advanced balanced optical stabilization, but still $1,000 to shoot stuff in 4K. I don't know if I'm on board just yet, but when Tony Hawk came out and they sort of showed off all of his amazing skateboarding and snowboarding and surfing stuff,
Tony Hawk is
I started
amazing.
thinking about, wow, that might look really cool on my hockey helmet, and I'm now, okay, I might want to get a 4K action cam.
We don't get a lot of details on price, though.
No details on the price of that, which, I mean, come on, this is a durable sort of shell, plus the 4K. You're looking at least $1,000.
I mean, it's going up against the GoPro, that new HTC Re camera. Both of these don't have screens on them, so you're just holding it and going with, the flow.
You're just praying.
Yeah.
Basically is what you're doing with those
But
things.
it's definitely for people who want to do the action shots and have it in 4K, and now you can see it in more places and show it off on the nice TV.
Absolutely. Let's go back real quick, talk about 4K content. That's a huge deal. Sony Pictures is behind shows like The Goldbergs, Blacklist, and they claim that they are or will be very soon shooting those shows in 4K. Like you said right when we came back, this is like the first sort of taste of, wow, maybe, not yet. I still don't think the time to buy 4K TVs right now, but maybe 2-3 years down the road, this might be a thing where we sort of go through the whole cycle again like we did with HD.
They're going to have 4 new sizes of 4K TVs, so it's not just this massive one they had on stage, which seems maybe unrealistic for a lot of people,
right.
But that's going to start from 43 inches all the way up to about 75 inches. So they're obviously trying to offer more options for people. Another big thing in television was how thin it was. 0.2 of an inch, which they were touting was thinner than their smartphone,
Right.
but I mean, it's you got to think about a TV. It's not thin that way all the way through. You have to stick in
Sure.
an HDMI port somewhere.
Right, of
So in the
course.
back, it's got a little junk in the
port's
trunk
gotta
probably.
be at least half an inch, right?
Yes.
Come on.
But it's all about that bezel. It's all about how thin it can get on the sides
Right.
and how impressive that is. So everyone loves to throw in the thinner, larger, words, and now we have a new thinner for LCD.
We also found out, speaking about their TV platform, Android TV is going to be integrated in the sort of Sony vision for things, which is cool. They were talking about using your Android watch, interfacing with your TV. So that's an interesting sort of commitment we're getting.
There's just so much going on. I mean, you
Yeah.
have the watch you can control with, and I'm sure it's a Sony smartwatch, which we saw a new Sony smartwatch.
Yes.
And then a new Walkman on top of it.
Right.
Lots.
The
lots to
Walkman's
show.
cool. High quality music is something I'm very interested in.
Glad they're holding on to it, even though most of us aren't going to buy it.
Right. No, keep that dream alive, Sony. We respect you for it.
We have a lot more coming up where we wrap up all the highlights of the show at CES In Depth. I'll be staying on, and coming up will be Donald Bell. And tomorrow, be sure to tune in. This event is going on all week. We have lots. We're just getting started. Jeff and I are coming back for the Inside Scoop in the morning, where we're going to wrap up what's coming up next and some other highlights. So be sure to stay tuned to CNET all week long. And we'll take a short break and be back with CES In Depth with me and Donald Bell.
How does the Galaxy S5 Active stack up?
The design feels great.
Saturated colors.
It comes in 5 different colors.
Shockingly easy to use.
$500, and this is a toaster.
When you're ready to pay, you simply bring your phone to the register's reader and it automatically pulls up the credit card.
Robot bartenders mix drinks that you order on tablets.
The technologies that we use in the future will collect more information about us.
This is something we've never been able to do even 5 years ago.
You could send docs to your printer from any Google device.
This is XCOM.
This car has concept car looks.
This is our first proof of concept.
3 simple rules.
Everything you need to know about everything there is to know.
All right. CNET's coverage of CES 2015 Press Day continues. This is CES In Depth. I'm Donald Bell. This is Bridget Carey. We'll have all the day's headlines, but first, Sony's press conference just wrapped up, and to get an extra perspective on it, we've got Ashley Escada live to give us her thoughts on what we just saw at the Sony booth in the Central Hall. Ashley.
Okay.
So you say go, Ashley.
Thanks, guys. Well, the Sony press conference has finished. Everybody is filing out. They are getting ready for even more CES 2015. Right out of the gate, first off, if you didn't catch it, CEO and President Kazuhiro Hirai talking about the Sony hack, one of the biggest stories of 2014, not only in technology, but entertainment and maybe even entertainment history. The CEO said that he was very proud of all of the employees at Sony and their partners for tirelessly working through the hack and all of the trauma that came along with it. He also thanked everybody for helping stand up to all of the hackers and getting the interview out in theaters. We didn't see Seth Rogen, we didn't see James Franco, but we did in fact see Tony Hawk. Now, Tony Hawk came out to talk about a new way to create 4K content. And that's kind of a trend here at CES 2015. We're seeing new televisions that are going to let us watch more 4K content. And not only more 4K content, but also HDR 4K content, as Sony and Netflix announced an expanded partnership that'll bring HDR content to your set. If you have a 4K TV, that is. Now, there's also ways to create 4K content. If you've been looking to pick up a 4K camcorder, Sony just announced a brand new Handycam that's going to come in at half the price of previous models. And we heard today, 4K for 1K. So if you've been looking to pick up a little something, this might be a product that you would want to get your hands on. We'll be trying it out and letting you know how good it is here at the show. One of the other things I really enjoyed was hearing Tony Hawk and seeing footage of him with the new Action Cam 4K, which is going to allow all of the adventurers, all of the moms and dads who need quick video, and anybody else looking for a very tiny pocket camera to get 4K content onto your screens. Now, one of the TVs they announced today was their 900C line, which is the thinnest LCD TV ever. That's at least what they're claiming, saying that it's even thinner than a Sony Xperia smartphone, which is pretty impressive. Now, one of the last things that I personally saw that I enjoyed was I really like the idea that Sony is expanding on their vision, their lenses, everything that has to do with seeing content. They talked about their cameras and how they want to improve what you see through a lens. Well, that's it for me here at the Sony press conference. We're going to give it back to all of you guys at the stage, so keep on trucking, everybody.
All right, Ashley, all of us are back here thanking you for wrapping up the whole Sony press conference. That was really better than I even had planned out here to talk about. But yeah, she hit all the main points, right? There was the Action Cam, there was a kind of a review of all the optics that they're plugging into their DSLR cameras.
Right.
And then 4K, 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 their TVs, their beautiful
Lots of
TVs,
that.
all the way down to $1,000, which for Sony is a big deal. But we've had like 4K TVs at like $400 that are awful that exist, right? You can go out and get a 4K TV.
4K isn't new, and that's why they're really talking a lot about, oh, you can have the content now for that nice TV you got. So
yeah, they definitely, Sony still has that. The content is what they can really tout more than anything else.
there was a lot though in that whole conference.
Not the hacked content necessarily, but the stuff that you could buy legally.
Yeah, exactly. No, and even in the beginning, I mean, it took them like 20 minutes to even get to the 4K part.
That was a long introduction.
Because they were talking about the hack, and then they started talking about in the future we can be in cars because we're going to work to have sensors in cars. So they were talking about a lot of future stuff before they got into the meat of it.
Yeah, it could not have compared to the amount of fluff that was involved in the Samsung press conference earlier today, though. Let's start from the beginning, though. Let's peel this all back with my wake-up call, the LG press conference. We started the day off with LG's press conference. The highlights there were some beautiful OLED TVs. We saw a lot of TVs today, but LG's was the only place where we saw the OLED technology really shown off in a way that for the first time we're seeing them in sizes that people are currently buying, like that 50, 60, even I think up to 70-inch television size. And that was the big problem for OLED for a long time. It's that they could manufacture it, but the screen sizes were too small and too expensive. And now we're getting to a kind of an equilibrium point where that technology is affordable, and I think LG is one of the few people who can manufacture that product. That's going to be what to LG what like plasma was to Panasonic. You know, it's going to be the thing that they're really going to hang on to and show off.
Mm-hmm.
And
lots of folks, I mean, have OLED in their smartphones and their tablets, but in televisions, we didn't hear a lot from other people talking about it, and that's why LG is really pushing that.
Yeah, and so there, we saw in both a curved version of their 4K TVs and a flat version of OLED, which it doesn't sound like it'd be a big deal, but apparently the OLED TVs we've seen up until now all tended to curve out towards you a little bit.
You know, you want a little curve sometimes.
Yeah, you have options.
Yeah.
Yeah. But for our resident TV expert David Katzmeyer is adamant that if you're a sucker for the high contrast ratios and the deep blacks and just beautiful colors that just kind of fizzle and pop out of nowhere, OLED, there's no way that LCD can even hold a candle to it.
I take his word for it.
There were many people today who begged to differ. After that, well, actually, let's keep on LG.
Okay.
LG had a few other tricks up their sleeve. Some of these other manufacturers had no tricks up their sleeve. LG, luckily, first off the bat, had several, because they also showed off their LG G Flex 2 smartphone.
So curved TVs now come to curved smartphones, and yeah.
All about the curves. Also, I call it the smartphone you can safely sit on.
It's got that behind curve, you know.
Yeah, but that's also meant to kind of give a little bit too for dropping or for sitting.
Yeah.
I guess.
Well, you know what? Seriously though, that is actually important because I mean, when you're going to invest that much in a phone, you want it to be able to handle a sit.
It looked like a beautiful phone, and they also bragged about how the guts of it included the new Samsung Snapdragon 810 processor, which was kind of the cornerstone of Qualcomm's entire conference. So a big deal, and also a big deal that they even announced a major flagship smartphone at CES. That's usually a rare thing.
Yeah, they kind of say that for the mobile conferences.
Yeah. So the LG G Flex, the sittable phone. If you're a phone sitter, this could be the phone for you. And then the surprise hit, I might even say this is the surprise hit of the entire day, was the twin washing machine.
The dual loads.
The dual load. One for the major washing load and the one for what the gentleman kept calling the intimates. The intimates. So basically like I need laundry tomorrow, but I don't want to put a whole load in to make, the laundry happen. So
no, I mean honestly, that is kind of cool.
Yeah,
I mean
so
to be able to do that.
A little bottom load of looks like a salad bowl's worth of laundry.
Yeah.
That you could put in there. And
saves time, man.
I don't know, and you can buy it as like a add-on to your existing LG washing machine too. You don't have to go. The washing machine itself looked like the 2001 Space Odyssey pods. They were a little bit too futuristic looking for my taste. They're a little
uncomfortable
there.
Evil,
yeah. But the functionality was
appliances surprise all the time. You were always looking for the wearables,
right?
But then suddenly, out of left field, here comes an appliance.
Washing machines and the happy forks and things like that. The things that you
right, and the fridges with the doors in the doors.
Right, that was the other one. Is the double indoor French door. And
you have to have an app with it, though.
Was that it?
You have to have an app.
Well, LG, I was impressed. This was also the first. It was LG who was the first to put two new terms in my ear that I was not expecting to hear for CES. One was HDR in relation to video content. Their flagship television was going to be compatible with HDR video content from Netflix, I believe.
Right, they made a partnership with Netflix.
In general. And I was just I mean, David Katzmeyer would probably, slap me silly for saying this, but it's just not something I was even entertaining.
I think it's also another acronym for consumers to go, okay, it's going to be...
I got the 4Ks, but I don't have the HDRs in
right,
the TV. Yeah.
Right, and now we're going to have another learning curve as people kind of get used to that. But hey, they're kind of making strides, and Netflix is always first to do things like that. I mean, before they had the 4K content, and so now they're doing this.
Yeah, so if you're a sucker for the HDR image quality, even if it's just on your smartphone, I guess that's going to be a trend in video going forward, and you're going to want a TV to show that stuff too.
What about that 4K action cam from Sony? I mean, that getting into the GoPro space or the HTC Re space, where just hook it on and go. I mean, I'm interested in that price, but it was.
I feel like all year I've been talking about GoPro killers, and none of them have really taken hold. Like Polaroid had theirs, right? The little square magnetic dealy. I don't know. I wouldn't hold on to a lot of hope for that.
But at least Sony is making the products to work with these 4K televisions, so you get something out of it.
Absolutely. It should come as a combo, the bundle. If you're going to buy the TV, you should be able to get the camera for free.
I could do a bundle. I'll do a bundle, yeah.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to go through the rest of the day and all the interesting things that were talked about, and maybe some companies that didn't talk about a whole lot.
ZT.
See trouble coming.
Anything you would ever want to know about a person, and more.
It could be a killer.
Heard you might need a hand.
What is it you really do again?
I help people.
It could be a victim.
You don't have to be afraid anymore.
But it's always a person of interest.
You're someone the world can't afford to lose.
Thank you for everything. Saving the world from bad guys.
Girl after my own heart.
Don't miss the hit drama, CBS Tuesdays.
CES In Depth here at CES 2015. I'm Donald Bell here with Bridget Carey, talking about the day's headlines. Today was press day, so most of what I witnessed was a lot of press conferences.
Right.
Hoping for amazing announcements to be spilled from the Sharps and Sonys and ZTEs and Samsungs. The big players that all had their press conferences today.
And some had first timers, Volkswagen, and for their first time up, they certainly were short. It was like less than
I'll give them bonus points for that. Because, we witnessed a lot of long press conferences too that did not yield much. I'll get to those soon. Mm-hmm. I talked about LG a lot. I was very happy with what LG had to show off. After LG came Sharp and Panasonic, and they'll probably hate me for saying this, but there weren't a lot of big headlines pulled out of either of those press conferences. Panasonic, as a manufacturer of a little bit of everything, showed off a little bit of everything, including this Blu-ray player that's capable of playing 4K content. So being able to fit 4K video onto a Blu-ray disc could be for like the real videophiles who want everything on there and not have to deal with the possibility of streaming issues and artifacts.
Which would lower the quality.
Yeah, could be a great product for them, but otherwise I feel like we're kind of seeing Blu-ray players go, or just physical media in general, go away. Like that might be one of the last physical media formats that people might buy.
If you're going to invest in 4K, you're going to find people who are going to buy this thing. But I'm with you. Streaming's where it's at, so you want to see the content there above all.
See, that. What else did Panasonic had? A lot of blow dryers.
I missed that one.
Microwaves. Some cool stuff. Talked a lot about their battery technology. Mm-hmm. Sharp had some TVs to show off. That's really their bread and butter these days. They had a 4K TV that was advertised as a better than 4K Quadtron TV, but they weren't saying 8K. They were saying it's better than 4K. It's on you to figure out how many Ks are involved in this.
They weren't able to say thinner or faster or bigger, so all of a sudden now it's just better.
It was super thin, but what they're doing is they're doing that. They've done this before. They subdivide the pixel into 4 subpixels, and then they add an extra yellow pixel in there too for extra color. And there's a lot
the
of
baker's
talk.
dozen.
Yeah, and
it's
probably going to be an amazing TV, but. Other than that, it wasn't. It's still, for me, in my mind, I filed it away onto the pile of really cool. We have all this new technology to put into the 4K TVs to make your 4K TVs awesome. Please buy our 4K TVs.
Right.
Pile.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we had that. After that, Dish. Dish came up, not quietly.
Dish is never
With
quiet.
a team of people dressed in kangaroo outfits and their president banging a
big Energizer bunny drum.
Right. And they talked about the kind of quieter announcement was a 4K compatible Dish, what they call it, the 4K Joey, which was like their little extender thing, so they can now beam your 4K DVR content to different rooms in your home and play all the 4Ks if you can find them.
You know, interesting how everyone's still using the term 4K. We were wondering if everyone's going to talk about Ultra HD, but 4K is definitely like still resonating with everyone here and with the consumers.
I've been seeing both. It's like 4K Ultra HD, or if you're Samsung, 4K SUD.
S Ultra. Throw in that S, because the S is for
Ultra
Samsung.
HD.
Super.
But maybe you can infer that it's for Super Ultra HD. But it's really Samsung Ultra HD.
As Jeff said earlier, it's the S for the stamp of quality. It's good. You should buy it. Yes.
S approved. But the bigger thing coming from Dish's announcement was the announcement of Sling TV, which is a subscription live TV streaming service.
Yeah.
For $20 a month, you get live channels, live TV, like live pay TV channels, streamed onto any device you want. So your smartphone, your tablet, your computer.
This is pretty interesting stuff. I mean, I've said before, when it comes to cutting the cord, you don't want all the channels. What are you afraid of losing? Your sports, your live news.
Right.
And they got that in the
They
bundle.
put their CNN in there in that bundle and ESPN, right?
And a lot of other Turner
a lot of
networks,
other ones. And
but not every network you might want. So if you're really into AMC shows, guess what? You're going to have to still pay for the full bundle with Dish.
But it's an interesting tipping point, I feel, into like this, like the a la carte-ification of all the different channels, right? So we may this year or soon find like we can just subscribe to our HBO content or
that is
Showtime
coming,
content
right?
or,
Exactly.
Or whatever specific channel we want. And then, or go a bundled route like this and get like a bunch of channels in for $20 a month. But they kept hammering home about this idea of like reaching the millennial audience.
Oh, the millennials.
Right. That they only want to watch the YouTubes and the steal content from Sony and not actually pay for anything. But maybe this way we can get them with our $20 a month subscription plan so that they can cut their cables and still get stuff, live TV.
I mean, I'm hoping that this gets a little bit better and offers a little bit more a la carte. People will pay $25 if they can get a couple extra channels in there because you just want to be able to pick your favorites.
Yeah.
But of course, every network wants to throw in 10, and that goes back to the problem we had in the beginning with, where cable and satellite.
Yeah, you're still paying for your Netflix or your Hulu or whatever else.
And then you're paying for your HBO on top of that. That's another $15 maybe or so. Who knows what that'll be, but it adds up.
It is an interesting idea to kind of keep another model for all the TV coming to your home that's not just the cable subscription model.
Now, is it going to be, easy to switch between all these things? I mean, I like the more choices, but is it going to be a big, all right, well, I have this on this thing, and hold on, I have to get my local station now on this thing, and so if only it could all be on one smart TV.
No.
I dream.
It may be. This time next year we'll be talking about that. All right, so that was it from Dish. Samsung came on for what I was anticipating to be one of the biggest press conferences I was going to see all day, and said instead almost nothing.
I know.
I saw at the very end there was like a vacuum cleaner. At one point the president came out with like a little, I don't think it was the president, but came out with a little portable solid-state drive that could be like networked with your smartphone. And he flashed it for a moment, talked about how great it was, tucked it back away. Now they have another press conference they're doing, or a keynote tonight.
Okay.
So it could be that they're saving all of the amazing things they're doing for the keynote, but it was a lot of smoke and mirrors to do like 45 minutes of nothing.
Well, they have, a lot of press conferences that are major throughout the year where they save all the good stuff with the tablets and phones, but you got to hope for something else, right?
But it was like a case study on just being able to weave just words. It was like a Jedi mind trick for like 45 minutes. It was beautiful. It was the amount of like corporate doublespeak vision BS-ery that was involved in making that happen was.
And if anyone can do it, it's Samsung.
It was impressive. But I have nothing to tell you about that press conference except for that Samsung has a vision for the future that we should all be happy to see sometime soon. After that, what did we do? Then I blacked out or I had lunch.
Well, Volkswagen. was coming up, and then after whatever happened there, Volkswagen didn't have much to say either.
Yeah.
It was their first time, and they kept it unexpectedly short, I think, because we were wondering, what kind of car are you going to show? They haven't really been in the connected car much, so they kind of talked about how they're getting more into that, and they even showed a concept called the, I think I had it on my screen, something about the Golf R Touch. And there are no knobs in this thing. It is just all touch screen, and even though it's called touch, you don't have to touch it. You could just use gestures to wave. Now, I think this sounds nice. I think having gestures, if working properly, could keep your eyes on the road a little bit more. But then also, if you're sitting there waving and you're wondering if there's no feedback, if what you did worked, guess what? You're looking down, you're more distracted.
You got to use.
I need a little knob.
Trust in the Farfignugan. No, you can't use any knobs. You just
I need a knob. No. Just give me a knob. But still, I do appreciate.
That's
the
interesting because I was
innovation.
up here with Brian Cooley covering all the press conferences, and he's like, "Oh, Volkswagen, they're a great company, but like they never really do much with the cabin tech. Like I love driving their cars, but like they have the oldest systems in all the cars, so that now they're trying to defend." That space
with a vision of way too many 12-inch screens, because that's what I want, a tablet.
All right. Well, we're going to start off with we already covered Sony, right?
And there was ZTE.
ZTE. What does ZTE have?
Basically, a cheap phone
under
no contract, $200, all the things you want. So it's more like $200 without having to worry about a contract than having all the goodies, because they know their audience, prepaid. But also, this mega ultra all-in-one projector hotspot for 10 people, also has a screen, Android. We saw it last year, now they made a new one.
It's probably waterproof or something.
Yeah.
All right. That's going to wrap up this show. We're going to start things up with Inside Scoop, our morning news show tomorrow, so stay tuned. We're here all week, so you're going to be here for Inside Scoop,
yeah,
right?
me, Jeff Bacalar, we're going to be coming back, looking forward.
Between now and then, we have this whole other event, PepCom.
Yes.
Which is usually like just like a slew of smaller products that just get scattershot at everyone.
But that's the fun
It's like a piñata. Just watch all the tech reporters run onto the floor, just picking up whatever they can, and then shooting videos.
That's all the quirky
So you're going to catch
gadgets.
up on all that with Inside Scoop tomorrow. And then at 10 o'clock, we have a panel that I'm hosting called New Directions in 3D Printing that's going to cover all kinds of new ways that 3D printers are evolving, doing other things other than just squirting hot plastic and layering them down. And that's going to be followed by our Smart Home panel and a live episode of Tomorrow Daily. Wu-Tang Clan's The Riz is going to be here, interviewed with Brian Tong. And don't miss our next Big Thing panel happening at 3:30, where we'll take a deeper look at the present and future of virtual reality and augmented reality. Woo! It is a big day tomorrow, the first official day of CES. All that and a blizzard of hand-on product videos and all that stuff coming up tomorrow, all week long. I'm Delirious as CNET continues our coverage of CES 2015. We'll see you tomorrow.